Very good morning and welcome back to the Kia Oval. It's a start of play on time, no rain. Day 2 of the 5th test between England and India. After a rain-interrupted day yesterday, England took 6 wickets in the 64 overs that we had that were bowled. India scored 204 runs, and that is where we will resume. 204 for 6. With Josh Tongue set to bowl the first over of the morning. And the England team mostly wearing headbands in honour of Graham Thorpe, former England batsman who would have turned 56 today, but sadly is no longer with us. Today has been named a day for Thorpey, in memory of the great left-hander who's played 100 test matches for England. We'll be talking about that through the course of the day, no doubt. Here is Josh Tongue, bowls first delivery, thick outside edge from Karan Nair, which flies away past second slip. There are 2 slips and 2 gullies, a change of formation, and that was very much a false shot from Karan Nair. It was full and wide, it was there for the drive, but he was just a fraction late, I think, in getting there. Thick outside edge, and the first runs from the first ball, 4 of them. Karan Nair moves on to 56. And India up to 208 for 6. Feeling is that 250 might be quite useful. Here is Josh Tongue, girls a full toss. And he bowls a few of those, and well, it's there's a chase on for Jamie Overton. They've gone through for 2 more, so it's a ragged start from Josh Tongue. It was an extremely ragged start from Josh Tongue yesterday, and apart from half a dozen absolutely unplayable jaffers, he did bowl some pies in between the wicket-taking deliveries, so he needs to tidy up, Josh Tongue. Now then, the left-hander Washington Sundar on strike. He's down on his knees at the moment, doing some squats and stretching. 3 slips for the left-hander and a gully. Backward point. Backward point's Jacob Bethel. He's got the Graham Thorpe headband on. Here is Tongue, and hits Sundar on the pads. Has the beginnings of an appeal, but didn't follow through. The Barmy Army singing Jerusalem during the course of the first over, and it's a very good morning alongside me to Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Manners. Lovely day. The opposite of yesterday, really. There is cloud around, but there are sort of quite large areas of blue, and so we're seeing the sun come through quite nicely. It could be a nice day for batting. We'll wait and see. Still be something in this pitch.
Here is Tongue again outside the off stump, and there's no run. I have to say that a thought occurred to me about a minute ago. It's a pity that Graham Thorpe wasn't particularly fond of a peak cap during his playing time. So
yes, we could do with all of it at the moment. You're quite right.
I didn't bring one with me. It could be quite hard work. Which way does the sun move during the course of the day? We didn't see it yesterday, so I don't know. Tongue in around the wicket again to Washington Sundar. Flicks it away very nicely down towards long leg. The fielder down there had no idea at all where it was. Trying to work out who is down there. There's a substitute on, of course. It's Liam Dawson. He had absolutely no idea where that ball went. He's down at long leg, and he didn't move. I'm not sure that he could have cut it off anyway, but he didn't pick it up at all. So a very ragged start from Josh Tongue. He's gone for 2 fours, and he has not hit his line and length at all. 3 slips, a gully and a short leg in place. He's got to get it right as Tongue is in. That's outside the off stump. It's left alone by the left-handed Washington Sundar, and the over comes to an end. An expensive one. 11 runs from it. Not the way England wanted to start. I think runs could be a very, very precious commodity. India certainly will feel that way, and England don't want to be giving them away. He's, I don't know if he's short of a gallop, Jeremy, but Josh Tongue is, well, as I said, he bowled a couple of jaffers yesterday.
Oh, he did. And picked up the 2 wickets, didn't he? But in between, as you say, there was a lot of loose stuff as well, and especially in conditions that reward consistency, which is what this pitch is. You just keep banging away at the sort of the place where you're bringing the batsman forward, hopefully around about off stump and just outside, so that you can bring the cordon. After all, you're spending four of your 9 fielders in that cordon, aren't you? 3 slips in the gully, so you want to be trying to bowl to them if you can.
New over, the second over of the day begins from Gus Atkinson, and he was consistent yesterday, and that's pushed away defensively out on the offside, no run.
Well, he was the standout bowler, wasn't he, yesterday? The pick of the England bowlers, bowling perhaps between the low 80s and mid 80s. He got the ball to swing, he got the ball to the batsman to come forward, he got the ball to nibble a little bit. He picked up the early wicket of Jaiswal. He could have had others throughout the day, but that's the sort of length in the line I think you're wanting in these conditions.
Atkinson in again. Oh, he's patted it away. He's played no shot. Very, very loud and confident appeal for leg before wicket. Gus Atkinson is convinced, he's imploring Jamie Smith. England have got 1 review left. Not out, says umpire Ahsan Raza. No shot played, no shot offered. It just looked a bit high.
Gosh, Karen Nair did this at Lord's too, didn't he? At the end of the day, was it the 4th day, when he just didn't play a shot at all at the ball? And it's going to be a question of height. Raza from Pakistan has not given that out, and they're not going to review it by the look of things. So a little lucky. He's got to be very careful with that sort of thing. You can leave it on this pitch on length, but that's pretty dicey, I think, when it's as straight as that.
Well, it's just a misjudgment, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he surely wasn't leaving it on length. Surely not. Here is Atkinson in once again. Karen Nair plays it away defensively on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, so what have we got today, Manners? I think basically England obviously have now got 10 batsmen, and so there's 2 wickets that India don't have to claim, and that's Wokes in either innings. That will matter in about an hour's time when the new ball, you would think the second new ball will around about that will arrive. 64 overs yesterday, so 16 to go to the second new ball, about an hour, unless the spinners come into it, of course. We'll get through it quickly.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Karen Nair drives up towards mid-on.
And so they have been reduced now, England, from 4 seamers to 3 for the rest of the match, the same as the Indian seam attack as well. So it's going to be quite an interesting kind of game from here on in. Suddenly you felt that England had picked the better components, I think, for this particular surface. For the first 2 or 3 days, you'd think 2.5 days. And India have those, and then 2 better spinners.
Here's Atkinson again to Karen Nair. Once more he's straight, accurate, pushes it out to cover point, Bethel Fields.
I'm not sure whether you'd say India is in a stronger position. Yes, they've got the runs, but I think both teams are still in the game at the moment. I think that's how I'd kind of summarise it. But as you say, 250 gives you a few more runs, of course. That would be useful. The last 2 batsmen at the crease, can they do a Lord's, the lower order, and bat for a while with whoever remains at the batting crease?
Atkinson in again. It's a good leave from Karen Nair. Very, very close to the off stump, but far enough away to leave it. So that was as good an over from Atkinson as Tongue's was ordinary. Very, very contrasting starts. I would imagine that a vital piece of your equipment as a player, as you travelled the world, would have been sun cream. It becomes less important when you work in the commentary box, isn't it? So I don't suppose you've got any.
No, I didn't bring any sun cream.
And we're sitting in the sun. It never occurred to me that we'd be in the sun yesterday, because we never saw it. But it's not only difficult viewing, sitting outside with the sun shining into us, but I suspect that we might get a bit burnt. Yep, if we can find some sun cream.
That's certainly a possibility. I'm sure we'll be able to get something from someone. I mean, we've got surely the production people, it's part of their work, isn't it, to to produce things
Look
and to
after
prepare
us.
things. Yes, and keep everything going and working, and so we're not tripping over various chords.
Producer Scott is digging in his bag. I suspect he might have some somewhere in there. Tongue in again. It's another loose one down the leg side. It's gone for 4. It's 4 byes, which is tough on Jamie Smith. I mean, that was it was angled across. He's I have to say that as good as those 2 deliveries were that earned him a couple of wickets, his bowling has been anything but international standard.
It's all over the place, isn't it? It's down leg, it's wide of the off stump, it's short, it's a full toss. He gave it the full work yesterday.
Here's Tongue again, bowls to Washington Sundar, surprises him with the straight one, and Sundar drops it out on the onside. Do you remember at the close yesterday, Jarrod Kimber suddenly called out bingo because we'd had every single manner of poor delivery, and then suddenly he bowled a waist-high full toss, and that completed the bingo card.
It did. And
it's just, I don't know why it is. I
well,
mean, it's
some
short
of it,
work.
I thought early on yesterday it was the front foot, wasn't it? It was sliding as you land it. I think it was just sliding. That makes you very uncertain, I think, as a bowler, if you haven't got that prop that you bowl around.
Here's Tongue again, then to the right-handed now, Karan Nair, pushed up towards mid-off, and or cover point actually, I should say. Washington Sundar 24, Karan Nair 57. India resuming on 204 for 6. So we've already added 14 from the 14 deliveries bowled, and they've all come off Josh Tongue. Jamie Overton's doing some stretching and limbering up at square leg. Here is Tongue once again, and it's banged in short, pushed up towards mid-off, and you're down to 3 seamers. The 3 of you really got to be on top of your game.
Yes, you do. You certainly can't have one bowling all over the place and giving runs away. Otherwise, the other 2 get a heck of a lot of work, and then your spinners have to come into play. Well, England's spinners are part-timers, aren't they? Bethel and Root. So, you know, suddenly Woke's miss. That's a big miss, isn't it? There's a big absence suddenly in that group.
Big appeal for leg before wicket. Very confident, and up goes the finger. Up goes the finger. He thought about it, did Kumar Damasina, and then up went the right arm. Slow rise, and well, Karan Nair is now, he's taken it upon himself. I think he's consulted with Washington Sundar. He took his time, but I think it's very indicative of how confident a batsman is, the amount of time he takes. And I reckon it was on 8 seconds, between 7 and 8 seconds. He said, "We'll review it." And so you can talk us through it, Jeremy.
Well, he walked away. He was walking back to the pavilion, and I think it was Sundar who called out to him. Again, I'm not quite sure how he can miss that. That's just nipped back, and he's missed it by a good sort of 2 or 3 inches, I would say. He's lowered himself on the back leg, and that's the pad that it's hit, and it's obviously hitting the stumps. It's not going over, and so that's a wasted review in a sense. But I guess with 3 remaining, and he was one of the main batsmen, and now the tail is exposed, is it worth it? Well, if something suddenly unusual occurred and he was outside off stump, or it was climbing a lot more, but it wasn't, none of those things, so he's gone. Nair, a decent innings, you'd have to say, a 50, but couldn't survive this morning, and that's exactly what England were after. And it's that man Josh Tongue again. Suddenly he has the most wickets. We've been talking about how poorly really his direction and his length has been throughout the innings. But can India last this first hour? Sundar's now going to be batting with the tail, and they've got to really try and steal up and try and get as many runs as they can here. They're going to be very important. There is, as I say, a second new ball due. Maybe the seamers can get rid of this tail quite quickly. They have in the past. or will they have to go to some spin to get through to that new ball? You don't want to use all your seamers up and then have the second new ball available.
Spent all of my life saying that there's no such thing as a bad 100 and there's no such thing as a bad fifer, and I'm going to stick with that because it only takes 5 good balls, and Josh Tung's bowled 3. Here is Tung again. Akashdeep is the new batsman, and there's another wayward one way outside the off stump, left alone by Akashdeep. So the over comes to an end, and I guess, you know, I mean, people will say wicket-taking balls are more important than the pies that you bowl between them, and they may well have a very good point.
Well, they have, haven't they? I mean, he's bowled, well, 2 very good balls to get outside edges yesterday for batsmen who were set, and Jadeja perhaps not as much because, you know, he's on about 10, wasn't he, when he was dismissed, but certainly, you know, Sidharth had batted for a long. He had worked very hard from early in the morning, and he got a cracker from Tung as well. So he's bowled 2 very good balls. I think that last ball, to be honest, it just came back of shade, didn't it? But he missed it by maybe 2 inches, and it wasn't as if it was, you know, pronounced movement at all.
So Karanaya gone for 57. Breakthrough, the early breakthrough that England wanted, although it was quite costly. Atkinson in around the wicket to Washington Sundar. They could get rid of Washington, and they'll be well on course to be batting before lunch.
Oh yes, that's right. I think we can expect England to score faster than India, as they have done most of the series, haven't they? They're just over 3s really. India at the moment, 3 runs and over. I think you'll find England might even go 4 to 4.5.
Here is Atkinson in again to the left-handed Sundar, pushes it to Bethel at cover point. I think that the England batsmen will find the pitch far more to their liking than they have the first 4.
Well, they might. Depends exactly on how, you know, if you look at the run rates of Siraj, Deep and Krishna, who are the 3 Indian seamers. Siraj is going over the whole series at 4 runs and over. Deep is going at 4.3 runs and over. Krishna is going at 5.3 runs and over.
Here's Atkinson again. It's short and it's pulled from outside the off stump. It was a remarkable shot. It looked like it was a tennis shot. Cross court's overhead smash from Washington Sundar. He's taken it from outside off stump through mid-on. Hasn't timed it particularly well, but he's got 2. Well, remarkable shot.
Yeah, giving it spin, so it goes down. Yes, exactly. Goes down over the net. It was a funny stroke. Had to do a lot of work to get it from wide of off, sort of to the straight mid-wicket area.
He certainly did. He's going to play some shots then. It's short, pulled away out towards square leg. Taken by Jamie Overton. Washington Sundar has holed out. The short ball works for Gus Atkinson. Washington Sundar is absolutely inconsolable. He's down on his haunches. He hasn't left yet. He's still in the crease. He's in a state of shock and disbelief that he's holed out to deep square leg. Good catch, well judged by Jamie Overton. Didn't have to move a great deal, but it was dipping, and it's a hard ground to pick up catches in the deep. Well, Washington Sundar's gone, and I think that his reaction was as much a reflection of the importance that he realises that effect could have, that his wicket could have. Anyway, Atkinson deserves the wicket.
He certainly does. The catch really, at the catch part of the end, yeah, just a not as you'd say, it's a regulation catch just to move a couple of paces forward, and I think it was high enough that it got beyond all the stands and all the people. It wasn't a flatty at all. It was just high enough that you could sort of judge where to move to, and he made no mistake, Overton. It was a poor stroke really from Sundar, because 2 men were back, a short pitch ball. You've got to get over. You either let it go, or, you know, he had to do quite a lot of work again to get it to the leg side because it was just around about sort of off stump. So you had to get, you know, inside the line of the ball to get it over there. And he didn't quite do that, and that's why he lost control of the stroke. So it's not a high percentage stroke early on in the morning as you're getting yourself in. You've just lost a man at the other end, and now the tail has been exposed. So we can expect this to be wrapped up. If the bowlers do their job, this could be wrapped up pretty quickly.
Mohammad Siraj finds himself in the slightly rarefied atmosphere of number 10 as Atkinson is in, bowls a bouncer. First up to Siraj, who sees it very early and ducks underneath it without any problem whatsoever. Prasid Krishna is the last man to come in at number 11. Some changes and some reinforcements in the slip catching cordon for Mohammad Siraj. A fourth slip has been added, that's Jamie Overton. Ducket in the gully. Jacob Bethel at leg slip, which means just mid-on, mid-off, and long leg are not in the cordon. Gun's gone past the edge. Atkinson, good delivery. Siraj tempted, or well, lured into a forward defensive push. Well beaten. Siraj naught, Akashdeep naught. They've only faced 3 balls between them. India have lost their 2 set batsmen, and they're now looking rather forlorn at 220 for 8. We were thinking 250 would be a good score.
Yes, certainly I think 250 is the minimum you'd really like. Certainly yesterday with really top-class bowling. You know, if there was a McGrath out there, if there was a Hadley out there, you might bowl someone out for 130 because they would just test the outside edge and the pads and the stumps all the time. We didn't quite see that bowling. A lot of the England bowlers didn't perhaps bowl as well as they might. Only one stood out, and that was Atkinson. He deserved that 3rd wicket.
Here is Josh Tongue. Oh, there's a good nip back, kept a bit low to Akashdeep, and I think it nipped back too much. And the arms went up in the slip cordon, but there was no appeal to follow up the gesture. So I think it may have been doing too much from Josh Tongue. I'm aware that I may be being uncharitable and overcritical, but he has really been the antithesis of the kind of Metro. Glenn McGrath. You mentioned that. I thought, well, what would the opposite of Glenn McGrath be? And it would be Josh Tongue. This one is clipped quite firmly. It was full and straight, clipped by Akashdeep up to Jacob Bethel at mid-on, no run. And you know, like I said, he's bowled some really good balls.
Well, he has. He's bowled wicket-taking balls, hasn't he? Enough of them. And the batsmen have been good enough to get an edge to them, the players that he got out yesterday. And early on, Naya just missed one that just came back a little bit at him this morning.
Here is Josh Tongue, and that's back of a length outside the off stumps, left alone by Akashdeep.
Not sure where India go with this tail at the moment. If you get a bad ball, I think you've got to be looking to play shot. You've got to get runs, don't you? At this stage, there's no point in hanging round. If there's anything in the surface, it might be earlier on in the morning before the sun really bakes it out. And so you want to be using that, I think, as a bowling resource as well while it's still there before it disappears and that moisture underneath the pitch goes.
Here's Tongue again, and that one beats the outside edge. A little bit of movement away from the right-handed Akashdeep.
Seems much more comfortable bowling over the wicket, doesn't he? Josh Tongue, as soon as he goes around the wicket to the left-handers mainly, that's when he starts to lose his line and his length completely. That's much more tidy bowling from him so far since he's picked up Naya this morning.
Gus Atkinson has been outstanding. 3 for 33 in 21 overs. Josh Tongue 3 for 57 in 15 overs. And this is another wide one outside the off stump. And it's taken by Jamie Smith, diving actually between. He took that between first and second slip. Do you realise that, Jeremy, my eye has been drawn to the fact that the 3rd highest scorer in this innings
is extras. 30 extras. Well, it's more than that
34,
now, isn't it?
34.
Exactly. We've had 4 this morning.
We've had 15 wides.
Yeah. and we know where they've come from.
And Josh Tongue is in. That's down the leg side. It'll be 4 more leg buys. Buys signalled.
Goodness.
Well, you know, there's been, I think that's now 18 buys, and I don't think Jamie Smith should have been credited with more than 6 of them.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Especially when it's the left-handers on strike, and it was Tongue bowling yesterday. He was so wide down leg stump, outside leg stump, just landing on the pitch and carrying on. No way can he get across when he's standing outside off stump of a left-hander. Not a chance. He was diving and trying like mad, but he just was miles away from them.
Now then, can Gus Atkinson wrap up the tails? Mohammad Siraj on strike now. There's 4 slips and a gully waiting, and he's beaten, well beaten, truly flummoxed by that one from Atkinson. Pace, a bit of bounce and some away movement, and I'm afraid that's way too good for Mohammad Siraj. He's not going to be edging that anytime soon. What
I like is the way that Akashdeep has come down to give him some advice. Said, I think you really need to let that go a little bit more. I think, Mohammad, you're going to have to stand across on off stump and just see that you got your right eye over off stump, Mohammad, and then as soon as you see the ball outside, let her go.
Atkinson in again, bowls. Bowled in! Atkinson has 4. Too good, Gus Atkinson. Mohammad Siraj, well, I think he was unsettled by the previous delivery, which really cooked him, and that was just totally half-hearted, wasn't it? He's just groping forward.
I just think he was obviously confused with the advice of Akashdeep, and was trying to put it into action, but he forgot half the sentence. And that was the part that said, make sure you hit the ball if it's straight. That one's hit the off stump pretty hard, and so that hasn't troubled the scorers too much. And so the last man now, Krishna, will come out with his bat. And as I say, it's kind of, you may as well play a few shots, because it's not going to take long, and try and get some runs. Try and extend this total a little bit more. But you can see the effect of losing Nair and Sundar so close together, and the shots that were played weren't particularly strong ones, determined ones. I'm here to bat and I'm going to get a start in the day. So that's been quite costly, and now they don't have quite the total they would like to defend. We'll just have to wait and see. It'll be interesting the length some of say someone like Krishna, who's more like Overton, and bangs the ball in short of a length a bit more. He's a tall bowler, the man who's coming out to bat at the moment and take guard. Just whether he is able to adapt to the conditions that are going to confront him fairly soon, one would think.
Been a disastrous first 27-28 minutes for India. Very, very good one for England, and Atkinson almost finishes it off. Been another beauty to Prasid Krishna. I just said it about Mohammad Siraj. He's not going to be edging that anytime soon.
No. He deserves a 5, doesn't he? He deserves a 5. Atkinson, he's really been the heart and the soul and the consistent part of the England attack right through yesterday. They got breaks right through, rain breaks, so they could be fresh again. He hasn't bowled a lot, but he was able to come with another spell.
Here is Atkinson, bowls to Krishna again. Oh, and he's edged it! He's got 5! Taken by Jamie Smith. Prasid Krishna goes for a second ball duck, and England have bowled India out for 224. They've taken the last 4 wickets inside the first 28 minutes, and Gus Atkinson has the outstanding analysis of 5 for 33. He holds the ball aloft, receives the acclaim of his home crowd. He's getting a standing ovation, is Gus Atkinson. That's been an outstanding effort. I think that probably exceeded England's expectations, considering they conceded 14 runs in the first 14 balls, 11 off the first over from Josh Tongue, including a couple of boundaries. But my word, they have responded in dramatic style, and India have lost 4 for 20. in the morning, and Gus Atkinson has taken 3 of them to finish with 5 for 33.
It's been a compelling performance by him right through from the start of yesterday. He's held the attack together really, and almost back to his best. He's picked up something like 50 odd wickets, hasn't he, in the tests that he's played? I think 12 or 13 of them. And so he's still going at that nice rate of between 5 and 6 wickets a match.
I think it takes him to 661.
There you are. So he's really performing well for England. Not express pace, doesn't have to be. This is a pitch that rewards consistency. That ball he ran a little bit wider. He bowled in towards the batsman and then got it to leave just short of a length. Batsman didn't go anywhere, and a fatal little, villainous outside edge through to Jamie Smith, who completes the catch. And so well done, and thoroughly deserving is Gus Atkinson as he leaves the park here. He's held this bowling attack together, and so 224 runs is not a big total. There was a chance that perhaps if Nair and Sundar could get going this morning, they might have pushed 240, 250. Not to be. Some loose shots from those batsmen brought about their dismissal, and then the tail once again for India has just been brushed aside. And so that's the end of the Indian innings. Now the game begins, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, the wicket to wicket. I said that England made a profligate start with the ball, and they did. But wicket to wicket, the last 4 wickets was 4 for 6 in 18 balls, and Atkinson, it's three wickets. It's 3 for 0 in 6 balls.
Yeah, they've undone a lot of the good work and the hard work that some of those other players like Sidharth, who really hung around a long time when the pitch was certainly giving assistance if the bowlers got it right at their end. He hung around a lot. They were taking him on the body a little bit, on the legs, those sort of areas, and you need to understand, as a side, you don't let those players down. That they've worked so hard to get their 30s and their 40s in difficult conditions, and to lose once again 4 for 6 is disappointing, I think, from that bottom order. Now their bowlers have to really bowl well, and I think England will score a little faster. They will be between 4 and 5 runs. I think generally they'll attack a lot more than the Indians do, and if they bowl loosely, India, Siraj, Deep and Krishna, there are going to be some runs here.
Josh Tongue, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 57. I think that he maybe not immediately, but I think that in time, in a day or two, he might acknowledge that he's bowled better for less, because he wasn't on top of his game. But you know what? He's walked away with 3 for 57, and he will have bowled it. He has bowled considerably better in order to get into this England team. Wasn't at his best, but he's done a great job. Well, his figures
in terms of wickets, yeah, he has. He's got 3 for. Yeah, he's got 3 for.
But Atkinson was really outstanding. 5 for 33. I think his body, his first year in international cricket was something obviously he'd never experienced before in terms of workload. He'd only played 12 first-class matches when he made his England debut. So it's no wonder that his form and his physicality tailed off. And he
lost pace, didn't he, a little bit?
Considerably.
And he got a hamstring injury.
He was touching high 180s, touching 90, and by the end of the 12 months he was barely touching 80 miles an hour. So he dropped massively in pace. But it just shows you, he's had 10 weeks pretty much off, refreshed, body fit and firing, and he was nippy today and yesterday, wasn't he? I mean, the pace looked good.
Yeah, absolutely.
High 80s again.
Absolutely, yeah. He was sort of 83 through to about 86, 87 miles an hour. So he certainly was doing the business. It seems once again That end, bowling from the pavilion end, by far the most wickets. And maybe that's Atkinson, that's the Atkinson factor rather than the end, I don't know. But let's wait and see how these Indians approach their task. Very important. Siraj now the leader of the attack. I think probably. He's got to open up and bowl very tidily. And then very good supporter, hopefully from deep, who does nip the ball around.
Jeremy, you can have a break if you want. Excellent work on the first session, I thought. I listened to every third word you said and it sounded excellent, perfect. Especially after the free alcohol that the ECB served you last night. I was checking just to make sure you were okay. One stage I saw you getting extra wines. Well, other people were getting them for you, to be fair.
Define extra wines.
He was double fisting. One in each hand.
I don't think it's called that, mate.
That's what we call it in Australia.
Don't think anybody calls it that. Anyway, moving on. It's after 9 o'clock in Australia.
Yeah, it's fine.
You can say anything on Australian radio.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Although I did get told off for...
I mean, anything.
I did get told off for saying something on Australian radio, which
Did
I can't
you?
repeat now because
No,
Scott's going to get
can't.
nervous, but I'm going to say it exactly, verbatim.
Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy will be back. And India have wrapped up their innings. That was pretty poor. 224 all out. I thought they had been given an opportunity after that unfortunate injury to Chris Woakes yesterday. The second new ball still 15, 16 overs away. They just needed to get past the opening spell, and then they might have just been able to knock it around for 8, 9 overs. I'm not suggesting they could have hoped for anything more than 250, 260, but 224 all out seems light. Talking about light, we're kind of in a similar situation to Old Trafford, where India batted in gloom for 5 sessions and England came out and suddenly the sun accompanied them. There is some dark cloud above us here at the Oval. Is it a sunny day today, Jarrod? I do have to check before I say.
It's actually hard to look up at the dark cloud because the sun is poking through it at the moment.
So is it sunny or is it not?
It's not sunny now.
The sun is making our commentary position quite toasty. I just saw Cameron Ponsonby.
He's disappeared already.
He can't handle it.
Yeah. Can't handle the heat. That's what we always say about Cam.
He can't. Here, I've got a question for you.
Thank you.
I was looking into Chris Woakes' record, and he, of course, remember he made
Does he
his
struggle
debut.
when he's away from home?
No, not that record. I was thinking to myself, oh, because of course he made his debut here, didn't he? And there was a bit of talk that maybe this would be his final test. He took 1 wicket in that test match. Don't look at the scorecard. Can you remember whose wicket he took?
In his first test?
Yeah, he took 1 wicket.
Here?
Yeah. I mean, I'd be amazed if you can.
Shane Watson.
No, it wasn't Shane Watson. He took 1 wicket, and the wicket he took, the guy playing was on debut and never played for Australia again.
Played here?
And he ended up with a bowling average of 16.
Was it on debut for Australia?
Yeah, see, I knew it was a good question.
And he played 1 test match and never played again.
Yeah. So there was 3 debutants in that test match. Chris Woakes,
Simon Kerrigan. I remember the thing
everyone remembers.
I remember I was sitting basically here watching Simon Kerrigan get hit over there.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Me too.
That I remember very.
Me too.
I remember thinking Woakes looked okay. An Australian debutant. So what year was this?
2015.
2015. A bowler for Australia made his debut and never played again. A bowler?
Wow, there's
Oh, is that the sneaky Sneakerson?
All-rounder. Bowling all-rounder.
Bowling all-rounder. Okay.
Bowled first change.
Michael Neeson?
No. Because Neeson might play again. This guy will never ever play again. He played 1 test.
No, I don't think I know.
James Faulkner.
James Faulkner. Wow.
Hey!
I don't think I would have got that.
Is that a good one? You didn't? Is that a good one?
No, I don't think I would have got that in 20 more minutes. I don't remember James Faulkner playing a test match.
Either.
And yet I covered that game.
Everybody remembers that test for Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Then Woakes, because, you know.
I remember Woakes and Kerrigan quite a bit.
And then, can you remember the end of that game? It was quite an interesting end to the match. Australia hit big runs. Steve Smith and Shane Watson scored centuries in first innings. England was 70 behind, or maybe 100 behind on first innings. And then Michael Clarke tried to push through a result, and so declared with Australia 110 for 6, setting England, I can't even remember, maybe 300 in 60 overs or something. And can you remember how dark it was here? And England were 5 or 6 down, and it looked like they were going. Well, they were going for it, and then in the end it just got too dark and it started raining.
No, I do remember.
So that's how that test is remembered, not as being James Faulkner's only test match.
Poor Simon Kerrigan.
Simon Kerrigan, who retired this year, was it, or last year?
How old do you think James Faulkner is?
The finisher. I'll break away because England are batting and it's Zach Crawley facing with 3 slips, a gully and a backward point in place, and Mohamed Siraj bowling from the pavilion end, and Crawley is off the mark first ball. No, he's not. It's a leg by. 1 without loss, England, after India have been bowled out for 224. How old is James Faulkner? I'm going to say, well, if he made his debut in 2015 and he wasn't that, I'm going to say 37.
Yeah, he's 35. And it feels like he really hasn't played cricket
I actually
at the top
thought
level
retired
for like 6 or 7 years. He's played a little bit, but he was one of the most famous cricketers in the world in 2015.
The finisher.
Yeah, and he had a big IPL, I think, at one stage, smashed a lot of runs in India, certainly. And then by the age of 28, he was almost done.
Yeah.
It's a really weird career. It's all about his knees. Completely lost his knees, but he also changed how he batted. And he went from being this incredible ball striker to this really, really boring batter. Yeah, weird. The whole thing's weird. Simon Kerrigan.
Yeah, 3 debutants in that match. Siraj is in again, and Ducket shapes to play, and then almost looks like he wants to get the bat out of the way. The ball hits the bat, and it deflects back to Sidharth. Backward, gully, no run. Cloud is just coming over now, and this is what India need. India are in a real pickle here because the ball has swung. The conditions today should still be pretty good for bowling, but they have very few runs to play with, and unlike England, who came with a 4-man pace attack, they've come in with 3 seamers and 2 spinners. Here's Siraj again, and this is an attempted cut from Ducket. A little toe end of the bat, and it's fielded at mid-off. So 2 shots played by Ben Ducket, and he's timed neither of them. It's a bit difficult to see how much movement there is in the air, but certainly there was some deliveries yesterday which just seemed to stick in the pitch a touch.
Certainly swinging a lot this morning with a 67 over a ball, so I think India will be pretty disappointed if they can't make this move.
Another extraordinary spell from Josh Tongue. This is a forcing shot through point and timed nicely by Ducket, and it will just be pulled in at the boundary. 3 fielders herring after the ball, and there's handshakes or hand slaps all round from Krishna, Sidharth and Jadeja. 3 of them. It's only 1 ball, but possibly that has just shown the urgency. I'm just going to have a quick look to make sure that Jadeja's feet didn't touch the boundary as he was touching the ball, but no, seems like it's fine. But England are underway in first innings, and they bat deep. We're not going to see Chris Woakes, so they don't bat quite as deep, but down to 9. Overton will be playing. So good length delivery, just holds its line and moves past the outside edge of Crawley's bat. The last thing India need is the kind of start that we saw in second innings at Headingley and first innings at Old Trafford. If they don't take wickets inside the first 10 overs, then who knows what's going to happen.
It's done, I think.
I think it is done.
I'd say first 20 overs just because Duke's balls and all that, but I just think it's going to be easier for batting. I don't think it's going to be great. I think it's still 300 to 330, but that gives you a 100-run lead if you just get to par, right?
India need to bowl well. very well and have a bit of luck. Crawley is cutting this short delivery which sits up. It's been spanked through the covers, and this is the huge difference between the two sides, because England will just go for their shots, and they know it won't take long for Shubman Gill to start taking fielders out of the slips, start moving them around. Ball from Sidharth with Crawley batting well out of his crease. Was there to be hit, and that's exactly what Crawley's done.
Yeah, really poor start from Sidharth here. He got the first 3 balls in an okay area, although if Ducket was timing the ball better, there might have been runs there as well. And then he's just coughed up 2 wide balls, and he just continues to do it. Just watching him now, he's frustrated with himself, he's mumbling. It's worth saying he's one of those people that even sometimes when he's not having a go at someone else, he's quite often having a go at himself. So that is the sort of character he is.
Hey, without loss then, I mean, we've got so much time now, hour and a quarter. India really needed to bat just past the second new ball. It would have been a bit fanciful to expect them to bowl much past the 85th over, but they had to get up to there. And if they had done, then England would have had that tricky half an hour or so before lunch. As it is, they got bags of time, and Ducket this is, pushing this ball from Akashdeep back to the bowler. Akashdeep, who bowled so well in the second test match at Edgbaston. Remember, India didn't win any of the games that Jasprit Bumrah played in. And one of the reasons they won the game at Edgbaston was because of Akashdeep. And he's a proper new ball bowler. And he didn't perform quite as well at Lords. Seemed to battle with the slope more than Sidharth and Bumrah did. But he's in now, round the wicket. And this is driven by Ben Ducket straight to mid-off, extra cover. And he'll feel like he's missed out there. So both batters off the mark. And India with all the problems in the world, but at least they will feel the sun's gone in. It is cloudy, might get a little bit of rain around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. We had a lot of rain yesterday, but by that stage England will probably be up where India's score ended. As Akashdeep again comes in, and this is pushed out to point by Ducket, and another run added to the score, 9 without loss.
Looks easy at the moment, but Indian bowlers just getting themselves back in. Not really either of these guys a swing bowler, and I'd say that swing maybe is the best option on today. And they've got Prashid Krishna again, not a swing bowler.
I am fearful for Krishna on this track.
Well, he struggles at times with his run-up a little bit. It's not exactly the place you want to be if you're struggling with your run-up.
I suppose India will point to the fact that Karunaya, they did bolster the batting, didn't they? Top scored. How important will his runs be?
I mean, without him, they probably already have lost this game. So, yeah, that is fair.
Crawley with the bat raised. And he is struck on the pads. Akashdeep goes up for a subdued LBW shout. Nothing given there.
Probably a little bit high, but Crawley was a long way away from that ball. We have to wait until the countdown screen is off, but we don't have an actual screen in our position because we're basically on the ground. It wasn't a bad shout.
No, it's a decent shout. Smaller man. Hitting him in the same part of the pad would have elicited a bigger cry, but it was very flat-footed from Crawley. He's not exactly known for his expansive foot movement. Down the leg side and taken by Jarrod. There's been some poor shots. See, this is the other problem. If you look through the India card, Jarrod's shot was a poor one. Obviously, Shubman Gill's run out. And even today, Washington Sundar. 3 of the top 7 giving their wicket away. And the dismissals of Karunaya and Jaiswal as well, both given out LBW. Actually, Jaiswal wasn't given out LBW, that took over review. But Again, missed the ball by quite some distance. So there's been some good bowling from England for sure. Atkinson with another fifer, so he's up on the honours board here at the Oval. He loves bowling in London. Deep in, and Crawley cramped for room a touch. He's trying to force this through the offside and gets an inside edge, and the ball squirts out to mid-on. No run. End of the over. Slightly better one from Akashdeep than we saw from Siraj. 9 without loss.
Just starting to see the ball seam around a little bit. There was a couple of balls in that over that went for them. Just need to stay patient. Just need to stay near the top of off stump. They've got plans to both of these batters, and they can keep themselves there. England is going to do what England does. They're going to wait for any width or anything over pitch, and they're going to take it down. India just need to keep that away from them and get the ball moving around. If they can keep it in a dangerous area, I still think there's wickets here, and I don't know how long there will be wickets here.
Siraj, start of his second over, and again it's cut, and a superb bit of fielding from Akashdeep at mid-off. I thought that was going to get past him. It was actually one of those where, I mean, he's in danger of injuring himself, because he had to really stretch. I'm not even sure you want Akashdeep bowling, fielding there. Had to run a good distance and then leap and really stretch out his arm to stop the ball from going past, and in doing so just revived the memories of what occurred to Chris Woakes yesterday. Yeah,
so Chris Woakes probably won't take any further part in this game. He certainly won't bowl. I doubt he will bat. I suspect dislocation yesterday. I'm now, it's possible it's slightly worse than that as well. So dislocation might be the best case scenario.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Siraj is in, he's targeting the pads, and this is pushed to mid-wicket. No run. I think
unless he comes out and bats right-handed a la Malcolm Marshall, I don't think there is many other options for him.
I don't think that he'll be needed to. Maybe second innings, possibly, to come and save the game, but I just can't.
Yeah, there is a possibility right at the end of the game, but other than that, I'd say that England are playing with 10 players. Be interesting for Ben Stokes now, after he said that substitutions weren't needed in Test cricket.
He's not one to change his mind, though, is he? Here is Siraj again, and this is forced through cover and powerfully hit by Crawley, who looks up as he comes back for the second, but knows that he won't have to come back for a third. And this has been hit to the boundary, and one of the problems India have got is, of course, is that nobody's bowled more overs than Mohammad Siraj. And Mohammad Siraj and Chris Woakes, the only two bowlers on either side to have played all 5 Test matches.
Yeah, and they were worried about him being a bit cooked beforehand. If you remember, he did play in the Champions Trophy. Some of that was form, but I think also some of that they were worried just how much he'd been bowling of recent times.
He's going to sleep on the plane home, that's for sure. Overcompensates, and this is hit to the mid-wicket boundary from Crawley. This has been a painful first hour of the morning if you're an Indian cricket fan, and there are thousands of Indian cricket fans in at the Oval today. Easily the most mixed crowd that we've seen on days 1, 2 or 3 in this series so far. And yesterday, under that stand to the right of us in the OCS, it was party time, wasn't it? There was a collection of about 150 Indian fans who were making all the noise, despite the fact that the game was going England's way. A really good atmosphere as the day went on. Siraj again, and this is blocked by Crawley. He's taken 2 boundaries in the over, and Mohammad Siraj, that is a really tricky scorecard to decipher. He's bowled 11 deliveries and he's gone for 16. What do you think of Josh Tongue today? It's just crazy.
Same as yesterday?
It was.
That's a bingo. He was, yeah, there was down the leg side, they were over-pitched, full tosses.
Siraj again, and that's a better ball. And the defender back to the bowler. The damage has been done though. 16 runs coming from Siraj's first 2 overs, and he's bowling from the better end. Atkinson with 5 wickets, wrapping up the Indian tail earlier after Josh Tongue had struck to remove Karun Nair LBW. Washington Sidharth. I mean, if you just got a photo of the shot he played, you'd think, wow, that was a good-looking shot. But with only one fielder to pick out, and the ball was caught well inside the boundary, he didn't come close to reaching the stands. After all that hoo-ha between these tests, after all the hard work that was displayed by India in the last 2 days of the Old Trafford test, just in real danger of things spiralling out of control here at the Oval as Akashdeep is in, and that's hurries up Ben Ducket. And well, why does Ben Ducket get hit there quite so often, Jarrod? Is it because he's worried about the LBW, so
it's a full ball.
opening up his arm, opening up his left shoulder? He's in a little bit of trouble there.
No, he's struggling there, isn't he?
I was told yesterday that Ben Duckett's going to be doing a parenting podcast, so just as well he's had the kid, I think.
Will he be wearing these Ducket bucket hats on them?
I think you can just say Ducket buckets.
Oh, we don't have to say Ducket bucket hat?
I don't think so. It's one of their selling points, I think.
They're doing normal caps now. I actually need to send them a message, get myself a couple more caps. You should get
we
got some.
Yeah, you did that show, Bumble and Kimber.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got sent a few of them.
Yeah, but those are bucket hats.
Oh, you want the normal hats?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
On everything. I want as many free things as I can.
You love
get.
a little bit of merch.
You know I love free things. Well, then, did you see me leave the Investac last night with about 9 different things? I had 2 bucket hats. I had
some small zebras.
I had a small zebra.
Was there some hand wash?
I didn't see the hand wash. I would have got that.
There were small cricket balls
with lip balm in it.
Lip balm, not hand wash. Jeremy, we get it at talkSPORT. As soon as there's anything free, suddenly everyone is crowding around, and it's like, oh, yeah, an apron with Manchester City title winners 2022 on it. Yes.
So I went to the Sloan Analytics conference in Boston earlier this year, and I was by far the least famous person giving a speech at this event, or on a panel on this event, right? And watching people who are like with 10 million Twitter followers, and even people like Megan Rapinoe running over to get their free bag of goodies. It's not like there was an iPad in there or anything.
I was going to say, is it like the Oscar?
It was fine. The actual bag, I'll show you the bag one day. It's a really nice bag. I take it when we go on tour. The bag's really nice. The rest of the stuff was fine. It was like a hoodie. I think it was like a Nike hoodie with Sloan's logo on it. It's not particularly sexy or anything, but you should have seen the people running over.
We're set to resume. Oh, there's a good ball from Akashdeep. It's hit Ben Ducket in front of the stumps, and Akashdeep wants the review. Slip Gordon don't seem quite as interested, and I think they feel like it might be going down the leg side. Deep still pushing for it. He's not getting a lot of support. Oh, Shubman Gill's gone up for it with 2 seconds to go. Here's a question while we wait for this review for leg before wicket, Jarrod. What percentage of the well, not necessarily English, but the ones we see, what percentage of the press corps were carrying around World Cup 2019 bags that they got for free after the final, would you say? There's still some around. I still had one until the zip broke.
2019?
Yeah. The ball has missed the bat. There was no real question on that.
I think they might get umpire's call here. I think this is just clipping the outside of leg stump, but it's not going to overturn it.
Yeah, it's missing.
Oh, it's missing! Oh, height. Fair enough. Well, I was right. It wasn't missing leg stump. It was just going over it. Well, it was missing leg stump, but in a different direction.
So India have lost a review. Shubman Gill.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to be stronger there. Nobody behind the stumps thought that was out.
No. I mean, I thought it best they would keep it the review. I never thought it was going to be overturned. So, yeah, not ideal there. No, there's still. I think, is it the 2016 bag? Maybe I've still got one of the older bags as well.
The Champions Trophy one. Was there a bag for that?
Yeah. I actually, just before COVID, I sent all of my bags to my nieces in Australia because I had heaps of, I'd been to about 12 or 15 events where I'd got bags and things, whatever. And then since then, I don't think I've been given another bag until I got that Sloan one. So
Just got jumpers. Here's Deep again. We should say, by the way, that was a good ball from Akash Deep. It did swing, and Ducket missed it by some distance. This is pushed back to the bowler. So more of that, but the enthusiasm and perseverance of Deep asking his captain to review has led to India losing one. And we know what happens, don't we? Suddenly captains start to feel a little bit more reticent about going upstairs. Umpiring hasn't quite hit the standards that we had at Old Trafford, where it was exemplary. Oh, there's a huge swing and a miss from Ben Ducket. I don't know what's happened there, although he has just been hit. Talking about that yesterday. Actually, it was quite close to happening again. He's just been hit in the box.
yeah, I've seen the same thing.
Yeah, he's just been trapped in front, and that is a shot of a millionaire. That's a half step down the track, and he's almost playing golf. Misses the ball by a good 4 or 5 inches. Sid Monga's stepping in. Oh, that must mean that Manners is on his way, I guess.
I've got a piece all about what a bad shot is in Test cricket.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
And it hasn't quite come out yet. That would have been perfect if he'd gone out there.
Oh, it's looped up and just dropped short of both gully and backward point. Ben Ducket is now getting a little mouthful from Akash Deep, and even Ducket, I think, is probably keeping quiet. This is banged in, and it's ballooned up off the handle of the bat, possibly the glove, because it didn't actually travel as far as it could have done. Oh, and it's just dropped short of Sidharth running in at gully, as well as Jaiswal backward point.
Yeah, couple of chances, or half chances, or quarter chances for India in this over. Ducket looks not quite settled. I don't know if it was the being struck, or maybe it was even that was all part of it, but right at the moment they're on top of him.
One ball left of the over, and he's gone for the reverse paddle, and it's got the ball up and over for 6. Incredible riposte from England's diminutive opener Ben Ducket. Wow, what an over of cricket that was.
That's basically what my piece is about, the way that modern players go, oh, he's on top of me now, what should I do? I'm going to reverse scoop this over the top of slips for 4 or 6. Set a field to that.
Well, this is where it comes from as well, isn't it? Because it was the over that Akash Deep bowled to Harry Brook at Lord's, which was kind of where, I'm not sure if the seeds of the article came from, because this has been a debate for a while, I suppose, but it's the same bowler. So pitch it up on the stumps and let Ducket try and reverse sweep.
That was outrageous.
It was outrageous.
Making a fool out of all of us. Here we are saying he's looking, they're all over him. And it's a 6 over deep third of a fast bowler and middled it.
Here is Siraj. That's a good ball, which Siraj needs to produce more of. He's been very expensive. He's been both sides of the wicket, and possibly now with the lacquer just started to come off the ball a bit. It's overheads in favour of the bowlers. It's good conditions to bowl. We're just seeing a replay of that shot. It's an extraordinary shot. It was a pull, really. Pulled it over the slips on the reverse.
Which is what Rishabh Pant tries to do.
Yeah. And Joe Root's tried it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a reason why they do it.
Here is Siraj, and this is defended by Crawley. Takes a step down the track, but is sent back by Ducket. 24 without loss. India folding limply this morning. It was quite disappointing. Sid?
Yeah, with this hit, England have undone what they conceded in the morning, but there are 4 wickets in the credit. And let us remind listeners, I think it also included 9 extras or 8 extras, those 20 runs.
Yeah. Josh Tongue picking up where he left off yesterday with the sublime and the ridiculous.
Yeah.
3 slips and a gully and a backward point in place for Crawley as he waits, and this time Sidharth again draws a defensive shot from Crawley, who's 12 not out. Ducket is 11, has scored 24 without loss, so England trail by exactly 200.
Sidharth finally finding some rhythm. He in the first 2 overs, I don't think he strung together 2 good balls at any given point. But now he's on that good length for 3 balls here, and 1 actually beat Crawley's bat when it seemed away. It just needs to be there. It's actually a pitch where India just need to be in the 5 to 7 meter zone, roughly in the corridor. You don't even need to be that accurate with your line.
It's exactly how England should have bowled yesterday, but you know, India. This is again exactly where we're talking about.
That stayed low.
It did touch. It's not giving Crawley any width. He can't come forward to drive, and there's nothing off the pads. And it's just about bowling there. The problem for India is that they do need wickets because they've only got 3 seamers.
And only 224 runs.
And and not many runs. And they need to win the game.
It was a little surprising India opted for the light roller this morning.
Yeah, why was that?
I have no clue.
Here is Siraj, and this is driven in the slot and absolutely powered to the boundary. Mid-off a fraction wide. But that was hit with such timing and power, it didn't move a muscle.
It's okay, it was not that bad a ball.
No,
maybe slightly fuller. Here you just say well played.
Yep, it was driven on the up, really. I mean, he's such a tall man, and he's batting out of his crease. I think, to be honest, you say, okay, fair enough, try and do it again.
But this off drive on the up, I suspect will make Siraj pull the length back a little.
That's the opposite of what he needs to do. He's in again, and this time he doesn't pull the length back. And Crawley struck on the pads, and that's the end of a decent over, but one that still saw a boundary go the way of England, who are 28 without loss. Crawley 16, and Ducket 11, and after a word from Sid, it'll be Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, and we are back for the contest between Akashdeep and Ben Ducket. In the last over, Akashdeep hit him in the groin once, had an LBW appeal, beat his bat, was all over him, and Ducket's supposed was to turn around in his stance and reverse pull him over the slips cord and middled it for an emphatic 6. That was the last ball of the last over. And we are set for the resumption of that contest. And also there was one ball in the last over where Ducket stepped out of the wicket and tried to hit him back down the ground and was beaten. In comes Akashdeep around the wicket to Ben Ducket, and he beats him outside the off stump. I think it straightened a little from a good length just outside off stump. That's another moral victory for Siraj, but right now the actual tangible victories are with Ben Ducket. Welcome, Neil.
Thank you, Sid. Yes, there's no not much tangible about moral victories, is there? And India needs some real ones, and quite quickly, you would think, while the ball is new and hard. Just the 3 seamers. Well, at least that's been levelled up now. England also reduced to 3 seamers.
Yeah, unfortunate loss of Chris Fox. To be fair, the ball was 65 overs old this morning, and it was still hooping around. So
yeah,
these conditions are ideal for seam bowling. Although it did help that India took the light roller in the morning, which I am a little surprised about, and I am a little... Although I don't actually clearly get how much the roller does, but ideally you would want a heavy roller to settle the pitch down for a bit.
Akashdeep in again, short wide and cut for 4 by Ben Ducket. Gee, hits the cut shot hard. Ducket didn't hold back at all there, smashed through point for 4.
This is high level attacking batting. He shimmied down the wicket, shortened the length from Akashdeep, and still had time to transfer his weight back and play the orthodox square cut, albeit from about a meter outside the crease. That's excellent attacking batting, and India are under pressure right now.
I rather suspected that Ducket would enjoy the extra bounce in this pitch. I mean, it's even, it's predictable. I think there is a bit of extra pace in it. Here is Akashdeep in again, and Ducket drives powerfully down the ground towards mid-on. Siraj moves swiftly to his right to intercept, and England remain 32 without loss. I think Crawley's going to sit back here. I mean, they have an excellent record. They have the 4th highest average as an opening pair in English Test cricket history. So there's all the talk about Zach Crawley's perennial failures, but as a partnership, they average over 45. It's only 3 pairs above them in English Test cricket history. Here's Akashdeep once again around the wicket, bowls short and cut again by Ducket for 4 more. Well, you know what? That wasn't so wide. Akashdeep's quite right to put his hands on his hips and wonder what on earth's happened there. Ducket, small in stature, but he seems, because of that stature, to have room to cut where there shouldn't be.
And this is dismissive batting. Again, Ducket has stepped down the wicket fairly early, given him a pointer. Akashdeep shortens the length because of that, but he has so much time. He's still plays the orthodox cut, although this time he didn't bother keeping it down. Still, this is so demoralizing for a bowler to tell him, hey, I'm going to step out and I'll still have time to change my shot and cut it if you go shorter.
Well, they've got a deep point now as Akashdeep is into Ducket, flicks it off his pads down towards long leg. It's 4 more. Akashdeep's gone full. Well, he's not. It's not the definition of madness. He's not bowling the same ball. He's trying. He's asking questions, and Duckett's got all of the answers at the moment. Flicked away nonchalantly for 4 more, and suddenly England are 40 to none.
I think the last over was a much better over from Akashdeep. He was not responding to Ducket moving around. He was just bowling a good length. Then one ball kicked off the good length and nearly got him the wicket. One went past the outside edge. There was one LBW appeal. One hit him in the groin. And just because of that reverse pull and the shimmies down this over, Akashdeep has lost his line and length.
Still got 3 slips in a gully, and I think that's right, as Akashdeep is in. Ducket now slogs. Well, as a rush of blood to the head, the adrenaline is absolutely coursing through his body at the moment, Ben Ducket, and I'm afraid that was just a slog. There was nothing intentional or planned or there's no deep thought in that. He's just hoiked at that and missed it, luckily for him.
Just replay this over in your mind. 3 times Ben Ducket has charged at him fairly early in the piece to give him a pointer, to telegraph to him he's down the wicket. Twice Akashdeep has altered his length. Twice he has been cut away for 4, and finally he stays on a good length. He gets enough movement out of the ball to beat his slog. So the message is clear. You do not move away from your length. There will be enough good balls if you keep bowling that around that 7 meter, 6 meter mark.
3 slips remain. Karan Nair, KL Rahul, Shubman Gill. 1, 2, 3. Shai Sidharth in the gully as Crawley now drives down the ground. Siraj over pitches. There's a chase on for Akashdeep, but he's given up already. And well, the runs are absolutely flowing. The crowd is buzzing. It's another sellout. All 4 days sold out. In fact, the 5th day is sold out as well at reduced prices. Not sure it'll go 5 days if we have decent weather. Probably will, actually.
Again, another lovely shot. It was not quite a half volley or pitched up for a normal batter, but for Crawley, who's tall, he has used his reach beautifully to meet it before it has moved and on drive, one of the most difficult shots.
Where's 3rd slip gone, Sid? Oh, extra cover. Here is Siraj again, and that's flicked out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Prasid Krishna. Yeah, so Gill taking himself out of 3rd slip.
And where does Siraj bowl when he gets an extra cover? On the pads. This is a really ordinary response to some good attacking batting from England. They just need to keep their wits about and just keep bowling the good balls. They haven't bowled enough of them. They cannot be responding to outrageous shots. They still need to make them play good shots.
Just the 2 slips on the gully now with the extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, quite deep. Siraj in, Crawley clips it away out towards mid-wicket.
Again on the pads. Stay outside off. get some seam movement, which there was plenty of in the morning. India have completely forgotten what new ball bowling is all about.
Well, they're taking a leaf out of Josh Tung's book.
Well, where's the Jaffa then?
Well, no, that's true. Just sticking to the pies at the moment.
Where's the dessert?
Josh Tung finished with 3 for 57, and well, England conceded 38 extras, 16 wides, 12 byes, and that one is chopped away by Crawley through the offside, and they run through just for a single. And it should have been, in my opinion, something more like 24 wides and 6 byes. There were some really harsh calls against Jamie Smith. Listen to the crowd. I mean, they're not chanting or singing or anything, but the buzz is just vibrant.
Yeah, they are in a heightened state right now. As we were talking about extras, England have cancelled them already, and we are in only the 7th over. They've actually scored more than the extras they conceded in 6 overs.
Flying start. Ducket 23 off 19. Zach Crawley 21 off as many balls. England flying along, 45 without loss. 2 slips and a gully. They've got a man out on the hook as well, on the boundary, just making sure that he's positioned exactly where they want him. He's just behind square, mid on and mid off, quite deep, conceding a single probably as Siraj is in. Ducket defends, almost as rare as Ducket leaves, but just blocks that one straight back towards the bowler. Washington Sundar comes into field from cover.
India haven't extracted as much movement out of the pitch as well, which could, I don't know, but it could have something to do with the heavy roller and the light roller. I'm not very well versed with the impact the roller has, but from what I've heard from pundits, heavy roller settles the pitch down for about half an hour, which is all it took for India to fold up today.
Yeah, lost 4 for 6. India as now Ducket goes for another reverse ramp shot, and he's flicked it away over fine leg. I think it lands on the boundary triangles, which should be 6.
The keeper helped out the umpire, signalling a 6. This is excellent batting again, excellent counter attack. What do you do about this? You cannot have a fielder behind the keeper.
Extraordinary shot, absolutely extraordinary. Second time he's played it now, and we're just waiting for confirmation that that ball did land on the foam triangles on the boundary rope. So Dhruv Jurel signalled 6, didn't he?
Yeah.
Now time for Prasid Krishna to be introduced into the attack. Akashdeep's been expensive. Well, so's Mohammad Siraj. Still waiting for the signal to come. The over has come to an end, but the delay is for third umpire Rod Tucker to confirm with the on-field umpire Hassan Raza that it was 6, and it is finally confirmed now.
Just listen to the opposition when they're conceding a 6. Would have saved us 30 seconds. It all adds up.
Brings up the 50 for England. 51 without loss after 7 overs.
I wonder if the difference in height, Ben Ducket and Zach Crawley, if that plays a big part in bowlers missing their lengths often, because a good length, Crawley can drive good length, Ducket can cut and pull good length.
Here's Prasid Krishna for his first over, and well, that's good. He's hit good length, just back of drivable. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the difference in stature, physical stature, being a massive part of their success as an opening partnership, because it's right hand, left hand, and historically that's always been difficult for bowlers, but you really have to profoundly change your lengths, don't you?
Yeah, and I can't think of too many opening pairs with such a difference in height.
Nor can I. Prasid Krishna in again. Crawley drives, thick inside edge, down to the boundary for 4. That was absolutely fortuitous. It's the famous Crawley loose drive outside off stump. You know, Gary Morgan, I don't know whether Gary Morgan's got this on his stats page, but it has been said that Zach Crawley inside edges more runs than anyone else in the modern era. He gets a lot of runs down to fine leg off an inside edge. He gets bowled off the inside edge a lot as well. Good speed from Prasid Krishna, starting off 88 miles an hour.
Good areas for the first 2 balls.
Here he is, third ball to Crawley. Has a swipe at this one outside the off stump. Too much width, and he tried to slash it through the offside.
Good area again. Just need to keep bowling 6 balls there on that length. Just change your line a little bit. If this goes for runs, so be it. Fair play. Do not offer them short balls as Akashdeep did in the last over, just because they are moving around in the crease.
25 to Crawley from 24 balls. Ben Ducket really off to a flyer. 29 off 21, including 2 reverse scooped sixes. Or reverse scoop, is that the right shot? Is that the right description? Here's Prasid Krishna. Crawley defends it out on the offside.
The first one was almost a pull. He had he had nailed it almost like a pull, and the second one was borderline orthodox or reverse. It almost went straight back over the keeper's head.
Borderline orthodox as far as reverse scoops.
Yeah. Conventional.
Yeah. I mean, he's anything but Ben Ducket, but India have been bowled out for 224, and it's evidently given licence to England's openers to come out thrashing. That's what they're doing at the moment. Krishna in, bowls. Crawley cover drives, as almost only Crawley can, for 4 more. I mean, Prasid Krishna, take it from someone who's seen a bit of Test cricket, from both of us actually, there was nothing wrong with that ball.
He's bowled 5 good balls this over, and he should never have conceded 8 of those 5 good balls. It's good length. Granted, there's slight bit of width, but there's still you have a huge amount of risk involved driving the new ball on the up on a pitch that is seaming. But Crawley's reach and hands to do it.
Incredible hands. That's exactly what it is. Gets his hands forward into the ball. Really, just a remarkable shot from Crawley. Short pull shot, missed it. Bottom edge, I think. It's got a bottom edge down into the ground. That's why it didn't carry through to Dhruv Jurel, the keeper. Well, England 59 without loss, and the crowd are absolutely buzzing. Our commentary position is out in the crowd. We literally have the crowd within touching distance of us, and it's fabulous to feel the atmosphere, and it's just a buzz, isn't it?
Yeah, full house wrapped in attention. Although I see pints have come out before noon.
Oh, yeah, before 11.
It's a warm day, yeah. But it's wrapped in attention. It's a warm day, but I see a few jumpers on Indians. Or there's a cable net on, I think, Jadeja at fine leg.
Why is Jadeja at fine leg?
Because there's no point.
There's no point. No, but it irks me. He's too good. He's wasted down there. He's a brilliant fielder. Here is sorry.
He got a change of ends. Akashdeep got a change of ends.
It is Akashdeep, yeah, and pushed away by Ducket out on the offside. They set off for a single. They changed their minds, very rightly so. So a change of ends for Akash. Most of the 9 out of the 10 Indian wickets fell from the pavilion end, and that's where Akash is now coming in, replacing Mohammad Siraj.
The only man who could take a wicket from this end is Josh Tongue.
Bizarrely. What an amazing return that was. 3 for 57 from 16, including a dozen wides. Should have been more if they weren't called byes. Here's Akash once again, turned away by Ducket up towards mid-on, fielded by Mohammad Siraj. When you saw the wicket, Sid, you before the game, or even on the morning, and you saw that India had picked just 3 seamers, did you think it was a profound gamble or conservative because they wanted to play the 2 spinning all-rounders for their batting?
Yeah, it was conservative. They were worried about, I mean, it was conservative, but one thing I will grant them is they did not hedge their bets. They played a specialist batter instead of playing a bowling all-rounder within air quotes in Shardul Thakur. I would have played a 4th full-time seamer, which is Arshdeep Singh here.
Here's Akash, and that's edged by Crawley along the ground into the gully where Sidharth fields. So Arshdeep, I mean,
In place of either of the all-rounders or Karun Nair. But they felt there was too little batting, especially with Rishabh Pant going out and Dhruv Jurel coming in. They felt it was too little batting and they went for a specialist batter. Which is what has kept costing them since the start of the Australia tour. Having said that, this is what we have seen right now is not about the depth in bowling.
outside the off stump now from Akashdeep, left alone by Crawley, remains 60 without loss. Do you know what India need? Is some Gangulis.
Reddies.
Yeah. Yeah. Nitish Reddy, yeah. No, he'd have been great.
Ideal pace for Crawley. If Crawley were Tendulkar, Reddy is Cronia.
Is there anybody bowl any medium pace? What does Karen next? Karen Nair bowl anything?
Off breaks.
Oh no, that's no
With
good.
that don't break.
All right, that's no good. We need some medium pace from someone. Here is Akash again, short, pulled by Crawley imperiously, absolutely nailed through the leg side. Not desperately short from Akashdeep, but Crawley, well, he's in the mood. He's got a taste for it. He's a hard man to contain.
I must repeat, it's too early to be talking about bowling depth here. It is just in the bowlers, the mainline bowlers are just rattled and they're missing their lengths frequently. If Crawley and Ducket hit you off a good length, it's fair play to them. You doff your hat, go back, try to bowl that good ball again. India have just not bowled enough good balls here. They're almost bowling limited over lengths.
Akash is, in footballing terms, metaphorically, just put his foot on the ball, just taking a breather. And just he was, I think, ostensibly tying up a shoelace, but that's that heading down the leg side. Crawley tries to glance, makes no contact, hits him on the pad, bounces out on the leg side. That's what India need to do is, dare I say this, slow the game down a bit. I shouldn't say that. Oh no, it's the last thing the game needs. But maybe India needs to just somebody to bowl some maidens here.
Maidens, I'm happy with 4 dot balls. Or 4 good balls in a row. Even Prasidh last over 5 good balls, but then the last ball was short. Even though he did get a bottom edge on that.
64 without loss. India losing their last 4 wickets for the addition of 20 runs, but wicket to wicket they lost 4 for 6. They scored 14 runs off the first 2 overs, and then it was bang 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 and they all fell over. Here's Prasidh Krishna again to Ben Ducket, blocks it out to Jaiswal at mid-off, or mid-off cover, extra cover, and they go through for a quick single.
This is what they have earned. They have pushed that cover deeper with their intent, and this should not have been a single. This was mishit into his pad and it just rolled towards cover. But because of their intent, the fielders are on their heels. He got an easy single there.
It's a reminder that Karan Nair, the first to go this morning, trapped LBW by Josh Tongue.
To a long half volley.
It was, wasn't it? Really? Yeah, he just missed a full straight one. Here is Prasidh Krishna again, and that one is edged over the slip cordon down to the boundary for 4. Another false shot from Zach Crawley. Nothing wrong with that ball at all from Prasidh Krishna, just back of a length. Crawley trying to force it off the back foot through the offside. It's a thick edge, and it flies over the slip cordon for another 4.
It's okay if this one goes for 4. You would rather they get their 4s of edges and hoiks than being allowed to cut and pull. Or drive, dare I say.
I don't think it was a half volley, Karan Nair's. It was very full.
It was half, yeah, but to be fair, it did swing a lot and seem back the other way. But if he was playing forward, it should not have been allowed to seam back. He should have met it on a half volley, perhaps inside edge did, perhaps it on the inner half of the bat.
Not missed it by 2 or 3 inches. No, it was a very disappointing end for him. Now Crawley does force it away off the back foot through the offside, but there's a man sweeping. So
Shot again.
yeah, again, once more. But Krishna's actually made a much better start than his figures would suggest. So Nair went for 57. Washington Sundar then took it upon himself to play some shots and immediately holed out, hooking a short ball from Gus Atkinson to deep square leg. And rarely do you see a batsman more in a state of shock, disbelief and disappointment than him. It took him about 30 seconds to even move towards the pavilion.
But that was also a shot of premature desperation. Akashdeep was giving him good support at the other end.
Prasid Krishna in short. Now Ducket pulls to the same fielder who was at cover point sweeping and is now at deep square leg. It's Akashdeep. So Washington went for 26, and then 9, 10, 11, always a Achilles heel for India. None of them scored. Akash remained unbeaten on naught from 7 balls, and Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna faced 6 between them without scoring.
Are we getting flashbacks of Old Trafford where we were, when England were bowling, we all thought 350 was a good score because they were moving the ball so much. India come on, they get attacked a little and then they lose their lines.
Here is Prasid Krishna again, bowls, and forward comes Crawley defending, guiding that one straight back to the bowler.
Similar things happening here. India are not drawing that much movement. They've been attacked a little and they are rattled, completely rattled. It's like they're bowling ODI middle overs lengths.
71 without loss. That is rattling.
It should not have been. There have been 4 times that Ducket charged Akashdeep. Twice he stayed on good length, twice he beat him, twice he shortened his length, twice he was cut for 4.
Krishna in pace bounce, and this one nips back as well, or maybe it's on the angle. It hits Crawley on the pad and dribbles out into the slip cordon. Crawley 38, better than a runner ball. Ducket 32, considerably better than a runner ball. And England 71 without loss, having bowled India out for 224. And I dare say, I mean, that's one of the many reasons we love Test cricket, is that there's still a very long way to go. But it is likely, I suspect, that we will look back at the end of the series and talk about the first hour on day 2 at the Oval as being series defining.
Yeah, could be. And I was thinking, they had another 5 hours to negate that first hour if they had bowled well. There was enough in the pitch. People, TV experts who have been on the pitch, they're talking about indentations and the divots on the pitch. India are getting nothing out of it. This pitch has not gone dead. India are just not bowling good areas long enough.
Akashdeep in. Ducket on the charge again. Slap drives it through mid-off for 4. That's outrageous.
That's dismissive. That is contemptuous. That is telling them this is the kind of shot that tells a bowler, you're not in my league. I will do as I please.
It's almost got an element of embarrassment about it. I mean, it's just outrageous, imperious from Ben Ducket. He's run at Akashdeep and slapped him through mid-off for 4.
He's just telling him, you're not quick enough for me, mate.
It's eye-watering. 75 without loss. Duckett's chasing Crawley. Drive now again from Ducket, and this time it will be intercepted. Good sliding, diving stop is that Washington Sundar at mid-off. Manages to get his hands behind that one.
And as we speak, third slip has come out and moved to mid-off. Mid-off, the erstwhile mid-off now moves to extra cover, which could even concede a single if the ball was hit even about 6 feet to left or right of him.
Yeah, we've got the wide-ish mid-off, the extra cover, the point, the 2 slips in the gully, and then 3 on the leg side as Akash is in again, and this time Ducket chops it away just wide of Washington Sundar at cover.
Again, as we were just saying, he's so deep there could be a single there. Exactly that happened here. Just pushed it nicely, and a single which he has earned through his outrageous batting in the previous overs.
India got to. I keep thinking, you know, that well, obviously they need a wicket or two, but they need to. If they can't get them, they've got to try and take control. Try and exert some authority with the ball. That's good delivery. That's excellent from Akashdeep. Beats the outside edge. The defensive push from Zach Crawley, the hard hands.
I tell you what, Zach Crawley's reaction to this will not be to try to play it late. His reaction will be the next ball that length, I'm driving at it. I'm going to play an imperious off drive on the up. Mid off is wide.
It's been quite breathtaking, really. The crowd are absolutely lapping it up. They're lapping up some beers as well around us. Slap driven over point by Crawley, down to the boundary for 4 more.
There was similar length, but there was some width to it, so Crawley didn't even bother playing the off drive. He just went up and above the inner ring, the inner imaginary ring here. They're just toying around with this bowling. It's not quick enough to bother them.
It's just unbridled attack. Well, actually, it's occasionally been bridled. Ducket took a single 2 balls ago.
No, they've been smart about it. They've played the bad balls so well that they have pushed the field back on their heels, and they are just getting easy singles of good balls. Look at all the people who should be stopping the single. They are, if there was a 30-yard ring,
they're all outside it.
They might even concede a no ball if this was a limited overs match for being outside the circle.
They are deep. They are mid on, mid off, mid wicket, cover point. They're all very deep. Crawley goes over the top again of extra cover, down to the boundary for 4 more. He's driven that on the up, and again Akashdeep just stands with his hands on his hips to say, I mean, he's kind of looking at the captain going, that's not a bad ball, that's not a bad ball, and he's got a point. He has bowled some bad ones, but that is driven on the up, back of a length, over extra cover for 4. It's outrageous. Crawley's 46, Ducket is 37. England are flying. They're 84 without loss. Listen carefully, off 11 overs. Quick word from Sid Monga, and then it'll be Jon Norman.
Whatever this creature called baseball is, this period of play is an evidence of its triumph. They have completely rattled this bowling and pushed them off their lengths, and they are just unable to string together good balls now. This pitch is not as dead as they're making it look like.
And the slips have been taken out. See ball, hit ball. Simple game. 84 without loss then. Zach Crawley 46. Ben Ducket is 37. And you know, for all of those who've been writing off Bazball as though it's this team has evolved. Well, you try playing Bazball on the 4 pitches that we've had so far in this series. Almost impossible. But on this track, which has just got a little bit more to it, and with the game situation being what it is, we're seeing the return of Bazball. I think it was just hibernating, wasn't it?
I just think there was a lot of people think Bazball is just for flat wickets, but actually on flat wickets they can use a little bit of Bazball and just bat normally. Whereas these are the wickets where you really want it to be as crazy as possible, because as Sid said, they've basically won this game in how many overs?
They've won it in a session, haven't they? Clipped away square leg from Ducket, who moves to 38, and this is
they've won it in 11 overs. Forget the session, because they were always a chance of bowling out India this morning, but just last 11 overs they've completely changed the game. But it would take a spectacular collapse for them not to be par at the end of this innings.
This is what happened in Old Trafford as well, though. Remember, I mean, what were they at tea? Do you remember India were finally out 5 sessions. Day 2. Yeah, day 2. Yeah, day 2. Between lunch and tea, India were bowled out for 358, and after 14 overs, England was 77 without loss. Inside edge, back past the stumps, and it's fielded at fine leg, single, 86 without loss. What I think, one of the things I don't think people give England credit for is their ability to essentially change the way they play according to the game situation and the pitch and the bowlers. That's exactly what they've done in this series. India have played the same way when batting or bowling every single test. And it's almost like, no, this is how you win Test cricket. You bat by batting conservatively, taking time out of the game and putting 350 on the board. As the Ducket pushes to mid-on, no run. And then you let the bowlers come in and, we all know, right? We all watch a lot of cricket. And England have gone, no, that's not how we're going to play the game. We will play the game like that at times, but essentially, if needs be, we will go at this rate in 4th innings and chase down 370. Or they've seen a moment here, they knocked over India early and they've just thought, well, we can win this by lunch, so we're going to. And it's not without risk, because that Crawley could have been out 4 times. And Ducket could have been out twice. But in and amongst that, as he pulls in front of square leg, and that'll be another 4. The fielder out there, is it Jaiswal? Didn't pick up the flight of the ball and was stationary. And it was a no ball as well, so 5 runs coming from it.
It was Washington Sundar that was out on the boundary. But yeah,
Sundar.
It's look, no, there's no doubt there. It's a big punch in the face. I think there's an element here of them going, well, the wicket is doing a little bit, but we're going up against an attack that is not quite sure of itself. So let's just throw everything at it. They, as you said, they could have gone out a couple of times. They could have been 2 for not many, and things could have changed. But now they've got away with it, and India look bereft.
Absolutely, they have never looked like they know what to do when Ducket and Crawley, as Ducket takes the single to square leg, go at them. They did not know what to do in 2nd innings at Headingley. They did not know what to do in 1st innings at Old Trafford, and they do not know what to do here at the Oval as Ducket and Crawley race towards another century opening partnership. And it's interesting, to my mind at least, that the cameraman or the TV director keeps instructing the pictures to show Gautam Gambhir up on the balcony, because he would have hoped for far better in this session, and he has seen India's chances blown away. This is no real foot movement from Crawley, who tries to drive a ball that's not of drivable length, and just pushes it up to mid-on, no run. Jeremy's back. How are you doing, Jeremy? Good to see you.
I'm well, yeah. This is carnage, isn't it? Really? I mean, 12 overs, so they're nearly going at 8 runs and over. There's been, as you say, I'm just listening since I've been here, you're saying there's a couple of chances, or semi-chances, if you like, really, where they've perhaps got a bottom edge, but it's flowing.
A couple of edges
and
past the stumps.
One was high by the gully, and those kinds of things. But that is certainly very effective batting, isn't it? They've broken up the length of the bowlers, they've broken up the line of the bowlers too. Still looking at 6-3 fields, but they're not bowling actually to 6-3 fields at all. They're dropping their length and being smashed through the leg side.
We go again, and it's Akash Deep continuing from the pavilion end, and Ducket.
I mean, to be fair, they've got 6-3 field. That was outside off stump, and Ducket tried to hit it over mid-wicket as well. So they are really upsetting everything that India's doing. But I don't know what India's plan is at the moment either.
No. It is a pitch at the moment you would expect your seamers to bowl. That's the first point to make. And they are bowling. They're using the 3, and they're rotating the 3. But nothing is working for any of the bowlers at all. No plan. They're down to 2 slips.
And Deep bowling round the wicket, and Ducket just makes a little bit of room for himself. He's down the track, and this is what Jarrod is talking about. He's trying to essentially thrash it through the covers, and doesn't get any timing, and no damage done.
Yeah, but that's a drag down, isn't it, really, when you look at that delivery, the length of it. That's very short, and Ducket is coming at him, and he really, if he'd hit that properly, that would have gone through to the boundary as well. So they've lost their lines and lengths. It's almost time for a spinner, I think. I don't like to mention that, but
I don't think there's another option, is there?
No.
They just have to now.
But this is the crazy thing. They've only come in with 3 seamers, and one of them was Krishna, who hasn't played for 2 tests. Oh, there's a little poke. A little prod from Ben Ducket to a ball that just lifts a bit more and goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, very silly that they're just not bowling these big hooping. I mean, it shows you that there's still plenty in this wicket. I think it was CricViz who put something up a little while ago that after the first 7 overs, the expected total was 1 for 14. And instead, they were, what, 70 odd at that stage, or 50 odd, or whatever it was. So it does tell you that there is something in this wicket. But England aren't allowing India to bowl those line and lengths and probe at them. He's going to play a ridiculous shot this ball.
And he does, or he attempts to. He goes for the little reverse paddle, but instead he turns his back on it and gets, I think, hit on the backside.
So what do you do, Jeremy, as a bowler in that? You've bowled a beautiful probing ball, angling across. He almost edges it through to the cordon. And then the next ball, you come in and you try and bowl another one, and it hits him on the butt because he's standing 1.5 meters outside off stump. Like, what are you supposed to do to that?
Yorker?
Well, I think, yeah, well, that's certainly one option, I think, if you can. And Akashdeep, though, he's dragged down too much for me for the pace that he bowls. I don't think he can go short with your Akashdeep's pace.
You don't want to be going short on this wicket. He goes again to Ducket, and he will perish! And Akashdeep puts his arm round Ducket's shoulders and is now hauled off by his captain. And I don't think he was saying, well done, son.
Yeah.
And he's going to get in trouble for that. 92 for 1. That was silly. He's got the breakthrough. I don't know what he's doing. Look at the scoreboard, they say, in Australia. Jarrod?
Yeah, this is why we don't like bowlers talking about us after they've dismissed them, because the power dynamics completely shifted here. Ben Ducket has smashed Akashdeep all around the face. He has made him look pedestrian and pathetic at times, and then Akashdeep has taken his wicket with a reverse scoop and put his arm around him. And to be fair to Ben Ducket, he's kind of ignored it and I think played it quite well there. But yeah, Akashdeep's made a mistake there. He'll look back on that one day at a sportsman's night and be like, probably didn't get that one right, and he'll probably lose some money, maybe some demerit points there.
But it is a wicket, and boy oh boy, I don't think India have needed one more desperately than they do right now. Ducket has gone on the reverse scoop, gloving it through to the keeper, and we've got 15 minutes until the lunch break. Ollie Pope, who we all know about, is walking to the crease.
Hey, do you want a good fun fact?
Yes.
Virat Kohli made 43 off 35 in the IPL final.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Ben Duckett's just played an IPL final innings. Even if you don't want to watch the IPL, it's everywhere, John.
I don't mind watching it when we've got the rights for it. I was chatting to one of the ECB guys last night, and we were just talking about the cricket schedule, and it's impossible. You know, how can you attract supporters outside the game when essentially there's never any build up to anything? It's just
no one in the game knows when the matches are being played.
It's just the start of a new tournament followed by the start of a new tournament.
Are you amazed at how many times that people who work in cricket will contact you during a test match to ask you something, and you're like, you realise we're working here?
The skipper's in, and he's off the mark. First ball tucked away for a single. I think that England played every single nation in Test cricket outside of South Africa and Bangladesh between June 2024 and June 2025. And that's not including when they played them in the ICC events. So bilateral series across all the formats, I think England played everyone outside of those two nations in a 12-month period. And you have ICC events and T20 and 100-ball tournaments. No wonder the game is
called a congested calendar.
Are you making a comeback in one of these Veterans Leagues, Jeremy?
Never.
Would you have played Veterans cricket?
Would I have?
Yeah, if it was around.
Haven't.
No, I'm saying if it was around when you were there, and someone said he's a little wedge, come over, bowl a couple of overs, and
I might have tried a year of it.
Yeah, I could see you doing that.
Yeah.
Now
if it was fun,
it's a secondary career for these guys.
Yes.
You know, talking to some of the fast bowlers, trying to keep themselves in shape so they can bowl again after maybe not being peak condition.
Krishna continuing then from the OCS, and it's Ollie Pope who is shouldering arms. They nearly lost another one today, didn't they? Another Indian batter given out, was it Naya? He was giving out
Yeah.
LBW shouldering arms. They've lost 1 wicket per test for the last 4, I think, from that misjudgment.
Yeah, Naya's done that before at Lord's, hasn't he, in the 4th evening. He just didn't play a shot at all and was out LBW to Cars, if you remember. But here's a little window for them. Pope won't do what Ducket does or Crawley does. He'll play more conventionally.
Oh, you
Will
say
he or
that,
not?
he just tries to cut.
But that's bad ball, isn't it? That's wide and short.
Yes, essentially. It was there to be hit. And I think Ollie Pope, 25 balls into his innings, cracks that over the slips for 4.
Dharmasina's not very happy with Krishna, I think, for running too close to the danger area on the pitch.
That's all Krishna needs.
Yes.
All India
know.
needs is, because he struggles with his run up at times on the best day. He's got bad foot marks. Now he's running on the pitch. He gets a couple of warnings there. They're down to 2 seamers.
Here is Pope. 1 not out. England 93 for 1 as Krishna comes in. This is straighter, but again, just a touch too short. And Pope's comfortably leaving this on length. 93 for 1, and the crowd here, we've had, this is, we're very fortunate, aren't we? We come to every day of every test, but I remember my brother had a terrible run for a few years. You gamble, you don't know what you're going to see. You're going to see the opposition batting all day, you're going to see your team bowled out and cheaply. Is it going to rain? And you're going to miss a session or two as Krishna comes in, and driving is Pope. Gets the direction right, past extra cover. There's a chase on, but 4 more to the score, 97 for 1.
Yeah,
so
you see, it's a short one, John. The ball before and a big cut option, missed by the batsman Pope, just coming into the batting crease, and then a one that's very full, a big drive, an option for him to get through the covers as well. So length has been missed twice and 2 balls there.
That swung a little bit too.
Yeah, I don't mind.
It wasn't a terrible delivery,
Yeah.
but again, he is all over the place. Jeremy, we haven't talked much about this. How do you feel about the Indians having people around the field to return the balls for them?
here is Krishna in, and he nearly gets the outside edge. This is a better line. Again, I'd say just probably a touch too short. It looks really good, but
Good
has
TV
beaten-
ball.
Yeah, but beats the bat, and Pope comes down and has a prod.
So India has, let's have a look, 1,
That was a good
2,
ball, actually.
3, 4. I think they have about 5 of them out. 5 of them out there, and then when the ball gets hit towards them, they run off and they field it, so that their fielders don't have to go all the way to the boundary.
Right, okay, so they don't tire the fielders
I
out.
really
Is that what
like
you're
it.
saying?
Yeah. I don't know why it's not more common. I know India has a lot more staff than some other
Money,
teams.
yeah. Chases at 1, does Ollie Pope. This is fired a touch fuller, swinging away from the right-hander, and kind of leans back a bit, does Pope. That would not have been a good shot to get out to. And you say he's not going to go at it, Baswell style, Jeremy, but kind of did in that over, didn't he?
Well, he had the options though, didn't he? I mean, he's shown the inclination. I'm going to go for anything that wide or that short or that full. He's been beaten legitimately once in the midst of all that as well, when the bowlers got it right. If the bowlers do get it right to Pope, I don't think he'll look to attack quite so much. Certainly not as much as Ducket will, wandering out of his crease or giving himself some room to flick it over the keeper and the cordon. He's not going to play those sort of shots, not immediately, I wouldn't have thought. It's kind of almost as if you want Pope to face as much as you can to get through to lunch.
Here's deep and pushed back past the bowler and up to mid-off. And I think India will want to just bowl at Ollie Pope as much as possible for the next 10 minutes. Can they just drag something out of this horror session they've endured? 204 for 6. Yesterday was pretty painful. Bowled out for 24. They added 20 runs this morning. Majority of those came in the first over.
Well, a lot of them were extras, if you remember, too. So it was 4 for 6, I think they lost in the end.
Yeah, another collapse at the end. That's been a problem throughout the series. Akashdeep is in, and this is left alone by Ollie Pope. Naya was LBW, Josh Tongue, who continued where he left off yesterday, bowling some unplayable deliveries and some absolute trash. It was like Mitchell Johnson a bit, wasn't it? At his absolute worst. When every now and again he would just bowl an absolute thunderbolt, or he'd have a spell.
Never seen Mitchell Johnson bowl like
Tongue
right. did yesterday.
No,
it was more like Scott Boswell.
yeah, well, we thought he had the yips for a bit, didn't we?
Scott Boswell, was Harmy telling me his son's playing quite good cricket at the moment?
Oh, really? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Mitchell Johnson bowled a horror spell at Lords in 2009?
Yeah, basically cost Australia a test.
Yeah. Down the leg side, and has that been dropped by Jarrod, diving to his left? Well, not sure. I didn't see an edge from here, and actually we've got quite a good view in terms of the leg side edge. Bowler looked a touch frustrated, but that's not always a... No, I think it's come off the pad.
Off the thigh pad, isn't
thigh,
it?
yeah.
Bowlers have looked a bit frustrated for a while, to be fair. I don't know. But again, it's another ball down the leg side. Like, what are we doing here? There's no reason for Akashdeep to be bowling like this at 83 miles an hour or whatever he's bowling at the moment. Apologies if he's quicker.
He's in and driving. Squarer this time from Pope. Not sure it's going to reach the boundary. Should be caught up with, but 3 more runs to the score. And England reach 100 before lunch on day 2. India were batting when we started play. Less than 2 hours later, India have been bowled out, adding just 20, and England have added 100 for the loss of just Ben Ducket for 43.
Did John Wright and Trevor Franklin ever score 100 in 15 overs?
No.
Not even on video game cricket.
Well,
not even on one day.
Would many openers at that time in the game?
He was deep again, more runs through thirds. 105 for 1. And 50 for Zach Crawley. He's on the plane. He's had a couple of moments earlier in his innings, but he just scores so quickly.
Yeah, typical Crawley. He almost hit the ball back onto his stumps a couple of times, played some big wafty drives outside off stump as well, and he's still 50 off 42 balls. It's not been his best, it's not been his worst, it's been very Zach Crawley.
Here is Akashdeep. Oh, it's a good delivery. Has Crawley coming forward and trying to play defensively, and he's beaten past the outside edge. No run, 105 for 1. Didn't Ian Smith hold a record for most runs scored by either a wicket-keeper or in a session?
He could score, but he was well down the order. No one in the top 3 for New Zealand was ever scoring quickly.
No, I know.
Maybe Crowe, I suppose, a little bit. But Turner wasn't particularly quick either, was he?
Not till later on in his
after he made a couple of hundreds in the sessions in county cricket, Turner, didn't he?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
He used to attack quite a lot towards the end of his career.
Christian Uzenis is pitched up and driven to the boundary. He's just serving him up now.
This is like bowling in the highlights. It is. It's every ball, isn't it? There's something happening every ball, and you know they're either offering up a nice big long half volley, and you get driven for 4, and everyone thinks great stroke, and then you actually pull the length back a little bit, and you get cut, and then finally you get one in the right sort of area, and you're beating the bat. There is something happening virtually every ball.
There's no swing happening there, and this is edge just down short of Sidharth at gully.
To Jeremy's point, it's a throw down for 4 and then an edge into the corner is the next delivery. It is absolutely remarkable. There is still plenty here for India if they can just put the ball anywhere near the right areas.
And the one wicket that's fallen has come from Ben Ducket, essentially.
So that's batsman error too, isn't it, really?
Yep. It's going to be a frosty lunch in the Indian dressing room. Can't blame the groundsman for this one. Oh, he's beaten him this time with Ollie Pope trying to come forward, and the ball kind of spits up. And again, it's going to be a 2-hour highlight show tonight, I imagine. 109 for 1.
Someone did say yesterday that if you just saw the highlights, you would have thought that Josh Tongue was the best bowler in cricket.
Or the worst.
If you just saw the highlights today, you would just be like, did they forget to just nudge the ball off their hip for one? Did anyone leave a ball? We've got the ECB social media crew behind us. We'll have to see how many minutes their final packages end up as.
Here is Krishna again on the pads and driven up to mid-on, no run. Ollie Pope is 12 not out.
But the effect of it all is that England, if they continue like this after lunch, then you would think within the next session they'll be pretty close to India, won't they? In fact, they'll probably be past. They'll have passed India's total.
Might be declaring by the end of the day at this point. 150 in front.
First time England have reached 100 in 14 overs, 14.4 overs or a first innings since Pakistan in Rawalpindi in December 2022. That famous day where they scored 500. Krishna's in, that bodes well, doesn't he? So Pope tries to cut a ball and cuts it down back behind him. Doesn't go anywhere near the stumps, but it's fielded by first slip. He runs up in front of the keeper. I mean, that heavy cloud, it's a very threatening cloud overhead. The ball should be doing a little bit more. But
doing enough when they bowl it in the right area.
Well,
when
exactly.
Someone isn't reverse scooping it or charging down the wicket. It is still doing enough.
Krishna again, and this is cut away and fielded at backward point. Pope on the move. Don't see too many batters trying to cut whilst stepping forward. And it's, oh wow, that's lunch.
Eye on the ball there, John.
Well, it's just been ridiculous. What a session. 5 wickets, 129 runs, only 20 of them going the way of India, who lost their last 4 wickets for just 6 runs. 218 for 6, 224 all out. Gus Atkinson, 5 for 33. And then when England came out to bat, so much importance that India got it right, and they didn't. They got it badly wrong.
If you missed that first session, you might have missed the rest of the series. It's done. That was a bad 2 hours to not be around. India had plenty of chances to keep themselves in the game, and now it is. I would need a spectacular collapse, of which I don't even understand how it would happen afterwards, but a spectacular collapse to bring India back into this. Otherwise, she's done.
Essentially, India need to bowl England out for 300. So it could happen. That's still 200 runs away. And then hope the conditions ease and they can bat deep and take advantage of the fact England have only got 3 bowlers themselves. But that has been as one-sided a session as we've seen all series, and it's come at the worst possible time for India, who, as I say, were bowled out for 224. Ben Ducket, the only success. He was caught behind from Akash deep on the reverse scoop. At the 4th time he attempted the shot, and then Ollie Pope came in, hit 2 boundaries. He's 12 not out at lunch. Zach Crawley's gone past 50. He's 52 not out. England trail by just 115 runs now. 109 for 1, and we'll be back after lunch.
Welcome back to the Oval, where players are about to get underway after lunch on day 2, and it's Akashdeep bowling the first over to Zach Crawley, who's unbeaten on 52 and now moves on to 53 with a little clip off his pads down towards fine leg, where Prasid Krishna does the fielding. England 110 for 1 in a morning session, well, a morning hour of batting which verged on the abuse. Jarrod, Kimber.
Breaking news for you from Zimbabwe. They were chasing 8 New Zealand to win the test. They've lost a wicket.
No.
Devon Conway's gone out.
To Blessing Muzarabani?
No, to Newman Niamhuri. Is that his name?
Yep, Newman, yeah. 3 slips in a gully here at the Oval as Akashdeep is in once again. Forward comes Ollie Pope on his home ground, destined for 100 surely. He averages 95 here, doesn't he?
I was going to make a Newman joke. He averages 80
Paul Newman.
No, Newman from Seinfeld. He averages 80 in county cricket on this ground, and I think if you put his test average in, it goes up a little bit. But yeah, almost always destined for runs here.
It's a phenomenal cricketer in conditions which he is familiar with, as Akashdeep is in again. Pope is forward, guiding that one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Jaiswal fields.
There are some players who are brilliant on their home wicket. It doesn't really translate into professional careers. So I think of James Hildreth from Somerset, who I think averages high 40s at Somerset and about 32 everywhere else. So you would have to. So when people said, "Oh, he should be picked," I think if you had a closer look at his record, you'd have to suggest probably not as much. Mostly, it doesn't mean that much. It just means that you're better at home because you're used to the conditions.
Here is Akashdeep again. Pope drives a very full-length delivery straight back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. James Hildreth averages 46 at Taunton.
I think I'd have to go back and check, but yeah, it was a remarkable record he had at Taunton. One of my favourite ones was Shreyas Iyer, who, when he was averaging 56 in first-class cricket, he was averaging 40, I think, everywhere else. And in Mumbai, not 1 wicket, but 3 different wickets, Brabourne, Wankhede, and whatever the third one is, he was averaging something like 75 or 80 and averaging 42 everywhere else.
He's from Mumbai.
Yeah.
Shreyas Iyer. A lot of people said he should have been on this tour in this squad, but they already picked 18. As Akashdeep runs in from the pavilion end, and Pope drives, slashing drive to Jadeja at backward point. Mumbai Gymkhana. That's the third one, isn't it? Yeah. It staged a few internationals in the early 20th century.
Yeah, I don't even know how.
19th century.
I don't even know how I found that stat, but I ended up getting quite obsessed with it because it was quite an interesting one of.
So he travels like a cheap wine.
Yeah, he just didn't go as well. He was quite a bit younger there than at that point. He's obviously developed his cricket quite a bit, but I thought it was fun.
3 slips in a gully as Akashdeep is in once again. Pope plays forward. This is a much better start for Akashdeep to the. Well, I suppose it's still his second spell. It was either side of lunch, but that was much better. Just 1 run from it. England flying along at over 7.5 and over in that remarkable hour before lunch. Hour and 20 minutes really. India dismissed for 224, losing their last 4 wickets for the addition of just 6 runs, having taken 14 off the first 2 overs in the morning. They then lost all 4 remaining wickets in the next 3 overs, with Gus Atkinson taking 5 for 33 in 21.4 overs, which is in itself a remarkable analysis. Josh Tongue 3 for 57, having contributed substantially to the total of 38 extras. He bowled some very ordinary stuff in between his wicket-taking deliveries. That one is flicked away by Crawley as a new over begins from Prasidh Krishna. Another single.
Gary Morgan sent through. Hildreth averaged 42.6 at home and 35 away, which is right. But Gary, I think if you look it up, he averages 44.27 at Taunton. So he averages almost 9 runs more at Taunton than he does when he's on the road.
Where else does Somerset play first-class cricket?
What would their other ground have been? I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question.
Festival venue somewhere? Western-super-Mare? Is that right? Here's Prasidh Krishna in for a new over. Short pull shot from Ollie Pope, doesn't make contact, and it goes through to keeper Dhruv Jurel. Plenty of empty seats away to our left in the main grandstand area, but that's only because people are having lunch and standing in queues for drinks and food. But the concourse is one of the best in Test cricket that I've ever seen anyway, in terms of being able to follow the game. Big, large TV screens high above the head. You can pretty much keep an eye on the cricket, whether you're queuing for Indian food, pizza, Chinese, and there's baked potatoes, a cheese on toast. There's a cheese on toast van pushed away out towards cover now by Ollie Pope. It's Jaiswal who does the fielding. I've never seen a specialist cheese on toast concession van anywhere else apart from the Oval. And you can choose which kinds of cheese. You cheese on toast man?
No. Is it rarebit?
Welsh rarebit.
Is that what its official name is?
Yeah.
I had it.
Well done.
Yeah, when I first came over I had it.
And vowed never to have it again.
It's fine. Yeah, I probably need, there's not enough meat there for me.
Is it protein? Oh, that's a brilliant catch. No, it's not. Washington Sundar's put it down in the gully. Oh, it's Sidharth, I beg your pardon. Well, Ollie Pope's cut that in the air, and Jarrod, you'd better apply your analysis to the replay. It seemed to me like it carried, and he's diving forward and he got fingers to it. Did he get them under the ball though? It's gone. It's run away for 4. There's nobody on the third man boundary.
Yeah, no, he definitely dropped it. It's Sidharth, isn't it?
Yeah, yes.
Diving to his left, and he sort of dived up and then down a little bit, and so because of that, he's just not got himself in the right position, but it hit his hands, and again, you kind of expect people to catch that at a fairly good clip in Test cricket.
Ollie Pope given a life then on 12. I mean, it's harsh. It's no way is it an easy catch, but you're right. He kind of dived sort of upwards and then realised it was dipping on him. It was a long way to his left, which is his strong side.
I think if it had stayed high, he would have been fine, but either the ball dipped or he just misread it, and because of that, he had to sort of come down with it. And you know, anyone will tell you it's very easy to go low to high. It's very hard to go high to low. It's very hard for me to say it.
Prasid Krishna into Ollie Pope, pulls out of the shot at the very, very last possible second. He was getting back and across there. I think he was thinking of a punch through the offside, and it just bounced a bit in his last possible second. He's pulled out of the shot. So real self-control that. 115 for 1. Zach Crawley 54. Ollie Pope 16. What did you make of that hour and a quarter, that hour and 20 minutes, that opening stand of 92 at 7 and over?
I think they realised that the opposition didn't have Jasprit Bumrah, and that it was a tricky pitch and the ball was going to be moving around, and they decided to come out, and they probably got away with it more than they thought they were going to get away with it. I think when it first happened, they were assuming that they might, you know, lose a couple of wickets, and they just didn't lose them, so they kept going. I thought it was brilliant.
It was fabulous as Prasid Krishna begins. Akashdeep begins a new over from the pavilion end. It's defended by Zach Crawley. We know what tickles me is the number of England fans, England supporters, who are just on their feet in raptures of entertainment when Ben Ducket is reverse scooping the fast bowlers for 6, and then they're full of outrage when he gets out to the shot.
Were they full of outrage?
Yeah, lots of people. Not all of them.
So where were these? I'm interested in this. You talked to some people?
On the other side, we're on the open area on the left-hand side. There was a pushed away by Zach Crawley out towards mid-wicket. And I've also got an old school friend who's sitting in block 15, which is literally 10 metres away. And he was shaking his head and tutting, saying, Ducket, honestly, what do you think he's doing? I said, Duncan, my friend, did you see him hit 2 sixes playing that shot?
This is, I think that's really interesting, because that's basically, I've got a big feature that I'm writing about it that will come out today.
I'll introduce you to Duncan.
Yeah, all about that, the misunderstanding.
Here is Akashdeep, and it's driven down the ground by Zach Crawley. Absolutely beautiful shot. Do you know, Jarrod, honestly, when Zach Crawley's on it, I can't think of too many batsmen in the world I'd rather watch. When he's on, he's just on it so rarely. That's absolutely magnificent. He's played some shots today. How about that cover drive over extra cover just before lunch?
And then not long after that, he scooped one, didn't he? And he's such an enigma, really is. But he certainly looks on it now. I wouldn't say scratchy start, because he hit a few, but he also could have brought the back onto his stumps about 3 times.
Driven, flicked away now by Crawley, just over the head of Mohammad Siraj. That was a miscue. He's got 4. It was a miscue. And Mohammad Siraj ran 7 or 8 paces to his right, dived with such vigour that his sun hat came off. Just couldn't get a hand to it. But it's 4 more to Crawley, who is flying. 62 off 49.
Yeah, picked the right fielder there. Mohammad Siraj. I don't know if anyone would have caught it on the field, but maybe some others would have got their hand on it. I thought he just touched that.
Did he?
I mean, I'm not, you know.
I mean, at fingertips, if he did.
It certainly wasn't in his hand in any way he was ever going to be able to catch it. But again, that's Crawley, isn't it? We've seen the last 2 balls, great shot, followed by one he could be out on.
Here is Akashdeep again. That's a poor delivery down the leg side. Didn't bounce much either, actually. As he was bowling a cutter or a slower ball. Karen Nair runs around from first slip to do the fetching, the tidying up. They've just taken a single, but it was a bye. 62 Crawley, 16 Ollie Pope.
It tells you so much, doesn't it, though? He's overpitched on 1. Then he's bowled a good ball that's still been hit for 4 that could have been a wicket, and his next one's just down leg side again. It's just the kind of bowlers the Indian bowlers are. There's no real reason for them to bowl as much down the leg side as they have at various times in this series.
2 slips have gone a little bit wider, as they tend to do when India remove the 3rd slip. That's a beauty. Akashdeep, he's still something in this pitch, you know. There's something in it for the quicker bowlers. This ball is still hard. We've only had 19 overs. We had 16 by the lunch break, with England on 109 for 1. but there's still something in it for the quicker bowlers, and the Indian seamers have got to tell themselves that. Still find it a source of bewildering confusion and conservatism that they only went in with 3 seamers. I know that they felt that they were restricted by the members of their squad, but they wanted the batting depth. I think they've been concerned to the point of obsession with batting depth in this series, and I think it's probably cost them the opportunity to win it. Anyway, Prasid Krishna is in, and that's over pitch, driven by Crawley to square leg, no run.
Yeah, their second and third and fourth best seamers probably not good enough, though.
Well, how do we know that Arshdeep couldn't have made an impact in
Oh no,
this
I'm not
series?
saying that, but even if that's the case, the other 3 seamers haven't been good enough today. I'm not sure the one extra seamer is the guy who drags it back for you.
Yeah, that's true. I
mean, he could have bowled a great spell and gone through the 2 guys. Who knows? But
yeah, that's a good point. Here's Prasid Krishna again, pushed out at square of the wicket on the offside to Jaiswal.
do you know what weak link, strong link sports are?
I probably will once you've explained it to me.
So a weak link sport would be something like football, where if you can have Messi at one end, but if you have the world's worst goalkeeper.
Oh yes, you told me about this before. Yeah,
and a strong link sport is, say, something like basketball, where you can basically put Michael Jordan on the court with, or LeBron James on the court with 4 other average players, and he might still drag you to a championship.
Defended now by Crawley. That's nicely done. Prasid Krishna fields off his own bowling, and then, for absolutely no apparent reason, barring frustration, throws it back at the batsman and hits Zach Crawley's bat. So Mohammad Siraj is now patting Krishna on the back, saying, just calm down, pal, just calm down, buddy. The match referee's Jeff Crow.
I love Mohammad Siraj trying to calm you down. This maybe tells you you've gone too far. I just had a look to see Crawley. I don't think Crawley was out of his crease.
No, he's blocked it, hasn't removed from his crease, and Krishna has thrown it gently. I just want to point out that Crawley now turns this one away behind square on the leg side. Doesn't quite know where it's gone, but Ollie Pope calls him through for the single. Do you know what I mean? It was like a slow motion throw, wasn't it? It was no anger or venom in it, just a little bit of frustration. And Siraj is still the emotional, passionate Mohammad Siraj is still trying to calm Prasid Krishna down, having a chat to him at mid-on. Terrific stuff. I suppose really, Jarrod, I was thinking about what happens in another 20 overs time when the seamers are spent, as Krishna is in again. Good pace bounce outside the off stump, left alone by Pope. You know, I think at what point does Shubman Gill start to manage his seamers, thinking I need one of them? I can't have, I can't be reliant on having the 2 spinners bowling simultaneously in tandem. Leave him alone, Siraj. Talking to him between every delivery. Were you there when Prasid Krishna came and spoke to Steve Harmison at the end of the Headingley Test match, or were you working on your laptop?
I wasn't at the Headingley Test match.
Oh, right. And so tucked away out towards square leg. Jadeja fields, can't prevent the single. So the answer's no then.
Yeah.
At the end of the Test match, so Prasid Krishna, it's England are 126 for 1, India 224 all out. Prasid Krishna ended up with an unwanted record of the most expensive figures by an Indian bowler in a Test match. Runs per over, 6.24 he went for over 22 overs.
So he went to Army to go, have you ever gone for more? Just to check if someone else had.
At the end of the Test match, he came to Harmy in our talkSPORT commentary position. So it plays over. It's in the press conference area is right next to the players' changing room. So it wasn't like he didn't make a big pilgrimage. And forward comes Pope, playing defensively to Akashdeep, and he was thoughtful, quiet, thoughtful, unassuming, modest, very, very keen, eager to learn, and just, spotted Steve Harmison. Well done for a modern day player recognising players from 20 years ago.
To be fair, Army hasn't changed a bit.
there's more of him to love. Here is Akashdeep again, and guided away by Ollie Pope, and there's no run. It's Sidharth who fields. But just, you know, it struck me how easy it can be to observe from it, and some of us behind a microphone who commentate and say, well, why is he bowling that? What's he doing? What's he thinking? And it was evident just how deep a thinker Prasidh Krishna was, and how analytical he was about his performance, and you know, how keen he was to absorb information. Here's Akashdeep again, and to learn, driven by Pope out towards extra cover. And you know, he if anything, I think I was struck by the possibility that he might be had an excess of information to process.
It's a theory I've been talking about for a while now, and it's something that when I think Mitchell Johnson was the first bowler that I kind of dealt with, where when you talked to Mitchell Johnson, you kind of thought that he didn't know what he was doing, and it turned out he actually knew too much about what he was doing.
Akashdeep in again. Ollie Pope flicks it away behind square on the leg side, and it's the man we're talking about, Prasidh Krishna, who does the fielding.
So I actually think there's a couple of different guys that I would put in this. So there's the sort of Morne Morkel, Sean Tate, Steve Harmison, who they got to where they were because of their physical attributes, and then they actually had to learn every individual skill. That was a no ball as well. They had to learn every individual skill as they went throughout their career, and so we see them as big fast bowlers. But actually, they were like, well, to bowl the in-swinger, I have to do this, and that's quite hard for me with my action because I'm, you know, built like this.
Here's Akashdeep, driven by Crawley on the up, straight to mid-off, no run.
And that's one kind. And then I think the other kind is Mitchell Johnson, and someone who was down chatting to us the other day, Varun Aaron, who might turn up on a talkSPORT thing one day, you never know. But I did a podcast with him, and I asked him about this, and I said, and I put the theory, you know, were you one of those fast bowlers who, you know, got everywhere you were? And he said, no, I was the opposite. I knew everything, and that actually caused a lot of problems because I knew too much too early.
Forward comes Zach Crawley to the next one from Akashdeep. Single through cover point. England move on to 129 for one.
I know for a fact that Prasidh Krishna, one of the reasons India haven't played him that much is I don't think they believe. I don't know why we talked about strong link, weak link before, but if we talk about subconscious cricket versus conscious cricket, and you will know this, most great athletes will tell you that you either want to know everything and be able to handle it and unpack it and put it back together again, or you almost want to know nothing and just have your natural skills be so good that you can go through it. The athletes who quite often struggle are the ones in the middle, who have natural attributes and know a little bit but don't know how to put it together and take it apart.
Akashdeep in again to Ollie Pope, and there's no run. So side on, chest on, and mixed action.
Yeah. I'm losing my front side. My left hand's not getting as high here. My back foot is facing in the wrong direction as I land, and all those sorts of things. So yes, I think there is an element of all that, and I think with Prasidh Krishna, what you have is, as you said, I think he's a very smart young man. He's a natural talent in many ways, but he has the ability to bring in all these other things. I do think he might be better off, Manners, just coming in and bowling, right? Just not worrying about all that sort of stuff and go, this is my length, and I'm going to bowl this length today.
Well, he got quite bruised, and he was feeling quite bruised after Headingley. That's short, pulled by Zach Crawley. He's got a top edge. He could be gone. He is gone. Jadeja takes the catch. Crawley's gone. Krishna has a wicket, and I think he deserves it too. And well, Zach Crawley, live by the sword, die by the sword. Just a straightforward miscue, wasn't it? Bit high on the bat, but it was a top edge, and a pretty straightforward catch for Jadeja at square leg, and England lose their second to the 129.
This might be a perfect time for the social media team just to clip everything we just said, because just before this ball, I said that what he needs to probably do is just think about what his natural length is, come in and bowl that, and forget about everything else. That's what that wicket was. He is tall. He does hit the bat quite hard. He hits the pitch there. Crawley goes for the shot. Bat sort of twists in his hand a little bit. He knocks it straight up in the air. That is how Prasidh Krishna is going to get a lot of wickets in international game. That's exactly what he does at his best.
Indian team being gathered around by Captain Shubman Gill for a little bit of a pep talk. Just reminding each other that they're still in the lead in this game as far as the scoreboard is concerned. They've got 224 runs on the board. They would have liked at least 100 more, but they are still in the lead, and they need to remember that, well, England back down to number 10, so there's work to be done.
I still think the ball's doing a little bit. That last wicket wasn't from anything that the ball did. If they can get back to just probing at the top of off stump again, they could still chip away at England. They might not be able to get a lead, but they could still chip away. I don't think they should have ever expected a lead, considering how this pitch, the toss went.
Prasid Krishna in bowls. First delivery to Joe Root, it bounces. I've been saying all day that there's still plenty in this pitch. I think it's a mix. It was interesting to hear when I was on with Sid Monga for the last half hour when Ducket and Crawley were scoring at between 7 and 8 and over. And he looked at it from the Indian point of view, saying they're not bowling enough good balls. They're not. And I was looking at it, I suppose, from a neutral perspective, and thinking, they have bowled some good balls. There was some outrageous batting. Ben Ducket was playing running cut shots to length deliveries that most openers in the world would be leaving. Here is Krishna again, and Root tucks it away off his hip. You'll say that a lot. Root's at the crease, but straight to the fielder this time, Jadeja. I mean, I think they were rattled and they began to bowl more bad balls. Oh, it's another no ball. That's not good, Prasid.
They definitely got rattled. I don't think in the first 3 overs they bowled well enough. I think they bowl. If you go back and look at Sidharth, he bowls 2 pretty poor balls in the first over, maybe even 3. So I think it's after the 3rd over or the 4th over when they really start to attack. And at that stage, they've already given them a running start.
Prasid Krishna in again to Joe Root. He's up onto his toes, steers it away behind square into the gully where Sai Sudarshan does the fielding. 130 for 2. Isn't it amazing? I mean, we talk about the first 3 overs of a test innings having an impact on the rest of the innings. I mean, it was inconceivable if you'd even thought that, let alone expressed it. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you'd have been sent for a checkup. Flicked away by Root now, straight to square leg where Jadeja fields once again, and there's no run. Smells like we're inside a Jamaican barbecue.
I'd just say that food yesterday was fine. Food today maybe not quite up at that level, but we've had some great smells around us, and then the food isn't quite always matching.
It's just overwhelming. Do you know any idea where we must be close to a vent from a kitchen? That's a good delivery. That is a good delivery from Prasid Krishna. Back of a length, bounce, seamed away, may even have swung after it pitched. And Joe Root beaten all ends up, and he knows it. The cheeky grin, he cannot be suppressed. He knows that's a beauty.
But Prasid Krishna has hit him on the glove, he's beaten him outside our stump, and he's dismissed that Crawley, all from that length that we were talking about before. Morne Morkel didn't need to do a million different things, Manners, because he was Morne Morkel. Sometimes you just use your natural gifts.
That one is slapped away behind square on the offside by Joe Root. Beats Sudarshan in the gully, down to the unguarded 3rd man boundary, and Joe Root off the mark with a 4. We've only had 22 overs, but we've had 82 overs worth of action. Maybe not, but yeah, 42 maybe. We've had 22 overs, and England are 134 for 2.
Something's going on here. Kumar Dharmasena went straight up to Prasid Krishna. Prasid Krishna's upset. Carroll and Shubman Gill are in there as well. He's getting a very big talking to by Kumar Dharmasena. Now everyone's involved. Still stop the game here.
Shubman Gill is absolutely in the thick of it. He's can I say remonstrating with the umpire Kumar Dharmasena. Ahsan Raza's not shied away from a squabble.
I wonder if Prashid Krishna said something to Root. I did, yeah, he spoke to Root. Carroll is trying to say that Root said something first. I'm just trying to read this from here, but Carroll won't let this go. Let's have a look.
Well,
Runs through. Yeah, Root said something to Prashid Krishna, and Prashid Krishna said something to Root.
do you know what? I think it's still excellent umpiring. Really, really good umpiring. Ollie Pope drives the next one from Akashdeep behind square on the offside to backward point. Excellent umpiring. Just, they have been so proactive and so in control of the situation. Unlike, I'm sorry to say, Paul Rifle and Sykot in the first 3 tests.
Yeah, definitely.
So we've seen a replay.
You've just seen Root's been told off as well, I think, for getting off for his part.
Here's Akashdeep outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Pope. Joe Root. This is Joe Root we're talking about.
He was. I don't know if you saw. He was really going back at Prashid. But I think what happened is that the ball before, when he beat him, there was some verbals, and then Joe Root hits the 4, and I think it was Joe Root running down the wicket said something back. But it's possible that Prashid kept going at him anyway. Either way, they were both quite feral on that last ball, and so it's good for the umpires to chat to both of them and just be like,
brilliant umpiring.
Settle down. It's actual umpiring.
It's old school, should we say? As Akashdeep hits Ollie Pope on the pads, heading down the leg side. It is deflected out towards backward point.
Do you see in the last super over at the previous test, we had a cameo from Rod Tucker came over to talk to Harmy.
I'd missed that.
Yeah.
What did Rod say?
Well, he just came over to talk to Harmy, and I said, he's just been slagging you guys off. Which he hadn't, because they had a brilliant test match.
But Rod Tucker had a magnificent test match.
I think Hassan Ali did as well. I thought both of them did.
Yeah.
I didn't realise till this moment how short Hassan Ali was. Joe Root just looked a foot taller than him when he went up to him then.
Here's Akashdeep, long spell, as Pope now turns it away through square leg, sets off for a single, is sent back by Joe Root. So it was interesting. It started, as you said, Prashid Krishna bowled a very good delivery to Root, beat him, said something, and Joe Root hits the next ball for 4, and possibly said, what was that you were saying?
Yeah, or Prashid Krishna said something again, either way. But yeah, they were definitely all the way through that run. There was a lot of back and forth. Wasn't a monologue.
2 slips in a gully now. Akash is in, and Ollie Pope driving, not timing at all. Just trickles gently and fielded by Mohammad Siraj to mid-on. Joe Root 4, Ollie Pope 18. Openers gone. Ducket for 43 from 38 balls. And Zach Crawley for a wonderful run of ball, 64. England flying along, just 90 behind. 134 for 2. Can't wait to see how Harry Brook tackles the situation. More like Ben Ducket, I think. And as Akash is in again, Ollie Pope, as he does so often, edges this between slip and gully for 4. He does it far too often for it to be just an outside edge. He scores a lot of runs in that area, and Jarrod, I assume that he edges it a lot because he does open the face. Sometimes it's a full face that guides it. Often it's an edge because there's that much less of the bat for the ball to hit.
Kumar Dharmasena is still speaking to Prashid Krishna, who came in to give him his hat and his glasses, and is now getting a lecture. He's probably thinking, I should have just left the hat and glasses behind the boundary.
Do you know all that I was saying about him being mild-mannered, calm, thoughtful?
Off the field?
Yes, exactly. I just wanted to make that point.
He's still a fast bowler, isn't he? There is, it is something within them.
Off the field, this side of the boundary was absolute gent. A gem of a gent. Cut now by Joe Root to cover point where Jaiswal fields. Jaiswal began this series on such a high. Scored 100 in the first test at Headingley. was prominent in the field, fielding at third slip or gully, and you just thought this is a star whose fortunes continue to rise, and now he's finished the tour with a string of failures, no longer in the slip cordon. Driven now square of the wicket by Joe Root. Lovely shot for 4. Root going out of his way to avoid any kind of conversation or even eye contact with the bowler on this occasion. Just turned his back to him, completed the run at the bowler's end, never looked at him once. Beautiful, beautiful open-faced cover drive from Joe Root. Trademark shot. One of several trademark shots that he has. Really, really delightful. 142 for 2. Deficit comes down to just 86 now. Root doubles his score with his second boundary. Prasid Krishna in again, bowls, beats Root again. Could be a fast bowler. 3 moral victories for Prasid Krishna and 2 boundaries to Joe Root. Root's winning.
Yeah, I just stick to that line of length. I think this is kind of what I'm talking about with a bowler like this. There's something in this wicket. They might have spoiled quite a bit of it in you, but there's certainly something within this wicket. Why not just come in, use your angle, use your height. There's a little bit happening off the surface, and look for wickets that way. You don't have to search. They have that. They can be patient. It's dark at the moment.
It is, isn't it? That's down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch. It's come off something. Not out, says umpire Kumar Dharmasena. Krishna was absolutely convinced, but he's being very quickly dissuaded by the looks of things. Shubman Gill saying it's off the pad, isn't it? It's off the pad. Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, is asked. He holds his gloves out, arms to his sides, as if to say, I've got no idea. Sorry, don't think so.
It looks really out in real time. I'm just looking at the replay. It doesn't look as out now, to be fair. The bowler and the wicketkeeper liked it. Maybe first slip, but not everyone was convinced, were they? Joe Root didn't look worried.
Is that smell again?
Yeah, it is that smell.
It disappears.
I thought you were being upset at something I said. And then
flaring my nostrils.
Yeah, and then I realised that you were just smelling the food again.
Oh dear, bouncer, well no, extra bounce from Krishna, not a bouncer. Back of the length, rises up steeply, and Root guides it away behind square on the offside. Something is afoot in the Kingdom of Denmark and out there in the middle between Prasid Krishna and Joe Root. It is simmering. It's still going off.
That was more of a stare that time, wasn't it? I think he's been told don't speak to him, so he went back to Curtly Ambrose method. But he did stand there for quite some time. 6 seconds? 4.5 seconds?
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very much longer than pregnant radio silence. Driven by Root, not timed, thick inside edge out towards Jaiswal at cover.
Longer than the Manthorp pause.
I thought that would be an appropriate time for me to leave. Jon Norman, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Manners. Entertaining and funny and as insightful as ever. We've had a little testing spell, a little battle between Prasid Krishna and Joe Root. Those conversations are still taking place, by the way. KL Rahul chatting away. Jeremy's coming in. We're mixing things up, Jeremy. You've got to move seats. I've actually just committed a cardinal sin by essentially sitting between 2 on-air commentators. But seats are at a premium at the Oval. No room at the inn. Essentially 90% of the country's cricket journalists live in London, so they all want to attend this one. We're off again, and Ollie Pope facing up. He's 22 not out. He was put down early on in the session, and this is clipped to backward point. It was Sai Sidharth who managed to not only dive over the ball at backward point, he let it go through and under his hands and away for 4. Since then, he's been visualising taking that catch. Saw him visualising batting the day before his return at Old Trafford, out on the covers. And now we see him visualising taking it, the catch that he should have done. As Pope this time defends back to the bowler, Mohammad Siraj, whose 4 overs until this point have gone for 31. India so expensive with the very new ball. They drag things back a touch with that wicket of Zach Crawley. But they really need to take their catches, especially when they're served up as that one was. And we all know what happens when Ollie Pope goes past 20 balls faced. He usually cashes in. His home ground, the skipper this time driving, punching up to mid-off where it's fielded. Both umpires getting involved. A little spat between Joe Root and Prashi Krishna. But in the main, the game's been played in decent spirit today. Why doesn't Ravindra Jadeja field? Well, he certainly wasn't. Was that catch that went down at gully, or was it a backward point by? Did you
Gully.
see it? It was gully.
Sai Sudarshan.
Yeah. So Jadeja was at backward point, was he?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. Then. Can't be in 2 places at once, can you?
Well, he is quick.
Well, he is quick. Oh, that's kept low. That's got to be close. A huge shout for leg before. Siraj cannot believe that that's not been given. And I think that India might go up for this one. Was it doing too much? It seemed to keep low. Nip back to the right-hander, Ollie Pope. And is Jarrod just suggesting it almost did too much? Has Gill reviewed? He has, just in time. Just. I don't even think he looked at the umpire when he was reviewing there. It's got a bit gloomy here as well at the Oval. Floodlights aren't on, but if it continues like this, although there is a big patch of blue above us, just behind us in the OCS. Good to see a review here. What was your initial thoughts, Jeremy?
Well,
or you get your notebook out?
One that
looks
said
good. Oh my God, that's out.
Sitting just above the knee roll. I thought it kept a little bit lower than that. That was my impression. But we're, of course, behind the batsman, so we don't quite see exactly the height.
Here we go. Oh, it might be missing. Let's have a look. 2 reds. 3 reds and you're out, Ollie Pope. Pope's got to go. It looked good. It looked really good. I was surprised it wasn't given. It was one of those you thought maybe umpire's call was going to come the way of the batter. But Mohammad Siraj has struck with a ball that's nipped into Pope, and he's missed this by a good 5 or 6 inches. And we've seen this 3 times in this match. Jaiswal in first innings for India at the same end, but a left-hander, of course. But that was with the bowler bowling round the wicket. This is Siraj bowling over the wicket, and we saw another one with Nair beaten at batting with his back to the pavilion. So just gives you an idea, when top order batters miss a ball by that much, to be pinned in front, there is something there for the bowlers. Finally, India is starting to find it.
Yeah, that is, it's beaten Pope because of the movement from the surface of the pitch. So it is still sympathetic if you get it right as a bowler and you hit the track reasonably hard. Not too short, because that gives the bowler, the batsman, too long to see it. But if it's that in-between length and it does nip, then of course you run the risk of missing it back after that horror prior to lunch. 16 overs for 109 runs. They've now had nearly 25, so 9 overs since lunch, and they've got to 140. So it's a much better run rate per over for the Indian bowlers, and they've also picked up a couple of wickets as well. So this is a better looking session for them at the moment.
And that drop hasn't cost them too much.
That's true. That's
so
true.
Sai Sidharth can start looking at can't look around a little bit more comfortably now. And it's also brought Harry Brook to the crease with a relatively new ball. How many overs old? 24 overs old, so it's still a new ball. And dark clouds overhead, just a feeling of a bit of rain in the air. There is a bit forecast, possibly from about 4 o'clock, so about an hour and a half away from that. But if it started raining now, you wouldn't be surprised. India need to capitalise on this mini period in a way that they haven't always done so. And the crowd, you can just feel there's a hush has descended here. The importance of this next 20 minutes or so is this an opportunity for India to get back in the game? Well, Harry Brook will have a say about that as first ball is defended.
Well, these two score so quickly too, don't they? Once they get in different ways. Brook through bigger shots and will play his shots if he gets in, and Root, even from good balls, he will score off good balls as well as bad balls, and you can't stop him scoring. He charms runs out of an attack, and he puts them to the sword gently, if I could put it that way, because he just keeps scoring ball after ball after ball. You can't stop him.
Yeah, Prashi Krishna is trying to get into a little war with him. I think that's actually the right way to go. As he's down the track, Harry Brook's going to get off the mark. Second ball. That's an extraordinary shot when you consider all of the drama that I've just set up for the next 20 minutes. He's gone for an ambitious drive, and he's inside edged it past leg stump and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, it's a bit of a heave, isn't it, John? And
it is, yeah.
And his natural inclination from Siraj is to slightly lean over and come back in at you, and that's why it's gone and taken an inside edge. Could easily have gone past the edge and maybe into the stumps, but it's gone wide of the stumps because of that. So a fortuitous boundary to start off for Brook.
He was nearly clean bowled there. Second ball, down the track, and the ball is moved. There's seam movement there and swing. Oh well, that's how they play, etc., etc. Proceed Krishna, continuing from the OCS, and now we concentrate on the other battle. There's a battle between the umpires as well, and the bowler, he's ticking along. Shubman Gill's just having a little word. We've been very complimentary about the umpiring from Hassan Raza at Old Trafford, but he has missed or given not out 2 of the more plummy LBWs. Pitched up. Ooh, Root is forward and defending. Just for a minute there, I thought possibly hitting pad before bat, but no excitement from the bowler, who's already turning back, and he's still oh no, he's talking to Siraj. No, he is. He's still talking to umpire Dharmasena. Still. And even Mohammed Siraj is coming over and trying to move him on. Mohammed Siraj is telling you to calm down, and your captain, you need to calm down. Concentrate on your bowling and getting in the batter's head, because the batter seems to have got in yours. He's bowling well here, Krishna. He's in, that's not a good delivery, and Jarrod has saved some byes there. Just going down the leg side again. Shubman Gill at mid-off is just coming over and walking very slowly with his first change bowler. The importance of these 3 seamers cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, well, Gill's got to manage and manipulate the bowlers pretty carefully, because with 3 you can easily run one dry, in terms of too much effort, too long a spell.
2 slips in place, and this is cut by Joe Root up on the back foot and down to deep backward point where Sidharth fields. 1 run, 147 for 3. Let's see how Harry Brook goes about things for the remainder of the over. 2 balls left to proceed to Krishna's 10th over. It's been expensive, 48 runs, but he has picked up a wicket.
Yeah, normally the way with 3, you start off with obviously 1 at each end, and one of those you give maybe only 3 or 4 overs to then be able to bring him back. Once obviously 1 and 2 have bowled in, and then you bring 3 in, the 3rd one, and you give the 1 or 2 a spell after 4 overs, and then at least he's fresh and can come in, and once you've bowled your bowlers a little bit longer.
2 slips and a gully in place, deep backward point, and this is left alone by Harry Brook. First ball. I don't think that Krishna necessarily needs to change his length for Brook. He's a slightly taller man, obviously more attacking in intent. He's very strong down the ground. He's about driving and pulling rather than guiding and clipping. but he can be susceptible, as all batters are, at the start of an innings. As Krishna is in, this is full and very wide, and even Harry Brook, shapes to play, decides to abort, and that's the end of the over. They're still going at it, Dharmasena and Prasid Krishna. We'll go through the scores in the county championship in the minute. It's a big game that's taking place at Trent Bridge, with Nottinghamshire still trying to force a result there. Nottinghamshire now 4 down, 120 for 4 Somerset, so they only lead by 14. Still plenty of overs left in the day. There's that inside edge onto the pads from Joe Root, as Siraj, who picked up the wicket of Ollie Pope in the last over, continuing from the pavilion end. Have you got any county cricket coming up? Are you on the Surrey stream at all, Jeremy, before you head back to New Zealand?
I think there are some one-day games, aren't there? There's a
you
one-day
do know
tournament, and so they're usually the players who are not playing in the 100. But that's quite good, because you get to see the newer talent coming through, who are in those sides, filling up the vacancies which have been created by the teams in the 100.
Siraj again. This again keeps the touch low on the pads of Root. He gets possibly an inside edge. Either way, I think this is a little bit leg side. Hampshire lead by 53 against Worcestershire, and haven't put Worcestershire into bat, which is a slight surprise. Oh, they have now, have they? Says Scott, the producer, just quickly giving me the thumbs up. He's the head of Crick Info. How's that even possible? He's sitting here watching this. Anyway, I believe him. Sussex trail by 144. Looks like that could be a big win for Yorkshire, who are second from bottom of the table. That's not good news for Durham, who lost yesterday. And it looks like the Essex-Warwickshire game will end in a draw. Left alone by Roots. In terms of Division 2, let's have a look. There's a bit of rain around. Derbyshire and Northants. That looks like it could well be a draw, with rain in and around Northampton. Middlesex Gloucestershire will be a draw, and Glamorgan beat Lancashire by 154 runs. It's been a stinker of a season again for Lancashire. This is defended by Root, no run, and Leicestershire Kent will be a draw as well. Let's have a quick look at that table, actually. Leicestershire have had a fantastic season. Let's have a look. Well, Leicestershire are top with 185 points. They're almost certainly going to be promoted, if there is promotion this season, because of course we don't know how the county championship is going to look in 2026, which is slightly farcical. Glamorgan, thanks to that win, in second place with 149 points. And Siraj is in. Ooh, another drive from Root, which doesn't time. And in terms of Division 1, it's very, very interesting, Jeremy, with a battle at the top and a huge battle at the bottom. Surrey top as things stand, but if Nottinghamshire can contrive a win there, they'll be right up with Surrey at the top of the table, and they beat third place Somerset, then that is it's a two-horse race from here on in. The draw, well, Somerset will still hold out hope, and as with Nottinghamshire, they won't be miles off, but look at the bottom. So if two go down, and Yorkshire are going to win today, as this is played off his pads by Joe Root, who moves to 10. I mean, you could basically make a case for relegation from 5 down. Sussex on 127 points, Hampshire 121, Essex 118, Durham 114, and Yorkshire will get 20 odd points, so they're going to go up to 5th or 6th in the table after this at some point today. So that Durham-Essex game, oh, look at that. Sussex are playing Hampshire, 5th against 6th and 7th against 8th in the next round of county fixtures. So you going to do any of them, or are you going to be you're heading back to New Zealand before then, aren't you? You're going back at the end of August.
Well, that'll be September, won't it?
Yes, yeah, September. Which of course then brings into the prospect of a bit of rain.
Yeah, that's the shame about that playing that late, isn't it? When you get close, close tables like that and scores. We're going to replace Krishna at the Vauxhall end by Akash Deep, so he will look to seam the ball. Root trying to get himself in, but he's been mistiming his drives. He's been finding the bottom of the bat and the inside edge a wee bit.
And it is Akash Deep running away from us, and he's got is he out? Well, he's gone up for LBW actually. Looked like he might have got the outside edge, but the ball did die on Jarrod, so possibly it was on the pad, but hit outside the line, I think. A lot of excitement for a dot ball.
Yeah, that's just a continuation for Root not quite being certain about this pitch in terms of bounce and in terms of the movement. If the bowler gets the length right, there's an opportunity for it to sort of either just squat a bit or bounce. We've seen one bounce and worry Root as well, and also to nip back.
Deep again. This is pitched up and driven up to Shiv McGill at mid-off. 148 for 3. It is kind of 148 for 4, isn't it? Because Chris Wokes won't bat. There's a story in the Daily Mail that he's out of the Ashes. I think the Daily Mail might have gone a little early on that one, but I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. But that's a serious injury he picked up yesterday when it was you and I on commentary duty late last night, about 7 o'clock at night. Normally we'd be finishing up super over, following on, and then heading out for a drink, but we were still commentating, weren't we, because of the rain. What have you spotted, Jeremy?
Keep her up.
Oh yes, you're right. Jarrell's behind the stumps for Akash Deep. I'd say a good take behind the stumps as well.
So that stops Root coming out of his crease to try and rule out the LBW. So he shortens the length of the pitch by batting out of his crease, and that means the bowler then has to pull his length back, and quite often the extra bit of bounce, the extra bit of area that you've created by coming out, the ball goes over and creates doubt in the umpire's mind. Is it going to miss the stumps?
Also might take caught behind out the equation. Another fine take from Jarrod.
It can put the bowler off though, and that's the one thing that he's bowled a couple of wide ones, hasn't he, since he's come up. But at least Jarrell's seen them, but Root's been comfortable letting them go. He wants to bring that line back in closer to and tighter to the stumps now.
Is it a bit of a blow to the ego?
Sometimes it is for faster bowlers to have the keeper come up.
Can't imagine Goffey putting up with it. Here is Deep, and he was a fast bowler, wasn't he? One of the few England had for a long while. Pushed out to cover point, no run. 148 for 3.
Well, quite often you get captains who will ask the keeper, how hard is he hitting the gloves, and then you'll make a very overt move that the bowler can see. Let's all go up, shall we? And of course then you get the bowlers angry with you. They want to force you back, and then they get their speed back again.
Deep, this is over pitch, drifting onto the pads, and doesn't matter where the keeper's standing for a delivery like that. That's placed away through square leg for 4. 150 up for England, and at the end of the over as well. 152 for 3. It seems to have got a little bit lighter here as well, Jeremy, but as I say, those dark, it's pushed through. Those dark clouds are pushed through for now, but I think that they don't bode well for what might be coming. We lost a lot of overs yesterday, didn't we? Was it 64 overs on day one?
Yeah, a few breaks. He had a few breaks, and that allowed the bowlers, the English bowlers yesterday, to get a bit of a rest, so they could come out refreshed again.
Yeah, and they used the conditions perfectly, didn't they? As you say, they had a break. They could run in all day. There was never really a period where Ollie Pope had to factor in Jacob Bethel until, of course, Chris Woakes picked up that unfortunate injury. Today, on the other hand, it's not gone quite so swimmingly for India, who were wretched in the morning session, and I imagine sent out onto the field by their coach, Gautam Gambhir, under no illusions that they not come back with a similar tale of woe at tea. Sidharth continuing, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
It had to be the most dominant, you know, one side dominating the others in the entire series, didn't it, that first session this morning?
India are still just about in this, but they need another. It's a longer session, so we're going up to 3:55. So we've got an hour and 15, and India need a minimum of 2 wickets.
Correct. Minimum, you're right.
Bearing in mind Woakes won't bat. So essentially, then you're getting into, you know, your Bethels and your Atkinson or your Overtons.
That's right.
So if India can have England walking in with one of those batters and sort of short delivery and no shot played by Brook, if India can get rid of Brook and Smith, or Root and Brook, whatever.
They're big wickets, aren't they?
Yeah.
These two, this partnership and the next one, are the key ones for England. I think that's not to say that the people you've mentioned, like Atkinson, who has a Test 100, Woakes not there, of course, but then Overton can bat as well. So, and even Tongue a little bit, hold a bat. So they have got batting, but these two next partnerships, this may well determine the direction of this game.
Yeah, because if they're still together, these two, maybe if they lose just one, they're going to be around, well, they're going to be up with India's score. I think India can give up 80, maybe 100 on first innings, when you factor in that England don't have that fourth seamer. But it's a push to think they can come back for many more. This is fired in on the pads and defended by Brook, who's 4 not out. One scoring shot. An inside edge on the drive, on the move, back past the leg stump.
And Jarrod now again up behind the stumps for Sidharth as well now. He's just got to make sure. So far he hasn't been affected. I thought that Akashdeep was affected by having the keeper up, didn't feel comfortable with it, lost his line and was picked off on the leg side by Root, the last ball of the over. At the moment Sidharth is coped. If anything, he tends to bowl in very straight on an angle, coming back from outside a right-hander's off stump. So he brings the pads into play, but he doesn't want him to charge.
And he does charge, and there's a top edge which has just about evaded the fielder, not just at mid-off, but at extra cover. It's looped up and over extra cover, and mid-off has haired round. Again, it's another wild shot from Harry Brook. He doesn't take it a 4 this time.
Yeah, well, he charged as well, didn't he?
Charge.
And so he had to hit it. That's the first thing, and he did, but it didn't hit it well. He sliced it, and he got enough loft on it because it was just a little bit shorter and it had bounced a bit. He could get it over the cover area and made it safe. He got a couple of runs.
Sun out at the oval as Sidharth is in, and this time stays in his crease as Brook and opens a face to touch. It's fielded by Sidharth, who's put one down at gully. Ollie Pope early on in the session. Pope has been dismissed though. LBW for 22 on review. Ball that kept a touch low, nipped back in. There is plenty there for the India bowlers. They just can't lose their heads, and this is exactly the time when they need to keep focused, when a batter is trying to get on top, using his feet well, slogging essentially.
Yeah, but yeah. Brook is giving them a chance,
just
John.
Keep bowling. Don't change your game.
Deep backward point is kind of in the game if he slices it.
Well,
if he was a bit squarer. he'd be in the game too, I think.
Here is Sidharth in over the wicket, and this is defended by Brook. No run, 154 for 3, and I think Jarrod's about to come in for me.
I've been looking at county cricket fields, Jeremy.
Right. You've been away from us, have you? Where did you go?
Oh, no, just having a little bit of a look on the screen.
Yes.
There's a right-hander facing. I'm going to send you the field. I'm going to put this over here. That's a right-hander. Could you just explain the field to the people listening on the radio?
Right-hander facing, so they're all on the leg side. That's the first thing. I cannot see in this picture anybody on the offside.
There was no one on the offside. There's one player missing from that, which is a deep square leg.
Right.
That's the one you can't see.
So they're all around about like a little arc from about 10 metres from the bat.
Akash coming in, keeper up the stumps, and this one is defended by Root out into covers. There's no run.
Going from a leg gully right round to a straight as short mid-on. So yeah, that's an unusual, what we would call an umbrella field.
That was to Wesley, who apparently got a ball on his pads and flicked it through the gap for 4. I don't see a gap there, Jeremy, if I'm being honest, but good on him. But interesting work there by Warwickshire, going with that kind of field.
Is that the Kookaburra ball they're bowling with?
I don't know, actually. 90 for 1 in that game. Don't know if the Kookaburra ball makes you do those fields. This is down the leg side. Oh, and there's a noise. Something was hit, and it's going to race away for 4 byes. Maybe nothing was hit. Looked like it hit something from this angle. We've got a pretty good angle of sort of the ball sort of fading down the leg side from where we are. But Akash again, 2 straight. Let's just have a look here. Still looks like it hit something to me, but either way, maybe it was just off Jarrell's gloves.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That might be the noise.
Oh, yeah, it was just off Jarrell's gloves. I thought it flicked something on the way through.
You're right, though. He's lost his line at the moment. He was bowling nicely outside that off-stump line.
He really does. For someone who's not express pace, he does lose his line more than he should. He's got 2 slips in place. Keeper up the stumps. This is on the pads of Joe Root. And he just gets this full face of the bat down to deep backward square leg and picks up another single. Yeah, he does. Is there a technical reason for that? Because he does seem to bowl down the leg side more than he should.
I don't know is the answer. He's certainly also there. I don't expect to get paid for that last bit of commentary. So he's certainly also lost the length too, hasn't he? As soon as he's a bit short, you mentioned his pace, which is not quite the same as Krishna or Siraj. No. It gives the ball time to just sit up, and that's why Root was able to get it down so comfortably. He saw that, saw the height, saw the angle and the line, and just picked him off, really.
Akash wide on the crease here. He does that a lot. That is a good ball. It's angling in and moving away, and Root just defends that. And Brook just defends that, goes back up to the bowl, and there's no run. I do like that. If there's anything I do like, it's how much he uses the crease. Although that might also play a small part in bowling more down the leg side, Jeremy. I don't know. 159 for 3 here on talkSPORT Cricket. But he does use that crease quite a bit. That was very wide, actually. It wasn't far away from being a no ball. Comes in again. It's still green tinge on the wicket. Akash wide again. The ball's wide as well, and it's slapped. But there's a sweeper. Washington Sundar out there, and he'll just get 1. Harry Brook moves on to 7, and Root is on 15. So full of wickets is 92, 129, and 142. So of recent times, they've managed to just nip away. They've certainly been a lot better since lunch than they were before lunch.
It would have been much worse.
I was going to say it would be hard to unintentionally be worse. Keeper's gone back for Root. This one's on the pads and is turned around again by Root to square leg, and actually out to fine leg really, and they take another single. End of the over. 161 for 3 here on talkSPORT Cricket. Jarrod Kimber and Jeremy Coney.
You've got to hit that though, Jarrod. You've got to hit that. And Root did obviously and got a single, but that's coming back again from outside off stump coming in, and it didn't appear to bounce quite so much. It looks as though we're going to have a little drinky at this stage. So a good first hour for India. You'd have to give that to them, I think. So what, 50, 52 runs, something like that, couple of wickets, and they've looked likely. They've beaten the bat a bit, and there's been the odd little half chance, and batsmen going hard at the ball to try and, you know, open the game up a bit more and disrupt the length and the line of Siraj and Krishna and Akash, but they haven't quite been able to, have they, since lunch?
No, it's just, I feel that India have bowled enough good balls, but a little bit like England yesterday, they've also bowled a bunch of terrible balls, and the big difference is they don't have the advantage that England had yesterday, where the ball was going everywhere. It's moving, they should still be, you know, a little bit of swing, a little bit of seam, the ball was doing stuff, but yesterday it was dramatic, wasn't it? So you could get away with a few bad balls, because the fourth one would be unplayable.
Yeah, it was a good toss to win, there's no doubt about that. Conditions favoured, and if somebody said to me, Gill was confused about what to do, if he was confused about, you just lead him away somewhere, perhaps to the Archbishop Tennyson School, because quite frankly, there was only one decision that could be made by a captain who won the toss yesterday, with the cloud cover and the grass and the, you know, and the greenness of that grass and the lush. It was going to stay a nice ball all day. The breaks in the weather gave bowlers a break. The whole thing was, you must bowl. It
is actually a shame that they lost the toss, because if they'd won the toss and he'd made the wrong decision, that would have made it even more fun. Jeremy, why don't you have a break?
Sid's here.
The great Sid Monga is beside me.
Now, Sid, do we? We don't do that any longer.
We can continue doing that. We can bump up Jarrod, and I can do the ball.
I think you two.
Jarrod's keen to do it. He likes doing the elbow ball.
You two need to be separated.
Okay,
being honest.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think.
Jeremy, go away. Sid, we were just saying that we thought India bowled a lot better in that little session there, that hour. And if they bowled like that before, we probably wouldn't be making fun of them.
Yeah, they reacted too much to that one piece of aggression from Ben Ducket. To be fair, Siraj did not make a great start in his first spell, but after that, Akashdeep was all over Ben Ducket, and he played one reverse pull, nailed it, and after that he lost his wits about him. Ducket was charging at him, and he would shorten his length, and Ducket would have enough time to cut him away for 4. There were quite a few leg side runs that Siraj conceded, and also before the start of this, even when India were batting, I was telling my colleagues at Cricket that if India can stay in 5 to 7 meters, even about 60% of the times, they will get a significant lead. But that bit of attack actually just eliminated that 5 to 6 meter length for India, and India were back to 7 to 9 more than 5 to 7.
Also, you're right. I think that's what baseball does, is it disrupts your best length. But
it does.
On top of that, they have bowled down the leg side quite a bit, and they have bowled wide quite a bit. So
wide is okay, because in the last test they discussed that they were not happy with the leg side runs they were conceding. 51% down the leg side.
They're doing both, yeah.
Yeah, so wide is okay. Don't do leg, and just don't react to the best ball. It's okay. Let them play good shots. They did not play as many good shots as you bowled loose balls.
No, I agree. We're back here after drinks, and Siraj comes in. It's outside off stump. Keeps a little bit low, but is taken by the keeper, Jarrod, without any problems, as Joe Root just shoulders arms on that one. 161 for 3 here on talkSPORT Cricket. Jarrod, Kimber and Sid Monga. Siraj has bowled 7.1 overs. He's got 1 for 38. Akash Jeep at the other end has bowled 13 overs. He's got 1 for 69. Might see some spin in a little while, even if it's just a holding at one end, because they can't keep rinsing the fast bowlers. Siraj, still early on, so they can certainly get at least one more proper spell out of him. Clouds just sort of moving a shadow over the wicket as Joe Root faces this, and it's blocked, sort of punched in the end to cover or point, as they both try and go and field that for a moment. Did you see yesterday, was it Karan Nair was facing a ball when a pigeon flew over the pitch?
Yeah. I was on there, yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't move, did he? He just sort of went, And
I thought my depth perception was wrong, and I thought the pigeon was between the keeper and the striker. But actually on replay, we saw the pigeon was just about like 2 feet maybe above the flight of the ball.
Yeah, it wasn't far away. What was the test match? Was it India-England or was it New Zealand-India? Well, we had all the dragonflies. This one's outside off stump, and the ball is left line. That's a good delivery by Sidharth. Do you remember that? Was it New Zealand, wasn't it? And there was a dragonfly got hit by the ball at one stage on super slow-mo. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Was it the dragonfly? It was dragonflies. Remember those big bugs in one of the tests in India? Me and Jeremy were commentating on that series.
I remember one story Adam Parodi told me. There was this match, I think in Ahmedabad, where India were India had bowled New Zealand into the dust. Everybody was sweaty, everybody was exhausted, and even running up to bowl was an effort. India were like 1,000 for 2 or something. Rahul Dravid was batting and he was not taking chances. He was.
Sidharth full wide of the crease here, and this is just punched through the covers for 4. It's a beautiful shot, really. Over pitched, maybe a little bit too wide, and again, not exactly what he's looking to bowl to Jarrod.
No, that seems like an execution error. So India are 700 for 2. Rahul Dravid is patting everything back, taking singles, not going at 70-80 strike rate. Everybody is exhausted. Then Daniel Vittori runs in, and Dravid stops him. And everybody's like, "Oh God, what? Let us just get through this session." And he points to a butterfly on the pitch. Adam Parodi is so angry, he goes and swishes it with his boot.
Butterfly effect. Oh, this could be LBW. He traps him on the knee roll here. This is a good ball from Sidharth. He likes it.
2 straight.
He's now standing next to Root. It could be 2 straight, and they've gone away with it, right?
Yeah, I think they knew that it seemed from 2 straight and it was missing leg, which is why they are not reviewing it.
Not even really having a good discussion.
Yeah. So anyway,
just having a look at that. It wasn't that
height.
straight. It's high though, isn't it?
Yeah. Height saves him. So back to Parodi killing the butterfly, and then Rahul Dravid coming. Oh no, that's a very bad thing you did. This will bring you bad karma. And Parodi is like, how much worse can our karma get?
I went to my first ever concert when I was a kid was Elton John. And
that's a good one to go to.
2/3 of the way through the concert, he swallowed a moth and left the stage and never came back. This is on the off stump, and it's just pushed up to mid-off past the bowler, and there's no run. 165 for 3. I don't know if you've ever watched here on talkSPORT Cricket. Root is on 20 and Brook is on 7. So it was the end of Siraj's 8th over. See if they go Akash deep again. They are going to go Akash deep again, in fact.
Scott, our producer, tells us there was another series again, England, New Zealand. There was a butterfly on the pitch. Saudi was running in, and this time nobody killed the butterfly. They actually very, very caringly shooed it away.
Have you ever watched the tennis at Australian Open?
Oh, it's the most grueling thing to watch because it's the slowest of courts, and every match is 7 hours long.
And there's a lot of moths, and that's where Elton John was performing that night. So it's a mothy part of Melbourne. We all know that. But yeah, Elton swallowed a moth and then just left the stage, and we never saw him again.
Jeez.
It's a famous concert. It just happened to be the first gig I ever went to. Akash bowling with the keeper up to the stumps. And this is defended by Harry Brook on the front foot, but really from his crease as much as anything, out into the covers, and there's no run here. Joe Root's coming down just to take some sawdust probably off the wicket a little bit. There've been a lot of looking at the wickets. Have you heard anything about divots? Are you on divot watch? You're a divot man.
I was told by people who have been to the pitch, TV pundits who have seen the pitch this morning, they were expecting a lot of uneven bounce because of the indentations or divots.
Akash, orange soles flapping behind him, and this is wide, and Jarrod just gets this. It's left alone by Harry Brook. Good keeping in the end.
Yeah, I just get I don't really get a very good feeling about this keeper being up.
He doesn't get a very good feeling about you being a commentator.
Shubman Gill? Jarrod?
Jarrod, he was talking about before.
Yeah.
He doesn't like your dry wit. Why don't you?
I like his keeping though.
Well, he's not up now, so apparently we have a direct line. Maybe Shubman Gill does like. We're not that far from Shubman Gill.
I don't know. The risk reward is not in its favour.
I like it, and that's how he got bowled at Lords as well. with the keeper up to the stumps. I think it makes Harry Brook do other things. As this one is back of a length outside of stump. He dabs this on the offside and they take a quick single. I think it was always there, if I'm being honest. Sidharth comes around and fields that. I like it because it stops him being able to disrupt your length normally. It means he has to improvise in what I think is a more risky way.
Yeah, but you are also giving up on your regulation wicket taking possibilities. So what you give up and what you get, I don't think it works in your favour.
Akash bustles in. This is outside off stump, dabbed away by Jarrod against Sidharth's fielding. They take an easy single.
That's how Root kills it, isn't it? It was a perfectly good ball, and he just without taking it. If Crawley drives you for 4, at least there's an element of risk there. Here he's played it right under his eyes, and he's managed to place it wide of gully and stroll through for a single.
Yeah, easy as you like. No, see, where I disagree with you, I think it's very hard to get someone caught behind if you can't bowl the length that you want to bowl to them anyway. And so if you are in that situation, I think you're better off to change Harry Brook's decision making, and then you weigh it up. This is the thing, that he is playing attacking shots. You can say he might get an edge behind if he's running down the wicket, but I don't know. But either way,
we're allowed to disagree.
Well, they've gone away from that field anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, this has almost hit Akash right back in the face. It was a full ball driven very hard into the ground, and Akash has...
We need a concussion test for sure.
I think it hit his hands.
Okay.
Dharmasena thinks it's hit his face, though.
We think it's hit his face.
You, me, and Dharmasena are all in a similar angle.
Well done, Akash. He got his hands in front of his face.
Yeah, if it did hit his head, it was very soft by the end. But that was hammered back into the pitch and straight up at him.
Yeah, that's another sign that it's a seaming pitch, because it has sat in the surface like pitch balls do when the pitch is seaming.
2 slips in place. It's a wide gully. Sidharth. This one's back of a length and just pushed again into the offside. No run there. And Harry Brook practices the biggest slog you will ever see.
Get it out of the system.
Or next over is going to be fun. Either way, it's the end of the over there. 167 for 3. Root's on 21. Brook's on 8. Sid Monga is beside me playing on his phone. And Jeremy Coney is trying to point at me and distract me for some reason.
Please get distracted. I've been watching with concern Akashdeep at the top of his mark for these last 2 overs. He's been feeling his shoulder a little bit when he's approaching the top of his mark, and that's the one issue you will have when you're one bowler short on the kind of bowling that works on a given pitch. He had just finished his spell, went off for 2 or 3 overs, and he had to start another spell from the other end.
Sidharth comes in. There's an edge, but he was completely in control of this, Joe Root. He's keeping it down, and it's gone past second slip. Carroll's dived, and that will be 4 runs. But yeah, it was kind of from the bottom. I say edge, it was almost from the bottom part of the bat rather than edge, I think, as much as anything. But he was in control. It wasn't close to a catch.
Root is trusting the slowness of the surface to be able to control these. If it was like a really quick surface, he wouldn't have played this shot.
Yeah, it's the kind of shot that would get you in trouble in somewhere like Australia. But on this wicket at the moment, shouldn't be a problem. Unless you get the odd ball sticks a little bit, bounces a little bit. I suppose that could happen. England trailing by 53. It's a good crowd in. Not too many of the corporates are off hiding. Let's have a look upstairs. Yeah, even upstairs they're out.
But they are wrapped in attention. They've been watching very closely since morning.
Siraj is another edge this time, but again, he's in control of this, Joe Root.
I doubt he's in control of this one, though.
Well, he's in control of it because I think he used the soft hands to try and keep it down, and it's run all the way along the ground. He was beaten by the ball, I think, so it was definitely even more of an edge than the last delivery. But again, watch how quickly this goes to ground. So now that was off the middle of the bat.
Yes.
Well
played.
I
well
thought that
done.
was more of an edge, in fact. That's good padding.
Yeah.
So they've got 2 slips. Karan Nair and Carroll in there. And he's gone past second slip twice.
And that's the impact of Ben Ducket and Zach Crawley, because you don't have enough runs to defend. You have lost the right to have 3 slips and a gully now.
Siraj in, and this is close as middle and leg, and all Root can do is push that down to mid-on for no run. That the way he played that looked like he kept a little bit lower than he expected. Nothing massive, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Haven't seen as much sawdust used today. The sawdust pile is reducing.
Yeah, because I think the pitch has dried than yesterday, and the landing areas also have dried up.
Josh Tongue hasn't been out there clomping around.
Maybe he's just a heavy lander.
Oh, he's definitely a heavy lander. Everyone knows that about Josh Tongue.
He's heavy other things too.
He's a big man. Army's suggested a few times that he's very much like Army. This one's down the leg side, and Joe Root, I say he's down the leg side, but he's actually ended up outside off stump when he's played that. It's possible he's played that from the stumps, but he's hit it to square leg. Washington Sundar is there, no run.
The square leg has saved quite a few runs today.
They do hit quite a few balls from off stump to square leg, don't they? It's not quite Steve Smith levels or anything like that, but there is an element of the way that they play England.
Yeah.
And
India, after this collapses at Leeds, have tried not to push the issue. They've just tried to play to the merit of the ball, whereas England have been enterprising throughout the series.
Sidharth in again, and this is close again, and hits the pad, maybe a little bit of bat.
Missing leg.
Probably missing leg, but he's moved across to off stump again, so it's hard to get a good line on where he is. There's sort of a half appeal, slips and Gully throw their hands up for a moment, but it's good bowling by Sidharth. But he has gone for runs in this over without bowling particularly bad. Is that weather coming for us? That looks quite grey to me.
Yeah, when I checked in the morning, it did say around 4 to 5 p.m. is not good, but it's too early for that. And generally the weather comes from behind. John told me yesterday, and he's a veteran of the Oval.
Okay. John, I asked him yesterday, and he said he doesn't understand geography. So this is close to LBW. This is right on the knee roll, and he's given. He trapped him. He's bowled well this over. That was the third one. Root is going to review, but from our vantage point, that just looked out. And I tell you what, there wasn't much going on for Root. He wasn't thinking, oh, I desperately need to review this. He looked up at Harry Brook, and Harry Brook sort of went, you might as well. But he sort of cribbed across. We said he'd been moving across the crease a little bit there. And this is the one that perhaps just nipped back in, and this time is hit. Let's have a look. It was the three-quarter wobble ball seam. It's angled back in. It's a bit more leg stump than I thought, but I think it's clipping the outside of the top of leg stump. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think it might just be umpire's call. I jumped the gun. I didn't let Jarrod, who's doing ball, call this ball, and I just shouted, that's out, even before.
No, you were right to do so. It looked very, very adjacent straight away. And 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's hitting.
It's all right.
Well, top of leg stump. We did say that was the area it was going for. I thought it was maybe going slightly more down. But, again, India find a way. Do you know what India's doing in this innings is what England have done all series. Just every now and again chip away at a wicket. It's a long batting order, but this is not an easy wicket to bat on.
No, I mean, the tail would not matter that much. A long tail usually makes a big difference when the ball gets softer and it stops doing things and bowlers get tired. Here the ball will not stop doing things.
I really don't think that jagged back all that much.
Just enough?
Yeah, but not. He missed it. He almost overbalanced, didn't he? His head was down on the offside of the ball, and his bat was miles in front of him.
As you've been observing, he's been dragging himself across a little in this over and playing a couple of balls from off and middle to square leg. But Sidharth is the only one in this Indian team who bowls a wobble seam ball.
Yeah, and not even the traditional one, more that three-quarter seam one, that one looked like to me, which is the Sidharth special.
Which is the Saudi ball, I think.
Which is Kyle Mills. How far back can you and I take this delivery?
Kyle Mills are other gifts which other bowlers don't.
Coming out to bat now is Jacob Bethel. So again, you've got Brook, who's on 8 off 17, who at the end of last over was practicing a big slog. You've now got Bethel out, who, is... I thought he was a number 3. He's no longer a number 3. He's been moved around the order. Overton due in next.
India have opened themselves a window here.
Yeah.
Now,
is it a window you can crawl through, or is it just a window that gives you a little bit of fresh air?
Yeah, so because I was just looking at Akashdeep, who's been bowling since the start of the session. Practically, he was just off for 1 over from that and then to change his ends. So.
Yeah. He's coming on to Brook. Now, Brook looked like he wanted to hit big last over. Oh, and this has swung a long way. I wouldn't say he's even been beaten here, because I think once he saw the ball move, he just stayed inside the line.
Yeah.
But that went, Jarrod ends up taking that in front of slip, and at one stage Harry Brook thought that was coming to him at the top of off stump.
I've been usually critical of baseball, but it really did a number on India today. But I wonder right now if it would be a good idea to just weather this attack.
No, they should slog.
Because India have only 3 bowlers suited to these
Boring.
conditions.
Slog. Akash in again. Closer to the stumps this time. Harry Brook comes down the wicket. He doesn't slog though, unfortunately. Sid's upset. But he ends up just poking the ball out to square leg, gets a pass for Avi Jadeja, and they take one.
He did jump out of the crease.
It doesn't look like they're going to sit in, does it?
He jumped out of the crease well before Akash had got into his delivery stride. But the good thing that Akash did, unlike earlier with Ducket, he did not change his length. He stayed on a good length.
No, I agree.
And he's still feeling his shoulder, if you see, at the top of his run.
He doesn't need to bowl for another 4 months after this game, does he?
No, he doesn't, but in this game he needs to be at his 100%.
Oh, I
because
agree.
there's another innings.
But I'm saying you grind him into the ground.
That's okay, but India needs 16 wickets still.
Yeah,
If
he's
they have
stretching
to
that
draw the
shoulder
series,
quite a
yeah.
bit now. Just warming up. He's coming around the wicket to Jacob Bethel. We've got 3 slips in place and a gully. Not overly attacking, but they've got the catches there if they need them. Jacob Bethel, as he comes around the wicket. It's full, it's straight, it beats him. There's a half appeal. I don't think anything happened. I think he just missed the ball, but it wasn't far away from off stump.
I think
Bethel looked a little bit stuck in the crease there.
I think Akash got excited because the bat hit the ground and created a sound.
I think you're right, yeah.
And he forgot that he has test umpires standing behind him and not at the Maidan, where you can browbeat a decision out of them.
Yeah. It also did fade away a little bit after it beat the bat, so the angle would have looked good to him, but you're right, it was mostly the ground.
I'm still looking at his shoulder with concern.
No. So's he.
Because there's a long final session to come.
Cam Ponsonby trying to drop coffee down my neck as we come in here as Akash outside of stump, left alone. It's a good thing about commentating next to someone in the press is they have absolutely nothing they could say back to you.
Cam Ponsonby.
So I can tell everyone that Cam has been on ChatGPT writing all these articles.
And there's no place where Cam isn't.
No, Cam's everywhere.
Yeah, he breached even cricket at all last month.
Oh, he's the freelancer's freelancer.
And one of the comments said that's the last refuge from Ponsonby gone.
Akash around the wicket to Bethel again. It's an edge, but it falls well short. Third slip there. Soft hands perhaps, but.
Let me also plug Ponsonby's ESPN Cricket Info article, lovely article on the European cricket leagues, for which I think ACSU have been in touch with him now, and some mafia.
The European Cricket League is probably one of the most, and I haven't read your article, Cam, so this is probably what you're saying it, but it's one of the most proactive leagues in the world at actually trying to work out what is happening on the field and whether it is legit or not.
Cam has his head in his hand.
Doesn't want to be mentioning this. And Bethel comes down the wicket here and outside off stump, but leaves the ball. That is the end of the over. Kumar Dharmasena, make sure everyone can see that. 176 for 4. Bethel is yet to score. He's only faced a couple of balls. Harry Brooks on 9, and both of the batters in that over left the crease. That's the end of me. I think, Sid, you're on a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But the man, the myth, the legend, Neil Manthorp.
Manus, why do you look like you've just had a fresh shower and a change of clothing?
Do I?
Yeah, you look fresh as a daisy.
I think I've been invigorated by the speed at which the cricket's been moving. It's been an intriguing day, isn't it? And all credit to the way India have fought back. I mean, it's. I thought that this might be the bridge that they could not cross, and it might still be. I mean, England have got a lot of batting remaining, although Wokes isn't going to bat, I hope.
Well, the ECB media release said that he won't play any further part in the game.
Yeah, well,
again, not a written affidavit, because day 4, England need 10 runs, 9 wickets down. I'm sure he's walking out.
See, it's his left shoulder. He could just hold
The
it with
leading
the right
shoulder.
hand. Malcolm Marshall batted with right-handed, didn't he? Yeah, with a broken left wrist. Here is Akashdeep. Edge gone past second slip down to the boundary for 4. It's Mohammad Siraj, sorry. And it's, well, they didn't have a third slip in, and that's understandable. England come out swinging, and I guess they've earned.
Exactly. These are the runs. These runs should go into Crawley and Ducket's account. Because they have taken away the right from India to have a third slip.
Yeah, that's exactly right, yeah. Taran Nair is just that rueful shrug of the shoulders at first slip, and KL Rahul just looks to the heavens and sees some blue sky, some grey clouds as well, but
and an aircraft
on its way into Heathrow. The approach every 2 minutes, phenomenal, isn't it? Think how many people pass overhead every 2 minutes. There's Siraj in another heroic spell. We still haven't had a single over of spin yet. Bouncer from Siraj, and Harry Brook steps inside the line of it, wanting to hook, but it's too big, too high, left alone. England 180 for 4, trailing by 44 runs.
Not a single over of spin just reminds me of the selection debate that we've been having. We already have Akashdeep he's practically bowled through this session. He was taken off for 2 overs and then he came back with a change of hands. And every time he's at the top of his mark, he's feeling his shoulder, he's stretching it. If England bat through this session without any further damage, India could be in for a long session.
That's short and pulled away by Brook over mid-wicket. It'll run away across the old unused wickets down to the boundary for 4. Valiant chase from Washington Sundar.
It wasn't that short, really. He's manufactured a pull here.
It wasn't, was it, really? No, it's... He doesn't know... At the moment, I think he's struggling with his gearbox, Harry Brook. He doesn't know quite where... He's, do you know what I mean? It's like occasionally slipping into 5th by mistake, and then he grinds it back down to 2nd, and it's it's not changing smoothly, and it's certainly not automatic. Anyway, it's 4 runs, Brook 17 now. 2 slips and quite a fine gully, almost a 4th slip really, as Siraj in once again. Brook pushes it up towards mid-on, where it is fielded by Akashdeep, and England move on by 1 more to 185 for 4.
That is within 40 of India's score, 39 to be precise, which is why we don't see any third slip here, which is why India are having to defend runs.
More conversation led by former England captain Michael Vaughan, who's absolutely adamant that injury replacements, full injury replacements, should be allowed in the first innings of tests where there is a clear and obvious injury. And all of his colleagues that I've spoken to and read and listened to say that, Michael, that's all well and good, but you've just identified the problem with clear and obvious. Forward comes the left-hander Jacob Bethel, pushing this one behind square on the offside. So Rishabh Pant could have been replaced, because I guess a broken foot is clear and obvious, but there are many injuries which may not be clear and obvious, and which would cause massive points of contention and debate and resentment and hostility. How do you, if you could get over that? And at the moment I'm very much in the injuries are part of cricket camp, although I mean, Michael Vaughan's talking about the duty of care to international sportsmen, and I'm totally with that. And if clear and obvious could be defined to the point of no contention at all, turned away by Jacob Bethel behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single, and Bethel is off the mark, 186 for 4. So if that could be absolutely guaranteed, what are we going to do? Appoint an independent surgeon to oversee every test match, to say what is and like a player could hobble through a clear and obvious injury if there was no replacement, but it suddenly becomes a lot clearer and a lot more obvious if he can get a replacement.
And firstly, a very unexpected corner to be speaking about duty of care. Moving on. Exactly. Sport is part of life, and things happen in life which are not ideal. You just live on with it.
Here is Akashdeep. He's bowling, and all three seamers have been bowling heroically long spells, and he's into Jacob Bethel, plays defensively, back up the wicket on the offside. You know what is it like in the event of broken bones? But then Chris Woakes has got a dislocated shoulder. That's not a broken bone, but it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
clear and obvious. And yeah, so
what it relies on is, this whole argument relies on the fact that on the trust that the team has selected the best players.
Akashdeep in again. Bethel leaves alone, back of a length outside the off stump. 186 for 4 England. India 224 all out.
So the trust and the premise that the team has selected their best players and there won't be any incentive to trade them out for somebody else is the heart and soul of this argument. But what if you pick 2 spinners and then you realize the ball is seaming, like India do now? And what if, I mean...
Well, again, that's another grey area where like for like. It has to be, at the moment, a concussion substitute has to be a like for like, but very, very seldom are cricketers actually like for like. Steered away by Bethel to gully, no run.
And the biggest thing going for concussion subs is that is a kind of injury, A, which is not obvious, B, it has delayed onset, C, it's the second blow that is usually lethal. So you want to disincentivize teams for pushing and putting people in that danger without knowing it. Here the injury is obvious. You know of the repercussions of playing with a broken bone.
Here is Akashdeep around the wicket to Bethel, again leaves alone outside the off stump, no run.
So there is no danger that a team is actually going to put somebody at risk after a broken bone. They are going to tell the player all the pros and cons of going out to bat, and if he takes the risk, it's up to him. Whereas in concussions, you don't know the risk. You really don't know the risks that well. It is the delayed onset of symptoms, which is one of the big reasons why you want to have concussion subs. It's not always, concussion subs are not always given for symptoms.
Flicked away out towards square leg. It was in the air for a while. It was uppish, wasn't it? Fell short of Yashasvi Jaiswal at square leg. Diving forward, he actually made a very good stop, but they've gone through for a single without getting too heavy about it. Sid, you know, a broken toe and a dislocated shoulder are not going to be life-threatening.
True.
And concussion is not worth thinking about the long-term repercussions potentially. So there is a massive difference. I mean, it's interesting that, like, what if Chris Woakes had banged his head when he fell and dislocated his shoulder? Here is Akashdeep, and that's flicked away through square leg, and there's a chase on. It's a lovely shot actually from Harry Brook. I think it'll be caught. That's an excellent chase. That's an excellent chase. It's not. Who is that doing the chasing? Not Mohammed Siraj. No, it's not. Is it Siraj?
Yeah.
Wow, that is a good effort for a man who's bowled largely unchanged for the last hour. That's a great effort. And he's now peeling his sweater off to bowl another over.
That was just a warm-up.
Oh dear.
But I tell you what, I can see Akashdeep is bowling like a man who has bowled through this session. I think the pace is down, balls are sliding down leg, and he's been feeling his shoulder. I don't think he should get another over now until tea. And India need a big effort before tea now. And if England can go four down to tea, that could mean a very, very long session in the sun for India.
Surely it's time. I was about to say that we saw Jadeja, but why not Washington? Actually, he's been bowling beautifully in the last couple of Test matches, in the spells that he's bowled. I don't think necessarily that Jadeja is the first choice spinner. He's the senior spinner. Doesn't necessarily mean he has to bowl first. Brook now steers one behind square on the offside. It's a very good diving stop from Sai Siddharth at gully, and gets his right hand to it, takes the pace off it. Really good work that from Siddharth. England though moved to 191 for 4. within very much touching distance of India's 224. Very disappointing for India that they managed to add just 20 to their overnight score of 204 for 6. But Gus Atkinson was irrepressible, 5 for 33 for England. Tremendous effort, tremendous effort. Josh Tongue picked up one of the 4 remaining wickets this morning to finish with 3 for 57. Siraj in again outside the off stump. I think Bethel's played at that one and missed. Taken behind by Dhruv Jurel, but just when you think that India would be down and out, they have fought back valiantly. An opening partnership of 92 in under 13 overs between Ducket and Crawley. The bowlers were being flogged mercilessly. It was urging the point of embarrassment, and India's bowlers, the 3 seamers, were absolutely rattled, all of them, and they were hit off their lines and lengths, but they have fought back magnificently. Bethel now slashes one away through the offside for 4, short and a little bit wide of the off stump, but that was a dismissive shot from Jacob Bethel in the manner that we saw Ben Ducket square cutting. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful shot. First boundary for Jacob Bethel. He moves on to 6, 195 for 4. Jeremy Coney, have you seen very much of Jacob Bethel live?
Yeah, the test matches in New Zealand.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And you were there too.
Yes, I know. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
So we were together, if you remember. So
Been a long
occasionally
summer.
I'd sort of see him out. I'd look up out the window and he'd be there.
Siraj in. Good Yorker. Very good Yorker. LBW. Given. Hassan Raza. That's a wonderful in-swinging Yorker from Mohammad Siraj, and we're not going to talk about Jacob Bethel because he's on his way. What a terrific delivery from Mohammad Siraj, and what a fight back, and he's been at the heart of it with his 3rd wicket now. Yes, he's been expensive, but he's bowling wicket-taking deliveries, and that was an absolute beauty. 195 for 5 England now with Wokes absent, and India are right back in the contest. That if in football terms they were 4-0 down 2 hours ago.
This has been a compelling little 40 minutes of play, actually, from an Indian perspective. They've got the ball to swing, and they've both of them, Akashdeep and Siraj, have been able to get the ball to swing one way and then another, and they've been setting the batsman up by taking the ball, the angle from Akashdeep bowling from the Vauxhall stand end towards the pavilion end, coming in on the angle to the left-hander, taking it away, coming in, taking it away, coming in on that angle, taking it away, waiting to set up and bring the ball suddenly back in and continue coming back in to try and trap Bethel either in front or take the stumps out. And it nearly worked. He got a single away on the leg side when he finally brought that ball into play. And then Siraj there has given him a short one outside, got the big cutaway, and suddenly the ball that's come back into him the other way, swinging it back in. And he's palpably LBW, a very full ball. So some lovely swing bowling in the last 40 minutes. Movement, and both the bowlers getting it, the ball just keeping a little bit low and moving as well. You feel that the bowlers are in the game in these kind of conditions. So a really good effort the way they've fought hard to get 4 wickets, isn't it, in this session, a longer session. And now, of course, no Wokes, and so now we get Smith in. Now this is the second big partnership, isn't it, that really the Brook-Smith partnership are great danger, aren't they, for India? But can they get Smith before he starts?
Is it conventional swing?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's pretty hard with the outfield to get it the other way.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering why suddenly we're seeing swing where we haven't really seen it before, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off. straight to Jaiswal. There's 3 slips now. Gill has put himself back in at 3rd slip, and we've got a gully as well. But I mean, there's an awful lot that goes into swing. Sometimes in conditions that are absolutely ideal, it's a lot easier than in others. But you really do need to look after the ball and take care of its maintenance. Yeah, I mean, it's what you do to the rough side as well as the shiny side. Anyway, superb from Siraj, physically as well as skillfully. Clicked away off his pads by Jamie Smith, the new batsman. He's off the mark with a single down to Prasidh Krishna. England up to 196 for 5. Just at that point, isn't it? All 3 seamers exhausted, all bowled, well, unchanged through the 37 overs. They've all bowled more than 10 overs. How long can they keep going, and will the pressure relinquish or relent once the spinners have to bowl?
Yeah, well, as you say, Siraj has put in a big shift, hasn't he? Really, from that pavilion end, and he's got it generally coming back into the right-hander, but then he's taking one away as well. So it keeps him going because he can see what's happening and he can make some plans, and he can set a batsman up, take it away, and then suddenly a very full ball coming in, and see if he can trap him LBW or into the pads and or beyond that into the stumps.
Akashdeep runs away from us now, the less productive end. The Vauxhall end outside the off stump. It's left alone by Jamie Smith. I wonder whether Harry Brook is, I said earlier, he's struggling a bit with the gearbox. Didn't quite know which gear he needed to be in, and occasionally it seemed like he would inadvertently slip into 5th, play some outrageous shot, and then change back down again to 2nd. He doesn't quite know.
It's been clunky changes though, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Oil required. Service. Here's Akashdeep up to the crease, and Jamie Smith plays back defensively, guides it away into the gully, Sidharth and Fields. Harry Brook has 22 from 25, but after the carnage wreaked by the openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Ducket, my goodness me, 129 for 1 in 21 overs. It's outrageous. And going at 6 and over, then the opening partnership went at 7.5 and over. 92 before the first wicket fell. Ben Ducket, 5 4s and 2 6s, both reverse scooped, reverse lapped for 6, and here is Akash again. Jamie Smith plays defensively out behind square on the offside. It's been a magnificent buzz in the crowd all day. Not the raucous cheering, no chanting, no Mexican waves, just a crowd that has been enthralled by what's happening in the middle. Absolutely no requirement to entertain themselves or to come dressed as bananas or nuns. They've just been absorbed. Appreciative buzz. Oh, what a shot! Cover drive from Jamie Smith, rasping through point for 4. Tired delivery from Akashdeep, and he is tired. Pace is down. He's struggling a little bit. He's been feeling his right shoulder, but that was absolutely superb, and it brings up the 200 for England.
Was width on offer and full too. He's just erred on both line and length there, and Jamie Smith leapt onto that. Very powerful stroke.
2 slips in the gully. Akash runs away from us past umpire Damasina, bowls to Smith, who drives into the offside, but only as far as Jaiswal. I mean, it's today the pace of the pace of play, more the pace of the entertainment has been unrelenting. I mean, 4 wickets in the first 28 minutes of play, 14 runs off the first 2 overs, 4 wickets in a quick succession. That rasping opening stand by England, the fight back by India, it's just been non-stop. I mean, and you look down at you watch and you think it's just gone 3:30. Well, it's just we've had entertainment on constant stream, as that one is driven by Smith up to Shubman Gill at mid-off. I suggested that the first session before lunch might be series deciding, and I could be wrong. I might still be right, but I just didn't see the spirit, this fight. I thought India got their selection wrong, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's it is engaging cricket at the moment, folks. It's as soon as the ball starts moving around one way and then the other, batsmen have to be very careful. They can't just advance and slog through the line, because the line is changing all the time, and both the bowlers are able to do that.
Sidharth just unrelenting now. He's just going to bowl until he drops, I think. So that's that's back of a length, and it hits the batsman on the thigh pad, Harry Brook, and they take a leg by. Prasid Krishna is limbering up. It's anybody's guess who he's going to replace. Akashdeep really does look close to his knees at the moment, so perhaps he is going to come on at our commentary end, the Vauxhall end, and which leaves Sidharth just to keep going at the pavilion end, and he will. I mean, he's such a warhorse.
Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it, with just three seamers, that someone is going to really have to do the donkey work, and looks like Siraj at the moment.
That's driven up towards mid-off and all the way along the ground by Jamie Smith, straight to the fielder. That's why I mentioned Sourav Ganguly earlier. Every team, every successful team needs a Ganguly or a Coney, so they can play three seamers, and they've got somebody who can bowl extremely tidy, disciplined medium pace and pick up a wicket or two.
Your South African captain had one as well. He was another, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hansi Cronje.
So few of them around these days. Pushed away defensively, back up towards mid-off. It was Jarrod Kimber was explaining to me that part of the reason for that is batsmen don't bowl in nets anymore, because they've got specialist ball throwers, haven't they? So it used to be that the batsman would have a trundle at the end of the nets, and the bowlers have a net, and batsmen, and occasionally they go, oh, you're quite useful, you could do a job. Bat 5, bowl us 6-8 overs a day. But it doesn't. I think that's the reason that they don't exist anymore. Batsmen don't contribute with the ball like they used to be able to do, as Jamie Smith now plays this one defensively behind square on the offside. Were you always an all-rounder?
Well, not really an all-rounder, a batsman who bowled a few, as you say, and as long as you felt that you could move the ball and swing the ball, you've always felt you were in the game, even though you were you weren't the pace that perhaps was required sometimes. But also, sometimes you were slow enough that some of the batsmen felt you were a sort of semi-spinner. Is he going to turn one?
Pushed away defensively by Jamie Smith. I think this is going to sound facetious, and I don't mean it to be at all. It's actually completely serious. Did you occasionally beat a batsman for lack of pace?
Oh, I think so. They were waiting.
It's kind of leading edge.
Oh, they were waiting, and of course you encourage that. You quite often say, well, don't get out to me. Imagine going back in the shed when you've been out to me. And that actually made them quite defensive. Watchful, even.
There's another New Zealander, Craig McMillan. He was in
McMillan was another one. Bevan Congdon was another one.
Yeah.
We've always had them.
Pushed away defensively out on the towards mid-wicket. Yeah. More than any other country, I'd say. Nathan Astle. Loads, really.
Yeah, that's right. Chris Harris. He bowled off the wrong foot, semi on the wrong foot, if you remember.
I still don't know.
Doorknobs.
I've now commentated with him. I've played golf with him.
Yes,
and
not a bad golfer. Left-hander.
Discussed his bowling with him, and I still don't really know what it was that he bowled, but he was very good. Anyway, more from you, Jeremy, and then Jon Norman will take you through till tea.
Well, we're going to get a change. We mentioned just a moment ago the way that Akashdeep was starting to look fatigued. and he's now been replaced at the Vauxhall end now with Ravindra Jadeja, and so we're going to see spin for the first time in the innings as we're closing towards the end of the session, and Jadeja's now going to be bowling to Brooke. Brooke and Smith, one of the two partnerships that Jon Norman mentioned, that really, if India are going to push hard, they're going to have to sort of get through. Here's Ravindra Jadeja playing forward. He draws a forward defensive shot. It just sort of trickles out to square cover. So see if there's any movement in the air. I'd like to have seen almost Sundar bowl, actually, with a little bit of drift away from two right-handers who are batting.
Yeah, I'll go with that, as Jamie Smith just gets down on one knee. Actually, it's Brooke, and he'll take 4 down to fine leg. That's a deft shot from Brooke, who's just got down on one knee and helped the ball around the corner for 4. I think Sundar might have been the more attacking option. What a spell of bowling, though, from Mohammad Siraj.
Oh, well, both of them actually swinging both one way and then the other.
Yeah,
trying to set the English batsman up by running it away, and then bringing suddenly it back in after perhaps an over, where he started to get used to that moving away, changing the length slightly. I mean, it was a really fascinating section of play.
Yeah, and the game needed it a touch, didn't it? As Brooke comes forward and pushes the ball from Jadeja up to long off for a single. He moves to 26. Now, if India can get one of these, then they will feel that they're back in the game. You know, with Atkinson and Tongue and one other, who am I forgetting? Overton. I mean, Atkinson and Overton can both bat.
They can.
But I always find there's I'd like to know the tail end averages first innings as opposed to second innings. I always find fascinating. This is clipped away for a single from Jamie Smith. You know, very often it's not uncommon to see a lower order batter come in and score runs in first innings, but when the pressure is on in second innings, very often it's far more difficult. And for either of those two guys to come in before tea or just after, the game in the balance, it's one thing to you know, hit the ball freely all around the park, as Brooke playing deep in his crease and defensively to Jadeja, but if one of Smith or Brooke were to go just before tea, it would be very, very testing. Bit of rain in the air as well. I think might be getting a touch as Brooke comes forward and defends. End of the over, 207 for 5. It's still gloomy, quite high, dark cloud, not as murderous as it was earlier, but the forecast does suggest some light rain heading this way, and it might be the kind of rain that you'd play through but not come out and play in. But we shall see. We've still got, what, 15 minutes until the tea break.
Yeah, looks like a little spell change for the hard-working Siraj, the industrious Siraj. It looks like it's going to be Krishna now replacing him at the pavilion end, the far end of the ground from where we are commentating from.
And that's the end where the majority of the wickets have fallen, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
But what a spell.
Whether that's just Atkinson and Siraj.
Wokes picked up his 1 wicket from that end.
Yes, he did.
Atkinson picked up all 5. And we've seen Siraj pick up 3 from there just in his last 8-over spell. As Krishna is driven first ball up to mid-off, no run. Krishna got into a real verbal scrap with Joe Root when Root was still at the crease, and it was a good contest as well. Good contest between bat and ball. Cricket is always much more enjoyable when batters get value for runs. There's a good outfield, but the ball's nipping around a lot, or a bit rather.
I just felt Root battled with himself today, just within himself and his timing.
Here is Krishna again. This is pitched up, a touch, and the batter Smith, who plays his cricket here, of course, it's full Surrey, is beaten. New to the crease after the dismissal of Jacob Bethel, who I hadn't even factored into the ruminations earlier on, had I? Completely forgot he was playing. Bowled just 2 overs late last night, didn't he? And he was out for 6. There's LBW decisions you think about reviewing, and there are LBW decisions You know not to. And that was the latter. Brilliant setup from Mohammad Siraj as this is pushed out to cover, no run. Has he trapped three? All three of his wickets have been LBW, haven't they? Joe Root the second, Bethel, and who am I forgetting? It's been a long tour, a long series. Even you've forgotten. Ollie Pope, of course. Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope on review. That was pretty plumb. Joe Root given out on fielders, and then Bethel didn't. He just walked off. That's driven straight to the fielder. Jaiswal at extra cover, no run. Jamie Smith, extremely powerful down the ground. Times nearly as well as he hits. So much power in the wrists. And he's picked out the field on that occasion. 207 for 5 then. Still the game leaning towards England, but not as dramatically as it was when we were at lunch. Krishna is in and up on his toes, and oh, that's a poor bit of fielding by Jaiswal. He's done by the bouncer touch, but he's gone in a terrible position. He's almost got his back to the ball as he tries to field it. Cupped hands, and that allows Smith to get off strike. 208 for 5. But yeah, lunch, India were miles off.
Yeah, 109 for 1 off about 16 overs at that time. It was carnage just before lunch, wasn't it, really?
It really was. It still made...
And they'd lost 4 wickets. They'd lost their last 4 wickets. It was a very dominating session by England. Probably the most of the series.
I say, Krishna as Brooke runs this down to third. There's a chase on for Jadeja, who's down at the deep backward point boundary. He comes round and fields. Another couple of runs to score. Brooke could have gone first ball. First or second ball. It's certainly his first scoring shot. Inside edge and back past his stumps on the move and on the drive. But since then he's looked pretty compact. He can also look a little bit frenetic at the start, seemingly like he wants to get to 50 in a shot and then move on. And what are you looking at, Jeremy? You feeling a bit of rain?
No, I'm just looking at the wind, actually, which way the wind is. I'm looking at the flags at the far end of the ground, John, up on top of the pavilion there. It looks as though it might be, yeah, it's just changing a little bit, isn't it? I think the spin might go better from the far end, maybe, if that's indicative of what it's like on the ground out in front of us.
And you'd imagine it is, right? Jadeja is in, and this is driven over pitch by Jadeja, but stopped at extra cover by Jaiswal. Jadeja again, and down the track a touch is Smith, and this is punched very, very comfortably up to long off by Smith, who moves to 8 to the score. 210 for 5. How many runs do you think India can give up on first innings, Jeremy, and still be in with a realistic chance of winning the game?
Of winning the game? Yeah, well, they don't want to. I mean, obviously the less the better is the general answer.
80 flatter, and pushing at this a touch is Brooke. Slides off the face, fielded at backward point, no run.
Yeah, no more.
So you feel India need to be batting again today, really, depending on if we lose any rain,
yes.
any play to rain.
Yes.
Again, this is fired in. No drift there, just quite flat, quite defensive bowling here from Jadeja.
He's not really a drift man, is he? He's more of a work with the pitch.
Again, this is,
I mean, if you
drawing
think
the batter forward, but he's playing defensively as Brooke.
You think of him in Asia, don't you, where he's so difficult to play, but it's the pitch doing most of the work and supplying turn.
That's it, isn't it? This is driven, and it's crisply hit. It's fielder at deep point. Looks a little laboured. Is it Akash Deep? It is. He's got overs in those legs. I think maybe a fresher, younger fielder might have made a better fist of stopping the ball before it reached the boundary, but we'll never know. 4 runs to the score, and yeah, I think Shubman Gill's made an error here. I think Washington Sundar would have been a preferable option to Ravindra Jadeja, who is, as you say, doesn't get much drift, and it's very often the ball that goes on, but that only works if there's spin. If there's no spin, the batter knows it's just going to go on with the arm.
And my other concern about this bowling partnership is that the other half, Krishna, isn't really a swing bowler. He's more of a hit-the-pitch bowler. He's trying to bowl fuller, which is fine and admirable.
That's how he got his wicket as well. Edged and caught at second slip. Krishna has struck, and Jamie Smith has got to go. And I tell you what, Jeremy, on a gloomy day like this, that is a superb catch right in front of his face by KL Rahul at second slip.
Yep, big drive. Smith went for a big drive. It wasn't there to play, and it's wide enough that he's had to reach slightly outside his body and outside the eye line, and it's gone, and it's travelled quickly, and certainly around about head height, above the head, and the arms upstretched, reverse cup, 2 hands, and straight to him. So you'd expect this good, decent second slip to hold that comfortably. He did, and so very dangerous batsman. Smith departs, and so just at an important time in this game, you've got your second wicket, John. That brings it a bit more even once again.
I think that's the 3rd wicket.
It is, yes, including Bethel.
Yeah, including the man
That you didn't
no
factor
name,
in.
the invisible man. And Jamie Overton, who was down to come in at 10, is actually coming in ahead of Gus Atkinson, which makes sense. 215 for 6. This is the horrible 5 minutes, isn't it? There ain't no winners here if you're a batter.
No, that's true. Remember, at this stage, India only have to pick up 9 wickets, so 6 down now.
And India themselves were 215 for 6 at the start of the day.
Yep.
And they were bowled out for 224, so there's no Chris Wokes. It's Jamie Overton, and he's about to face his first delivery. Remember, when England come out to bowl, they've got 3 fast men and a spinner in Jacob Bethel. And Krishna's in. Oh, it keeps low. Overton shoulders, arms. He's been hit on the pad. And Krishna is imploring the umpire, who's been a little bit reticent to stick that finger in the air.
It's more the line that's the issue, isn't it? Is it outside off stump?
Well, he's not playing a shot.
I think there's no shot. You're quite right. No shot at all.
Still a few seconds. They're reviewing. Shubman Gill's reviewing.
I think he has to, doesn't he? Has to.
Kept a bit low as well. So but it's just whether it's coming back enough.
That's right.
That's it.
Is it angling back in towards those stumps, or is it just holding its line outside?
Very often, there is no one more excited than a bowler in these instances. I'm not sure that the fielding team quite believed it was coming back enough. The keeper, no, that won't be coming back enough. May just clip the top of off stump.
No.
May. That's as good as you're going to get. Yeah, it's
umpire's
it's
call.
missing,
is it? Yeah.
So a little heart in mouth moment for Jamie Overton on his return to the side as a batter anyway. Shouldering arms, first ball to Prasid Krishna, but the ball shown not to be doing enough.
That's where you want Krishna to be able to have the ability to run a bit wider on the crease and use that 4'2" you've got there and angle it back into the right-hander, so it's always coming back in.
Here he is again, then the bowler is in, and this is a touch shorter and defended by Overton. He looks a touch uncomfortable while he's doing it. Krishna's talking to himself there.
Bowlers always do that, John. Bowlers always do that.
Yeah.
And you find by the top of their mark, they generally come out, they ask questions and they question themselves and they answer as well, and generally come out quite well by the top of the mark.
Here's Krishna again. Oh, left alone again by Overton. And strides up the crease as Jamie Overton, and Krishna's standing there with one arm across his chest and the other up on his chin. This has been so much better from India in this afternoon session. They've done enough. They are back in the game now.
Yeah, just 5 for 106 they've taken in this session so far. Worked hard work for the seamers on in the side, but they've found success.
They have indeed. It's Overton facing, and he's strapped on the pads. It's close. The finger's gone up, and Krishna struck. Overton's rooted to the spot. He's having a look. He's indicating he thinks it might be going down the leg side. He hasn't hit it. His back's to us, Jeremy, but that looked very, very close. Gone up for a review.
They have, and I think that looks out from behind. I mean, again, we just got to say we are not facing this at all. We are behind the batsman, and we can't quite pick up the line so easily. But it looked from here very good indeed.
Well, he didn't review immediately, so I think we know he didn't hit it. He's a tall man. It's hit him on the knee roll, but the lower half of the knee roll.
But it's given out on the field.
Bang in front of the stumps.
Hasn't hit it.
And look, the India team are starting to walk off. They think it's tea. It is, because Overton's gone. Wow, you've got to love this game. India at lunch were on their knees. They were out of this game. They were heading back home, defeated in Test and Series, but a 2-hour session, which actually pushed up nearer to 2.5, has seen them roar back into this contest. A wicket with the final ball of the session, 2 in the final over, both bowled by Prashi Krishna, inspired by Shubman Gill to bring it back for an over from the pavilion end after Mohammad Siraj had ripped the guts out of England's middle order with a supreme spell of fast bowling. And India now believe, with Chris Woakes unable to play, 7 down England, but without Woakes to come in, effectively 8 down now, and they do not lead. 215 for 7. Harry Brooks still there, Atkinson and Tongue to come, and this game and the series, Jeremy, is back from the dead.
Yeah, terrific session, wasn't it, for India? They've claimed 6 wickets for about 106 or something like that, so that's been a fantastic effort for them. They've bowled better, they found some swing. Very interesting period of play just prior to the last 10 minutes, and it looked as if it was just easing off towards the end of a session and that England wouldn't have any difficulty in getting through to tea. But suddenly Smith made a mistake and was caught at second slip by Rahul off the bowling of Krishna, who had replaced the tired and fatigued Siraj, and he found a little bit of bounce outside the off stump, got the wicket of Smith, and then Overton was in the last 5 minutes, and he's managed to get, he's had 2 goes at getting MLBW, and the second one was successful. So wonderful stuff from India. The 3 bowlers really working well together, and this game has not died. It will not die.
It won't. I'll just zip through the bowling figures. Mohammad Siraj, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 66. Akash Deep bowled better than his figures suggest. 17 overs, no maidens, 1 for 80. Prasid Krishna, 3 for 51 from his 11.5. And Ravindra Jadeja, just 2 overs towards the back end of the session, which went for 11. Harry Brooks still there, 33 not out. Gus Atkinson will come out after the break. Tea here on day 2 of the Oval Test match. And just being shown this stat, we've been asking about the wickets, which end 2 from the OCS, or the Vauxhall end, which is the end we're commentating at. 14 of the 16 wickets to fall have come from the pavilion end. We'll be back in about 20 minutes time. Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India have England 215 for 7 at tea. Wow, that was something. What a session. Actually, what a day. First session owned by England. Second session, possession was handed over to India. Lunch, England 109 for 1. From just 16 overs. At tea, 26 overs later, 215 for 7. Effectively 8 down because Chris Woakes won't play. Certainly won't bat in this innings. We're not expecting him to play again in the series, in the Test match. And the reason that India came roaring back into this match, an 8-over spell from Mohammad Siraj from the pavilion end. Ably assisted, by the way, Akashdeep. His 6 overs went for just 18. And Prasid Krishna's going to continue and finish off the over. Floodlights are just sparked into life. Wow. They come on quick. It is gloomy.
Someone had their finger ready, because that ball was still being fielded when they pressed the floodlights on. Did you notice that?
I did. Can you remember we were in Sri Lanka and the fireworks went off when, what's his name? The library, Harath was in his delivery stride, about to bowl to Keaton Jennings. They were all getting very excited because, well, was it his retirement match or was he about to go
game,
past
wasn't it? Yeah. I can't remember. I mean, it wasn't a record, obviously, but he'd taken a lot of wickets. Was his 300th wicket? No.
I think it may well have been a milestone moment as well as his retirement Test match. And Keaton Jennings was like, "Hey, come on, guys!" And he was very friendly, placid guys. You can't set the fireworks off.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he took 433 wickets, so it wasn't like
he didn't take 33 wickets after that, did he?
Yeah.
Or 32 wickets after that. So yeah, no,
he
it's
had a
just
good game, but
it's just they just went a bit rogue. All eyes on Harry Brook really, as he guides this ball from, who is that bowling? Siraj. Siraj has switched ends. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense, I suppose. Saw 2 overs of spin towards the back end of the tea break, but this is not the time for spin, Jarrod. This is the time for pace. 85 mile an hour pace.
I mean, yeah, I think they can get one more spell out of these two. They can't make Akash bowl anymore, can they? He's fallen apart limb by limb. He was losing it.
India have got to knock England off over here. Oh, it's an absolute peach of a delivery. It's pitched up. It's a slower ball Yorker, which Gus Atkinson has played all around. And there's a little grimace from Siraj. He dismissed Jacob Bethel with a beautiful Yorker. Oh, what a ball that was. It's got Atkinson overbalancing, trying to play to mid-wicket, beating past the outside edge. There's still a lot of movement there, and Atkinson himself is going to be an absolute handful when he comes out to bowl. But of course, he was only bowling this morning. Driven back and dropped by Siraj. Rings his right hand. He saved 4 at least.
He might have lost 4 fingers, so that has hurt him. That has stung. He walked for a minute and then he went, nope, can't walk this one off. Oof. That's hurt me. We almost had Akashdeep get hit in the face before as well. Similar kind of thing. Straight. That one was into the pitch, though. This one was just fully straight back at him. Oof. Lovely connection.
Shubman Gill is rubbing Mohammad Siraj's fingers, much like a parent would after their kids fallen over in the playground.
Well, he's an expert in it. He spent most of the last test ringing his own fingers, didn't he? So
he's still wringing his hands.
He might be India's finger man.
Well, they do have so many support staff. I'm surprised if they don't have a finger man. Siraj might bowl the rest of this over with his left arm. Nope, the ball is in the right hand, and he's in past the umpire. Oh, and it's clipped away for a single. Atkinson's off the mark. 217 for 7.
It will be interesting to see if Atkinson does well with the ball, because, as you said, he bowled well in the first innings, but the first innings was seam. It's now swing that's dominating, and he's not as good a swing bowler. I mean, I think they were almost perfect conditions for Atkinson in the first innings. He might not get that. So the big swing bowler would have been Wokes, and he's not going to be able to bowl. Overton swung the ball quite a bit in the first innings.
I think Overton swung it more than any other bowler in the entire series.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're not far off.
But didn't take a wicket. As Sidharth is in, and this is a fraction wide, and this is powerfully hit. Through point, nearly reaches the boundary as well. It's a despairing dive, really, from the fielder at deep cover. But it's actually fielded by deep backward point. Sidharth running around. Is it
Washington?
Is that
You and
Sidharth?
Manus both struggle with him.
It's
don't
the
you?
arm. It's the sleeves.
He's just longer than Sidharth, and that's the only difference.
He's on the far side of the ground.
It is a long way away from us. Yeah.
It's his sleeves.
And
actually, he's fielding next to Sidharth, who's at third.
That was beautifully timed, wasn't it? And beautifully placed. Just incredible.
And back for two down the track, and this is just dropped short of Jarrod. I think there might have been a little bit of bat on this. The umpire's signalling. What is the umpire signalling?
Signal buys.
He looks like he's signalling buys.
It was kind of weird because he walked down like he was warning someone for something.
He did.
But I think he was just signalling that it was a buy.
Yeah, I think
What he did there, Brooke, was expose.
It was a single.
Well, he held his hand up for buys.
I know. Well, you can see where the confusion lies.
It's been marked as buys on Crick Info. He exposed his stumps though, Brooke, there. Could have been bowled.
220 for 7. India still lead on first innings. It is at 220 for 8 though.
It was a bad mistake though by Drew Terrell because it allows for Harry Brook to come back on strike.
Yeah, just bounced before him. He got 2 gloves to the ball but spilt it. And so that means that Prasid Krishna, who picked up those 2 wickets in 2 wickets in the over, the last over of the afternoon session, running in past the umpire now, and this is just guided down to third. Brooks sets off really quickly and comes back for the second. Good running, really good running.
That's bad fielding by, is that Sidharth down here?
Don't start.
Yeah, that's bad fielding from him because Brook always wanted to, and Atkinson wasn't alert there. You had to throw. In fact, he's been replaced. They're like, yeah, maybe it's not for you. But he had to throw at the bowlers in there. There was an actual run out on, I think.
But then the bowler himself, Krishna's just standing there ball watching.
It is fair. Now I see that. It was actually just badly fielded by Sai all round. But I'm not sure they would have got a run out at the other end. But you have to throw at the other end in that situation.
2-2-2 for 7 then. England with Harry Brook 38 not out. 2 slips in place, and Krishna coming in, and he toes short, and this is pulled away for a single by Harry Brook, who moves to 39.
Due to Harry Brook's good placement and India's failures over the last little while, they've basically just not had Atkinson on strike as much as they should have. So this is an important little moment here, especially because they're 7 down, but they're really 8 down. We do not expect to see, well, we won't see Chris Wokes bat in this innings if we see him bat at all, which is very unlikely.
Yeah.
Maybe to win a game or draw a game, he might come out.
Yeah. This is cut powerfully by Atkinson, but with no timing. And it's fielded at cover point. 3 balls left of the over. And Krishna just needs to remember kind of deliveries which got him success against Overton. If you're getting that much move, that much nip and swing into the right-hander, just get it in and around off stump. As he comes in again, oh, there's a big swing and a miss from Gus Atkinson. That could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, Brooks batted well, as I said, since the break, but India just have to remember the ball's still swinging. That's all they have to be thinking about at the moment is he's going to play those shots, that's fine. Keep him off strike as much as possible, but the ball is still swinging. Atkinson's already been... Was it Atkinson who was dropped? It was, wasn't it? The caught and bowled.
Oh, yeah.
So Atkinson's been dropped. I mean, he
Sorry,
nailed
yes,
that.
yeah, he was dropped. Here's Krishna again, steps away and slices it. Really, that's an expansive shot for one. Exposes the stumps, but trusts his hand-eye coordination. He has got a test century and also batted really well in New Zealand as well. But India won't mind too much as long as they can keep Harry Brook on strike, but they're giving him the single. Am I missing something here, Jarrod? Am I missing something?
Yeah, they've got their numbers wrong.
Why are they giving Harry Brook the single?
He's going to bounce it.
Last ball of the over. Oh, there we go, bouncer. And Harry Brook looks to the square leg umpire, and then he looks at another umpire, and he's like, come on, give us a wide. But no. So, yeah, there was method to the madness. I thought I was losing my marbles then.
Harry Brook is now pretending that that ball was 3 foot above his head. I mean, it was probably marginal on a wide call. I give him that. But the shot he just showed Kumar Dharmasena, like, it's like, mate, it's not a plane. It wasn't 4 meters above your head. In fact, there's a plane currently just curving around above the top of the oval that is much lower than where Harry Brook was just pretending that bouncer was.
I don't know, actually. I'm looking at a replay of it, and he's in an upright stance, and it is a good foot above his head. I didn't think it was that high, I must admit, but looking at the replay, I think Brook might have a point.
Well, he did pretend it was 4 meters above his head.
That he did. He just crouched
As
down.
I said, I thought it was marginal. I think you could have given it as a wide.
Atkinson it is then. It's not like he's trying to block it out. Oh, has he got him? No, that's a good length delivery, and Atkinson is beating all ends up again. This is what India have just got to remember. The ball's doing plenty. In no position to play any shot, and in the end he just kind of sticks his bat out more in hope than anything. And it's taken by Jarrod. That's swung.
Yeah, I think if I'm India here, I want to take my 2 wickets quickly and then for the rain to come in so I don't have to bat tonight.
Yes, I think that is exactly what they want to do. Or just bowl 10 maidens and then knock England over, and then the rain. There's some dark cloud coming in from behind the stand.
There's a drone over there.
There is. It's been there for a while. Here is Sidharth again. This is pitched up on the pads, and it's pushed out to mid-wicket by Atkinson. And England lead by a run, but they've only got 3 wickets in hand. 2 when you consider Woakes won't bat. And those dark clouds continue to roll in. Floodlights are on here. The 3 feathers. They are really bright. Don't look at them for long. Can't actually see now. Sidharth is in, and this is on the pads and pushed to mid-wicket. Brook takes the first really quickly, but there's no second run there. I think that England can trust Atkinson. He can bat. Maybe the manner in which he's batting might alarm them somewhat.
I think that's just what they've been told to do, is to keep attacking here. I don't think, unless something massively changes with the conditions, I just don't think England can get a significant lead here.
Hold my beer, say India. As, this is played with a straight bat. Atkinson Brook defends. No, Atkinson defends. No run.
They won't declare, but a quick 30 runs here and then bowling in these conditions is probably the best situation for England.
If the weather forecast is as it was for tomorrow, it looks like the better day of the 3, and if the pitch is flattened out a touch more, then yeah, you want to be bowling tonight.
A lot of it's just about whether the ball swings as well. Like at the moment, this outfield just seems to be protecting these balls. Like how many overs are we in? We're 45 overs in. It's still curving, right? And it curved until the 70th over in the first inning.
Exactly. India were bowled out from 69 overs, where the ball swung for 69 overs. Pitched up and driving square of the wicket. There's a chase on for the fielder. The ball's going to win. This is what I mean about Atkinson. He can play.
I mean, he can. There's no doubt about that. Why was that the delivery that Mohammad Siraj, the senior bowler in this seam lineup, decided to bowl? It's almost a wide Yorker. How's he trying to get him out there?
I think it's just come out wrong. He is what is he now? This is his 14th over in today. He's bowled a lot of overs, and he has just hurt his hand. Maybe all of those things, I don't know. In now, and this is pushed out to cover point. Lovely sound of the ball hitting the middle of the bat there from Atkinson, who's 7 not out. That's the end of the over, and England still going. 2:30 for 7.
Interesting there. So they left the field up for Atkinson. He was looking for a single. It's pushed out on the offside. India cut off the single. Don't they want him to be facing next over, John?
Krishna set to continue. So a bit of rain in the air, I feel. Or Harmy's pints being spilt from the... Has anyone seen Harmy today?
Yes, producer Scott saw Harmy. It's fair to say, not on top form, Steve Harmison. It's the lightest bit of rain possible, I think, if at all.
Driven up to long off by Brook. Just a single, so he's not trying to protect Atkinson. He's trying to get runs. 231 for 7 then. England lead by 7. When I was a kid, I always used to blame the spectators for putting their umbrellas up. So I used to figure if they didn't put their umbrellas up in the crowd, then nobody would know it was raining. Krishna's in again. Oh, this is an ungainly, almost swapped pull from Gus Atkinson.
When I was a kid, I used to think that if you looked at a digital alarm clock, it couldn't change.
Yeah, it's weird how time. Is that because sometimes when you look at a clock, it seems like it's not changing for a long, long time?
Yeah, and then if it does change, you're not sure if you flicked your eyes over or whatever. Obviously, as a kid, I was very wrong.
Yeah, I had something similar to that. It's pitched up and driven. What a shot from Gus Atkinson! That's almost the shot of the day. Touch over pitched, but he holds the pose and has drilled this back past the bowler. And I tell you what, long off. Isn't that wide? This has gone all along the floor up to the boundary, and England moved to 2-3-5 for 7.
Yeah, I think Gus Atkinson's pretty happy with long half volleys. He's had one wide that he's scored off, and now he's had one straight that he scored off. Just got to get back to that sort of knee roll length that they were bowling beautifully before the break.
Krishna again, and this is guided to the right of Gully, who puts in a good stop. That would have whistled away to the boundary if who is that? It's not Gill, is it?
Yeah, Gill in the gully. Should have been Gully. I've always wanted to say that.
Shame Gilchrist was a wicketkeeper, really, isn't it? What was I about to say?
No one knows.
We're just talking. Oh yeah, when time seems to stop. You were talking about how looking at a digital clock it wouldn't move. Time wouldn't change. Rahul gets down, ready, pulled and caught at mid-on. Banged in by Krishna. He's extracted some movement from the pitch. He is a banging-in bowler. He's already dismissed Crawley in similar fashion, and this has just looped up to the fielder at mid-on and has been taken. Atkinson goes for 11. England lose at 8th, 235 for 8.
Yeah, you probably would have heard that on the effects mic. It just sounded bad. I don't know if it was off. Was it off the splice? Did you see? Felt like it was high up on the bat. We're a little bit behind at this end, of course, so it's a little bit trickier for us to see, but it felt like it was off the splice, and yeah, just sort of looped up to mid-on. I don't think that's the end of the world. I don't think there's a lead that England can get here that is probably going to be substantial enough, unless Harry Brook goes absolutely crazy. I think you wouldn't mind bowling. The lights are on. It's gloomy, and there's certainly something still happening out on the wicket. So I don't think it's a terrible time for England to be bowling soon if they can't get runs.
And Prasad Krishna has just registered his test best, 4 for 60, and with a chance of a 5-fer, with Josh Tongue making his way out onto the ground. That rain is still not quite here. I mean, that would
just a little bit of spit now.
That would be perfect for India, wouldn't it? Nip out Josh Tongue, rain comes in.
I say there's a little bit of spit. Maybe. I don't see any umbrellas though.
No, it's the umbrella check.
But
It's the jackets. The jackets are first. and then it's the umbrellas. You'll see one lone umbrella, someone's just too cautious. Jackets all start coming on, and then the umbrellas go up. And
It
then
does
we're
look
off.
like very, very light rain, but maybe there's nothing. Wait, have we seen a jacket? I just saw a man stand. We're on jacket watch.
Where's Macca when you need him? He was listening from Australia earlier on today. Last ball of the over. Krishna with a chance of a fiver. He goes up for leg before wicket. The ball is nipped back in, but there's an inside edge. End of another successful over for Krishna. England 8 down now, effectively 9. 2-3-5 for 8, and I think we're going to see some fireworks from Harry Brook now.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
There's a jacket. Jacket
That's
going
a
on
definite
there.
jacket. Oh, double jacket.
Oh, 2 jackets now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's umbrellas over there. There's 4 umbrellas. Can you see? The blue and the 3 black umbrellas. Oh, there's another jacket going on over there. Man in the black. He's giving the game
There's
away.
a phalanx of umbrellas in that area.
Oh,
That's
jacket
the
there.
umbrella
Blue
gesture.
jacket going on.
A woman's just taken her jacket off over here. Oh, wait a minute. She's taken it off to take her jumper off.
I can see
and
that.
now she's putting her jacket back on.
And
does that count? Because
well,
she didn't have a jacket on.
What's
a minute
even
ago.
stranger is that her beige jacket is almost identical colour to her beige t-shirt.
Yes, she's double beiged. You never double beige.
More as we get it here from the oval. Siraj is in, and will Brook take the single? He won't. Clip down to fine leg.
It is very light. If you look at the grandstand under there in the dark bit, so you want to usually look at in the dark bits of the grounds, and you can just see it's so light.
Yeah.
If I'm India, I'm like, I would take a wicket and then straight away be like, guys.
Oh, I think Scott's just seen another umbrella going up. Siraj is in, and Harry Brook has just got down on one knee and almost paddle hooked this over the boundary at fine leg for 6.
I think paddle hook is
and
the
I think he
appropriate
might
shot.
have
Did
nearly
he
hit somebody as well.
I think he might have hit a woman in the crowd. She looks okay.
No, I think she's fine, but I think it might have disrupted the drinks that they were having up there. That's
Oh.
gone miles. I think that might have gone into the corporate boxes. I think that's gone. It's basically the shot that we've seen Rishabh Pant play.
I thought it went just in that. I thought it went in that section that's like a dugout next to the change rooms. You
Yeah,
come
maybe,
out
maybe.
because that's where these stairs are, aren't they?
And he seems to be
That part of
seeing
the
it.
ground.
Seeing it pretty well. 2-4-1 for 8. Brook 47. Another man with a red jacket putting it on. Driven this time up to long on, and Brook turns down the single. What drama. What drama here in Vauxhall.
You're not allowed to watch cricket with umbrellas up in Australia.
Yeah?
You're not allowed to watch cricket with the
Lightning
umbrellas.
conductors.
No, just because it gets in other people's view.
Gets in the way of people.
Put on a poncho if you want to sit in the rain and watch cricket.
Siraj is in, and he strikes at Brook high up on the pad, and the bowler fields no run. Oh, Cameron's just put on his jacket.
That's right, that is not a rain jacket. I can confirm
Is it more
it's a
of a
lovely
fleece?
sort of a soft material that he's got today. Cameron Ponsonby, our unofficial mascot of talkSPORT cricket.
Our cheerleader.
Cheerleader. He's not
Putting the pom-poms away.
he's not that cheery.
Doesn't like to get rain on the pom-poms.
He's more like a surly mascot that you would, that 4-year-olds would kick.
Here is Siraj again. What have we got from Brook? He's going to take a single, pushes hard, but Josh Tongue is going to have to face a delivery. I mean, Tongue can bat. Leader 17.
Well done by Sidharth, who that time understood the assignment and was sprinting in. The rain's got heavier, I can confirm that. And
looked like umpire Dharmasena was. Brook's gone down to have a chat with Josh Tongue.
we don't have, though, a lot more umbrellas going up. So either people just didn't bring umbrellas today, but we do have, as I said, sort
there's
of
one going up there.
umbrella junction over here on the left, out towards the flats. gasometer.
Well, you really sounded Australian there. Siraj is in, and this is defended by Josh Tongue, who turns down the single. That means Harry Brook will face the first ball of the next over. Will we have a next over?
Is gasometer not how you pronounce it?
There's a little conversation. I think the umpires have
And we're
decided.
going off.
Let's get out of here, guys. Let's get out of here. It is gloomy. It's dark. The rain is coming. England are 8 down, effectively 9 for reasons you know why. I am sure. 2-4-2 for 8 then. We will be back though as soon as we have more play here at the Oval with England 2-4-2 for 8, a lead of 18. Brook and Tongue at the crease, but this is the last partnership of the innings, we believe.
Welcome back to the Oval in southwest London, with England about to resume after a rain break. Slightly lengthier rain break than it felt like it needed to be, it must be said. Very, very light drizzle when the players went off, and they do take their time coming back. And it's such a shame for a packed house like this, a sellout, but back we are. And England are to resume on 242 for 8, leading by just 18 runs. Last man, Josh Tongue, at the crease, faced 2 balls. Harry Brook is the man that England will be hoping is able to add substantially to that inconsequential lead at the moment of just 18. Harry Brook, 48 not out, but what a fight back by India. And we are underway once again with Prasidh Krishna completing his 15th over. I beg your pardon, he's not. He had just bowled the 1 ball, so he's got 5 balls remaining. 4 now. That's short. Pulled away by Harry Brook. Declines the run. India reverted almost immediately to giving Brook a single and bowling at last man Josh Tongue, who's no rabbit, it must be said. Here is Krishna once again, bowls. Brook digs one out, drives it up towards long off. We're in this cat and mouse game now, Jeremy Coney. It's one that I always thought was overrated, especially when captains revert to it straight away. Anyway, I know there's an element of pragmatism to it, isn't there?
Well, that's what it's based on. Pragmatism. But he's looking for a gap, isn't he? He's looking for a gap to get 2, to get up there and back.
Krishna in down the leg side, and it's a flick tap by Harry Brook, doesn't make contact. Jarrod dives to his left and palms it, knocks it on, but they can't go through for a single. They could, but they decided not to. So that's 3 balls of the over. Does he take 1 4th ball? How many?
Yeah, normally 4, don't you? Bring them in for the 5th and the 6th. So that you're really bowling you're hoping to just bowl 1 ball at the other batsman.
Driven by Brook out towards deep cover, and no run taken. 4th ball of the over. We'll bring the field in now. No, not after 4 balls.
Well, I would.
Shubman Gill's giving the single off the 5th ball. I think you'd back Josh Tongue, wouldn't you, to face 1 ball?
Absolutely. Well, that's exactly what Brook is feeling at the moment too. He's judging it the same as we are. But I'd bring the field up on the 4th.
Here is Prasidh Krishna bowls, and remember he's looking for a 5-wicket haul, driven down the ground by Harry Brook, and it will be a single. Krishna gets a hand to it. What a journey of redemption for Prasidh Krishna, who I thought bowled so much better than his figures suggested at Headingley.
Yes, he was asked to do all the donkey work on the short pitched ball, wasn't he? And while he was the tallest bowler, I think, in the armoury, He didn't bowl that badly, I didn't think. But he went for over fives, didn't he? 5 and 6 runs and over.
6.24,
Yeah,
I remember, because it's
right.
a record, remember. It was,
Oh, dear.
it was the most expensive test match for a fast bowler in India's test history. 6.24 runs and over. It's a good Yorker, nicely played by Josh Tongue. Dug out very effectively. But I think Josh Tongue absolutely backed himself to face 1 or 2 balls and over. I mean, we saw him in the first couple of test matches when he was required to bat. He was very well organised and seemed to know exactly what he was doing, certainly in a defensive capacity.
I don't know how many runs he got. He wasn't number 11 though, was he? I don't think. I mean, my memory doesn't go back that far.
Let's have a look. He played at Headingley and he was number 10 and he made 11, but added 11 from 18 balls. Didn't bat in the second innings in England's run chase of 371. He played at Edgbaston as well, didn't he? And he made a 2-ball naught in the first innings and 2 from 29 balls in England's defeat at Edgbaston. So he faced 29 balls, driven down the ground, rasping drive down to Captain Shubman Gill on the long off boundary, and again no run taken. England 243 for 8, leading by just 19 now. I hope they're not too unimaginative. I mean, I know that, but this is the last wicket basically. Chris Woakes isn't going to bat, and so I guess Harry Brook's going to be patient and just for a while anyway. Mohammad Siraj has now got I think he's got a Graham Thorpe headband on. Yes, he has. Up to the crease now comes Siraj and chopped away by Brook to the sweeper at deep backward point. That's a nice touch actually from Mohammad Siraj. He doesn't normally wear a headband, but in support of a day for Thorpe, which is so far raised close to £110,000 for the mental health charity Mind.
What were they, $5 each?
£5.
£5, sorry, you're £5.
You could make a extra voluntary donation, but it's only £5 for the headband. Here is Mohammad Siraj again, bowls Brook, thrashes one through extra cover. He knows that's 2. He pretty good judge as a batsman whether you picked out the fielder or whether you could hit it between them. You get 4 or 2, and that's 50 for Harry Brook.
Yeah, a little bit frenetic to start, wasn't he? The second ball, he sort of went down the pitch and had a big heave and got an inside edge just past the leg stump. Then when the keeper came up, he also charged at one point and managed to slice one over the top of cover. So, I mean, it's been a bit of a mix, but he's certainly, as he's got into his work, he's looked a lot more comfortable. There he's found that gap that I was talking about between a square cover and a wide mid-off. And so he's able to get, a couple and get back on strike.
Siraj again running away from us and clipped away by Brook behind square on the leg side. And he's going to come back for the second again. No, he's not. Oh, get back. Oh, there's trouble here, and he would have been run out. Better throw, and Josh Tongue would have been run out. Now there's trouble at Harry Brook's end. Absolute mix-up. Both men could have been run out. 2 fumbles. One down on the deep backward square leg boundary by Sidharth, and then another fumble by Jaiswal at extra cover. Both men could have been run out. Brook has walked down the pitch now to have a chat with Josh and go, right, hang on a minute, but perhaps we're not understanding each other here. Okay, this is how it's going to work. Come on, let's not get run out now. It happens. It's one of the reasons that I'm so uncomfortable with this strategy. As you say, it's pragmatic. Bowl at the tail ender, bowl at the last man. Normally, he's a less proficient batsman than Josh Tongue. Anyway, maybe Mohammad Siraj can make it work now. He's in, he bowls to Tongue, who's resolutely forward, pushing that one ever so gently up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ravindra Jadeja. 246 for 8. The lead is now 22 for England. There is a few spots of rain around, but nothing heavy enough to force the umpires to take the players off the field again, and it looks pretty clear on the radar as well. Here's Mohammad Siraj, last ball of the over, bowls a bouncer to Josh Tongue, ducks underneath it very easily, very efficiently, and Harry Brook will face well, I suppose as much of the next over as he wants. 50 overs, that's all we've had. 50 overs in this innings. England rattling along at 5 and over. Well, helps from the opening score at 7.5 and over. Opening stand of 92 for England.
This is not only part of the problem, is it, that sometimes Bazball has, isn't it? They bat so very quickly and score runs so quickly. Not only are there fewer days in between each test, 3 days mainly, and everything is shoehorned into, you know, as long as it's prior to August, where they've sold summer here for the 100, and so you've got that small time between the tests, and even within the test matches, bowlers haven't got time to rest either, and so that's why we're in this situation of teams having to change quite dramatically their personnel in this test match.
4 changes each.
Yeah,
it's unusual. That, isn't
very.
it? Brooks on strike, and he's facing Prasid Krishna, and that one is sliced away down towards third man. He's on the charge, Brook. Took a step and a half down the wicket, turned it into a low full toss, opened the face of the bat, tried to slice it between the very fine third man and the deep backward point, but instead found Jadeja at very fine third man. So there's 4 men on the boundary on the leg side, another 4 on the boundary on the offside, a slip, a wicketkeeper and a bowler. Here's Krishna, bowls to Brook, again pushes it away behind square on the offside. Thought he could get 2, set off, and then remembered the confusion in the previous over and thought better of it.
Yeah, well, that's the other temptation too. Instead of smashing the ball, to just nurdle it towards them and see if they can take 2. So imagine where the 30-metre circle might be. Just try and hit it just out to there. You might be able to get there and back for a 2.
If you're a golfer, you need to think lag putt.
That's the one.
Krishna in again. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. Hits Brook on the pad. I think it was bouncing well over the top of the stumps. Very, very peculiar situation that well, not that we're unfamiliar with it, but I always think if you know, somebody who's a passing acquaintance of cricket walk into the stadium now, they might look at it for a few minutes and think, what's going on?
Yeah, this is not for me. It does become a bit tiresome after a while, doesn't it?
Down the wicket comes Brook now, driving, and they're going to try and, oh, I don't think they can take 2 here. He wants 2, but it's Karen Nair who's done a good job. He's been standing at first slip in the 3 test matches that he's played, and now finds himself sweeping on the deep backward point boundary, and he's moved well there. Good throw too. Brook tried to take 2 but couldn't, so Josh Tongue will have to face 2 balls.
Now I wonder if Nair there could maybe throw to the bowler's end as well, because it's Brook who's going to be running hard, isn't it? Expecting that to be thrown to the closer end. If you can get a good bounce throw, as long as Krishna's aware of it, the bowler is aware of it, to get behind his stumps or get near within the compass of his arms by the stumps, you've got a chance of getting a run out, I think, because Brook is going to be steaming back, and if Tongue doesn't come, he has to turn around and have a go at try to get back.
2 slips, gully, leg slip, Krishna in, bowls, Tongue opens the face of the bat, runs it away behind square, thinks of a run, because it's what you do instinctively if you push the ball past a fielder, and Harry Brook says no, you can't have one. Shai Siddharth doing the fielding. How would you feel if Chris Wokes did walk out holding the bat in his right hand with his left arm in a sling, dislocated
Colin
shoulder?
Cowdrey style.
Yeah, Malcolm Marshall.
But yes, Well, he got runs. I think Colin actually stood at the non-strikers end. There was a bit of mythical stuff about that bravery, I think.
Driven out towards mid-wicket by Josh Tongue. Good shot, well played. Shubman Gill Fields. Talking about Colin Cowdrey, who had a broken arm and it was in plaster. Malcolm Marshall, I remember watching it, must have been 1986. Had his left hand broken, didn't he? And he came, and instead of putting the whole arm in plaster, it was just on his actual left hand, but he couldn't grip the bat with his top hand, and so he just held it in his right hand at the bottom. And
runs though, didn't he?
He made 7, including a slashed 4 one-handed. Do you remember? Slashed behind point. He couldn't grip it because his left hand was broken. Absolutely amazing. I was transfixed watching that. Is Mohammad Siraj is into Harry Brook and chops it away behind square on the offside. I was a teenager. It's one of those moments that made me.
He still was able to bowl, wasn't he?
Yes.
Because he still got lots of wickets.
He took 7 for with a broken hand.
I know. Imagine what he got with he had both hands.
Wokes could bat. He couldn't bowl.
No, that's right. You can't bowl like that. No.
If you think about the bowling action, just think it's not his right shoulder that is dislocated. Oh, he's bowled him! Siraj has bowled Harry Brook, trying to run it down to third man for a single, and Siraj has 4 to go with Prasid Krishna's 4, and England have been bowled out for 247, effectively bowled out, although they are only 9 down, and thank goodness we're not going to see Chris Wokes come out to bat. No. Both batsmen have left the field of play, and so it's India. I think. Do you know what I think? I think they're just staying out in the middle for a couple of seconds to remember this moment. And if that is the case, whoever it may have been, it could have been young captain Shubman Gill. It could have been the senior, it could have been Jadeja, it could have been KL Rahul. I think someone just said there, guys, just take a moment, look around, remember this fight back. Next time your back's to the wall, remember what is possible. It looked like it to me. That's what's happened there. Because ordinarily they would have all just rushed off and done their own thing. But that's a very, very special moment for India, and that is a brilliant fight back, absolutely brilliant fight back, and to restrict the lead to 23 I think is inconsequential.
23? No, that's right. So they've got 138 for 8, and that is a very fine effort after really being put to the sword and be 109 for 1 at lunch. So that shows you how much this has been an innings of 2 halves as far as India are concerned. A dreadful one at the start for the first 16 overs, but then the response after lunch has been emphatic, from working their way right through the England batting lineup to restrict them to just a lead of 23. Now this little session that remains is very important indeed, isn't it? I mean, with the top order coming out, we found that the pitch is just doing a little bit more than perhaps everyone imagined. It hasn't gone through the phase of being nice and easy to bat on. We've seen the ball swing. It's gone up and down and been a wee bit variable. We've seen bowlers, when they get it right, it has nipped about and found. How many LBWs did we have? Probably 3 or 4 in the England innings.
4, yeah. 4.
And there's a good delivery from Siraj there, who had removed the headband, got the wicket, the last wicket of Brook. And I mean, it was an innings really where players like Root, I thought he was battling with himself to try and get started, to get going, to find some timing, to find the ease that he found at another other wickets. He hasn't found it easy so far in this one. So it's been a very interesting innings actually, and certainly India have had to work hard, yes, and they've had to use their three seamers quite a lot, yes, but they've found a way to dismiss England, and now they have the chance to come back into this game.
Some really outstanding bowling figures from Mohammad Siraj and Prasidh Krishna. Siraj is taken 18 wickets in the series now. He's played all 5 test matches, 18 wickets at an average of 36, so not great on the face of it, not eye-catching numbers, but in the context of the awful turgid nature of the pitches in the first 4 test matches, that's some rich reward for him today. He got belted. His first 4 overs went for 31, and he's finished with 16.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 86, and Prasidh Krishna 16 overs as well, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 62. Akashdeep bowled a 10 over spell, so he took a wicket. He got rid of Ben Ducket, who was out trying to play the third reverse scoop. 1 for 80 in 17 overs, but the point about that is that he bowled a 10 over spell, and he was expensive, but you know, India basically a seamer short through their own fault, their own hand. They only picked 3 for the test match when it always was going to be a fast bowler's pitch, he thought, and so to come back from 92 without loss to bowl England out for 247 is a brilliant effort, and they will begin their second innings with a deficit of 23. The crowd has been buzzing all day. The chatter and the atmosphere and the tension, the celebration, the exhilaration when Ducket and Crawley were going well together was I think worthy of a test match that ends England's series against India, but it is very much alive now. When India lost their last 4 wickets in quick time this morning, inside the first half an hour, England were well on top, and then when they were galloping along, reaching, as I say, an opening stand of 92, and then even at 142 for 2 after 24 overs, India desperately under the pump. Even then it looked like the seamers were overworked, but they dug deep. Akashdeep dug deep. He bowled 10 in a row. Don't know what digging deep is really, other than just, I don't know, playing through the pain barrier really.
I guess you slowly lose a little bit of pace, but I thought he had very good rhythm during that 10 over spell. I thought that was the time when he started to find that the ball was swinging, and even if he's lost 4 or 5 Ks in terms of pace, or even 3 or 4 miles an hour, it doesn't matter if the ball is changing its line. And it means that the batsman has to watch it, and I thought that was whole second session was a fascinating period of play with India's bowlers finding a way that they could create problems for the English batsmen, and they were never, after that pre-lunch session, they never looked as strong and as powerful and as comfortable as they did prior to lunch, and they looked as if they were having to defend, and they looked as if they were having to work hard to defend as well. It wasn't a question of smashing the ball around, it was more singles. I noticed there's only 2 maidens, would that be right, in the entire innings? Or maybe that's wrong.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it didn't feel like that, did it? It didn't feel like that. All the runs, these 86, these 86 and 62 and 80. I mean, the majority and the bulk of those runs were scored prior, weren't they? Prior to lunch.
Yeah, you know what? It's really interesting. There's been very few maidens throughout, flat pitches, but it's almost, you know, that for decades, half a century or more, a century, you know, Test cricket's ebbs and flows included periods where batsmen took a breather, and they'd almost say, like, I'm just going to play a couple of maidens out, I'm just going to stay down this end for the next 20 minutes, and they wouldn't hit, but you know, they'd give them a rest, really.
Yep. Particularly in the heat. Yeah. If you're you know, playing, I remember Glenn Turner explaining when he got, I think it was 3 lots of 200 against the West Indies on very flat pitches, and all 5 tests were draws, but he batted for, you know, sometimes over 2 days, and he was getting to a point where he was just exhausted out in the heat all the time, and he would quite deliberately, he said, he'd take 2 or 3 maidens just to sort of catch his breath
and tell his partner not to call him, not to run any singles.
Nothing short. A long run single to mid-off, deep mid-off.
You know what's interesting? Gary Morgan's been sending us through a load of stats, and observations. The Vauxhall end is barely catching up with the Pavilion end. It's now 16-3. That's unusually high for one end, isn't it?
It is. That seems to me that is Atkinson's end.
Yeah.
So 5 count there. It's Siraj's end where he got his LBWs. Not the last one for bowl. That's the 3rd one at the Vauxhall end. But maybe that's where the slightly better bowlers have bowled from. Woke's got his one at that end, at the Pavilion end.
And England's, I'm not going to call it a collapse, because it's just, you know, collapses are more dramatic than this, but they lost their last 5 wickets for the addition of 52 runs in 89 balls. So that's not a collapse, that's more of a slow crumble. Right, players are out in the middle. We're all set to resume.
So Sidharth out, LBW in the first innings, missed it by a good long way from Atkinson. He's facing him again, so it's the same situation.
And here he is, Atkinson round the wicket, bowls, and it's cut by Jaiswal, who I think, looking at that, has come out with a to heck with it attitude, I reckon. He's, you know, I was talking earlier about his slow but undeniable decline in the series from a century in the first test, in the first innings, on the first day. And, you know, a prime position in the slip cordon. He's like a senior player. Here's Atkinson around the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal. That was cut, by the way, and fielded by Ben Ducket. This one is left alone outside the off stump. And the way he's just played that first ball of the innings, a little bit short, a little bit wide, not a terrible delivery, and just whacked it into the gully. I think he's just thought, I mean, either he's got one foot on the plane home, or there's a bit of anger and frustration. Yeah, this has been a very frustrating tour.
I think it's the second. He got an 80 too at in one other innings, didn't he?
Yeah, Edgbaston. Yeah. So really good start to the tour. Really good start. Pushed away, back to Atkinson.
He's been out what? So he's had 9 innings, and I think 7 of them have been round the wicket dismissals.
Good start, Jeremy. That would probably be playing on his mind. You know, I think that, and if it isn't, there'll be some stats boffin in the dressing room who would have pointed it out to. Atkinson around the wicket again, bowls, beats Jaiswal outside the off stump. What a good ball that is. I bet when Gus Atkinson walked off this morning with 5 for 33 to his name, he didn't expect to be bowling again this evening. Or he probably hoped that he wouldn't be bowling again this evening.
Well, that's what I say. There's not much rest for the bowlers, is there? And when you bat so quickly.
I said that India's deficit of 23 It's inconsequential, it should be. Oh, what a good ball that is, Atkinson. Pace on that and carry. Jamie Smith taking that at shoulder height, and it was still going up. It was left alone by Jaiswal, but got his tail up. It's Gus Atkinson. Wow. He is, I mean, I was talking this morning with you about the fact that he was, touching 90 miles an hour when he made his debut for England, and then just slow decline in pace. He played international cricket for a year from his debut, and was lucky if he's bowling at 80 by the end of it. Outside the off stump, that kept low. Yeah, well, just talking about the pace and carry of the previous delivery, that one kept low and bounced a second time. Left alone by Jaiswal again. KL Rahul hasn't faced a ball, and he's called for the 12th man. He's changing his gloves, he hasn't faced a ball. He is. I think he's walked out there with the wrong pair. Do you remember when you were a kid and you pick up the shared gloves? And
the left-handed ones. Yeah, well, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? I remember I used to... It was one of the things that attracted me to the game initially, actually. Gloves. My brother had some batting gloves that he used, and they were the ones that had nothing in the middle of the hand, and you kind of slipped your fingers into just little pockets that you put your hands in, and then there was about a yard of elastic that you then wound around your wrist and then popped your thumb on when it was tight enough. It's an extraordinary thing to wear, and the clink of the pads, of the buckles.
Oh, definitely
that was, and then the smell in the wash house, redolent of linseed oil, where they used to work. You used to work the bat in.
I'm familiar with everything apart from these gloves. I've never
open palm. The open palm.
You were supposed to wear inners, cloth inners.
No, you didn't. No.
Okay. So you really felt the bat hand.
Absolutely.
You know whether you.
But it was more the winding of about a metre of elastic around your wrist.
It cut the blood. Pins and needles. Josh Tongue's with the new ball. Let's hope he bowls a bit straighter for his sake. And he does. Starts off with a straight one. KL Rahul guides it into the gully. No run.
Yes, I used to pop in there and dress up. Yeah, that's what it was, really. It was just dress up. I made sure they were all removed and put back very carefully before he arrived home.
You had a whole host of older brothers, didn't you? Or
no, just two.
Just two?
Just two, I think. Yeah,
oh.
I think, well, that's what Mum and Dad told me.
Here is Tongue again, bowls wide of the off stump, full and wide, certainly drivable, but KL Rahul declines the invitation to drive that. I would think that as a young Jeremy, two older brothers would constitute a host. Did they both play?
Cricket?
Yeah.
They did for a start, and then one took up tennis. We had a tennis court out the back. That's where I spent all my childhood. I didn't have any friends. I was just out there with the ball,
was there
just
a
throwing
wall
it against wall. Yeah, lots of walls. Absolutely.
Hit it against the wall.
Yeah.
And have rallies with yourself. Oh, Tongue in with the one that goes back into KL Rahul, bounces too. Suddenly, Jamie Smith diving to his left down the leg side, even though it passed over the top of off stump. It's good leave from KL Rahul, left on length. Jarrod and I were just talking about the decline of tennis and how it pains tennis traditionalists that so many tennis courts are now being turned into paddle courts because it's just so much easier to play as socially, isn't it? You have to. I mean, Jarrod's mum's a tennis. She runs a tennis school, tennis academy, and here is Tongue again, pushed away behind square on the offside to gully, Ducket fields, and they feel as passionately about the decline of tennis as we do about the threat to Test cricket. Not that you'd think there was a threat to it, as we look out at a crowd of 30,000 and a vibrant contest between these two powerhouse teams. Here's Josh Tongue. Figures of 3 for 57 in the first innings. Running away from us up to the crease now, bowls, and KL Rahul up onto his toes, defends it to Atkinson at mid-on.
Yeah, if I was Josh Tongue, I wouldn't worry about KL Rahul defending to gully a couple of times. He's got it to bounce a little bit more, just wide of the stumps. And I just feel that that brings the cordon into play. If anything just moves slightly away from him, he's a very calm player. He's at the absolute epicenter, I think, of this batting order. Even though he's at the top, he's at the right in there, and you've got to get him out.
Outside the off stump, kept low, did that one. KL Rahul leaves it, and the over comes to an end. India 0 for 0. They trail by 23. We've had an action-packed, highly entertaining day, full of a bit of everything. In some cases, a lot of everything. India lost their last 4 wickets for the addition of 20. They were bowled out for 224. England have replied with 247. Harry Brook made 53. The openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Ducket, made 64 and 43 and opened with a stand of 92 in just 12.5 overs. India fought back, 4 wickets apiece. Prasid Krishna and Mohammad Siraj. It really has been an almost breathlessly entertaining day.
Well, 13 wickets. That's a lot of wickets in one day.
Driven down the ground by Jaiswal. Beautiful shot for 4. Full and straight from Atkinson. And, well, I do love an on-drive.
Yeah, we all do. It's one of the more difficult strokes to play. It's just a little bit full, is it? Yeah, not bad. He's just waited for that to arrive to him, and mid-on a little bit wider, and it's still run along just as it on the surface of the pitch, so it gathers speed.
Atkinson in, pace, bounce outside the off stump, good leave by Yashasvi Jaiswal. I think he'll be a superstar. I mean, they were saying that he was a superstar 18 months ago when he made all those runs, over 700 in the series against England in India, made 2 back-to-back double hundreds, and I mean, he's already an IPL superstar, but he's I can't remember who it was who said years and years and years ago, he said every great player needs one bad series in England. Virat Kohli had one, terrible, didn't he, 2014? Awful. 120 runs at 10 or something. 12. Pushed away defensively by Jaiswal up towards mid-off. And if this is his terrible tour, it includes 100
and an 80.
Yeah.
And we don't know what he's going to get in this innings, although logic would suggest, with 4 wickets going very early in the first innings, and then, you know, another 9 since then, there's going to be wickets falling in this last session as well. I mean, that's logic would say that.
Here is Gus Atkinson, edge to dive from Crawley at third slip is in vain. It runs down to the boundary. Harry Brook sets off in pursuit to fetch it, and he does exactly that. It's a genuine edge from Jaiswal, although, you know, he hasn't gone at the ball, has he, with hard hands. It's just hit the edge and fallen to ground quite safely.
Yep. Yeah, that's quite right. Just loose hands has not meant that the edge is carried. But it's, again, he didn't mean to get an edge, and so that's, you know, you've got to be happy if you're Atkinson about that.
Atkinson around the wicket again to Jaiswal, who cuts and beats Ollie Pope at backward point, and it's rushed to the boundary for 4. Well, Atkinson's definitely given him a bit too much width on that occasion, and he's been savagely treated. I enjoy that. There's nothing worse. Well, there's lots of things worse, but it's not a great sight watching a batsman, a really talented batsman, desperately scrapping for. Or let it go.
No, I think in these sort of conditions, where if it's going to be variable,
you said,
then if you get a bad ball, a ball that you can hit, you attack it hard.
And isn't Jaiswal doing that well? That's a good one, though. It's much closer to the off stump, bounce and pace, and Jaiswal leaves it alone. The crowd have. I've got a friend I went to school with many years ago, who paid £140 face value for his ticket today, and he was grumbling about it. I went to see him during the rain break. I said, "How do you feel about the £140 now?" He says, "Worth every penny." He did. He was a bit bleak about it this morning. Jarrod, are you ready?
It's born ready.
Right, of course you are. All right, it's all yours.
He's been limbering up there.
Let's get some younger blood in here. Clear out the old wood. Sid Monga's joining me. I'm not. I'm only young in cricket writing, cricket media circles. I'm not young in any normal circles. 3 slips. Josh Tongue stomps into the wicket, and this one is left alone outside of stump. You don't like stomps? Jeremy's not sure about stomps. He does stomp. I think Josh Tongue's quite stompy. Well, we're going to disagree there. Incredibly long thighs, Josh Tongue as well. We'll talk about those later. Like a volleyballer. Talking about someone who's athletic like a volleyballer, it's Sid Monga. It's not the first time you've been.
The most inaccurate description of me ever.
Tongue in again. Heavy feet outside off stumps and pushed out to gully. Just he searched for that a little bit there. KL Rahul with his hands.
Yeah, heavy feet is more me, but Rahul was not heavy on his feet. He was quite light. It did stretched out a little bit, but he was in control of it.
He's in control, but yeah, he certainly was reaching. We've got sort of a short's maybe the wrong term. Quite a close wide mid-on. We've got a square leg, fine leg in place, and a shortish extra cover as well. And that's where this ball is headed. It's full. Just outside off stump, and just punched to Ollie Pope there, no run.
The extra cover is doubling up as mid-off as well.
Yeah.
If he was more set right now, he might have manipulated it a little and just used his wrist to drive it straighter than he eventually did, which was straight to that man.
Yeah, he doesn't always use his wrist to manipulate the field sort of straight. Something you see maybe he does a bit more with the square balls.
Correct. That's true, yeah.
England very much on the attack. 12 without loss. Tongue, elbows jutting out, hits the crease hard. This one's down the leg side. Might be a leg bias. It goes down to fine leg. It goes very slowly.
Elbows jutting out is not a very auspicious description, you know. The last one we described with elbows jutting out was Anshul Kamboj.
Yeah, they are both elbowy, I think, on the way in. There's none of that sort of traditional sort of, used to see bowlers sort of put their arms out in front of them. And there's
Chris
a lot
Martin.
more. Yeah, Chris Martin's a good one.
Like Pistons.
There's some great ones. Have you ever gone back and watched Wes Hall? Wes Hall does this thing with his wrist as he comes in where he looks like he's cocking a gun.
Oh.
And Dennis Lilly used to do it until he changed his action.
Oh, Dennis Lilly was very wristy with his release.
Yeah, but when he was young, I think he'd looked at Wes Hall and he had a very similar action, and then he injured himself and changed up. Tongue coming around the wicket. They've got a leg slip in place here. Full and straight, punched to mid-on.
Hit on the inside half of the bat. He was looking at mid-on.
Atkinson came over there. Got good connection on it though, but you're right. It wasn't exactly how he wanted to hit it. He wanted to hit that hard, that last one, I think.
Yeah, because it was full enough. That's something that Karun Nair should have been doing when he got LBW. It was a good ball. It swung a lot. It seemed a lot, but it was too full to be missing it.
He missed it by quite a lot as well, didn't he? 88 miles an hour, that last one. So Tongue's got better rhythm than we saw on day one. It's short outside of stump, and it's sort of forced away on the offside. He wasn't in complete control of that, and it's gone between third slip and a gully for 4.
But cut hard into the ground on the square. It landed on the pitches, which is why it got that extra bounce.
It's almost like it spun back through the gap, but he was a little bit cramped for a moment there.
He was. It's him and Cut are a funny relationship. He has one of the worst control rates on the cut shot against fast bowlers in the last 4 or 5 years. But it's also a fruitful shot. It gets him runs, and he probably calculates that if I'm cutting it hard enough, there's very little chance that I'm going to edge it straight to hand. Although he did end up doing that to Ben Stokes at Edgbaston.
He's gone out to the short wide one a few times. I wrote about it early in the series. I thought it was a weakness before the series. I didn't think England would bowl short and wide to him as much as they have. He went out pulling to a short wide one that he should have cut as well.
Yeah.
It's got in his head a little bit at the moment, so be interesting to see what that last ball does. Anyway, KL Rahul doing his familiar sort of right kick, left kick, make sure the crease is immaculate. No pebbles there as Atkinson comes in. No elbows jutting out here as this one is just pushed on the offside in front of point, and they're going to get one just back of a length. Nice little steer.
Yeah, those are the runs that kill you. Those are the runs that deflate a bowler. You bowled a good ball, he's gone right behind the line. I have your measure, and I'm going to open the face only at the last moment to place it for a single.
It's one big advantage that India have here is that Atkinson bowled well in the first innings, and we assume he's going to bowl well again in the second innings, although he won't get the seam movement, which I think he needs more than anyone else in this game.
I'll tell you something.
But they don't have two new ball bowlers, because Josh Tung's not a new ball bowler, and Overton's not a new ball bowler. So there is an issue there as Atkinson comes in. It's over pitched outside off stump, and Jaiswal helps himself to a cover drive for 4.
In the first innings, Atkinson extracted the least swing and least seam movement of all the 4 England bowlers, but he was the most accurate, the most threatening lines and lengths. I'm not countering, I'm not saying that it does not need seam movement, but it does not need a lot of it.
So I disagree. I think he's almost impotent without seam movement because he gets so little. I don't think since Shannon Gabriel we've seen a test bowler get as little lateral movement as Atkinson does, so he needs some help. And this is outside off stump, and he goes to cut this, does Jaiswal, and he hits it on the head, and it goes out to backward point, and there's no run.
Didn't I say the same thing, that he needs not a lot of seam movement, but a little bit of it?
I think he needs it more than anyone else because he just does it. He needs more. He needs help from the surface.
Yes, he does, but it does not need to be an unplayable surface because his lines and lengths are so good.
I don't know. See, that's where I think we disagree. I think Atkinson can bowl I think Atkinson bowls at about 6 miles an hour or 8 miles an hour slower than unwritten Nokia in a very similar way, but unwritten Nokia is faster, and so it doesn't matter as much. This one's outside our stump. I like this ball. It's left alone by Jaiswal, but nice pace and bounce through to Jamie Smith.
Nokia does not have nearly as much control on where he's landing the ball.
He doesn't. At his best, I don't think there is as much between them as you think with accuracy, but at his best it doesn't matter because he's 8 miles an hour quicker. And so he can get away with being a little bit more variable. He's also got a much better short ball than Atkinson, and he can blast through tail enders in a way that Atkinson can't. Atkinson, I'm not 100% convinced that Atkinson is a test bowler at the moment, despite his record, and this is dropped. I was pretty convinced on that one. It was wide, and he went for that. It was actually quite a poor shot from Jaiswal there. I think he just wants to have a go at everything. Anything that's loose, that was loose, but not the right shot. And he almost gifted England a wicket.
Gifted? Your hatred for Atkinson is coming through.
Let's have a look at that.
That was a good ball. He's been on a good length all the time, and now he floats one up to see if he has a drive. It is not a half volley.
That was a straight ball that was wide, and it's poor batting there. His feet are nowhere near the ball. He didn't move his weight in the right direction. Sorry, I'm going Jeffrey Dujon on this one. That's mostly batter error. The ball before Atkinson bowled a beautiful ball. That one was not, but should have been caught by Brook. It was Brook who dropped it, wasn't it? This one is defended off the back foot.
Yes.
Yeah,
it was second slip, 88.
Yeah, second slip. It went fast to Brook, to be fair, but should have caught that, shouldn't he?
Should have caught that, but the one thing that Jaiswal did right was he didn't play a half drive.
There was no half.
Yeah, he went hard at it, gave himself a chance.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Jaiswal because
he gave himself half a chance that it can be dropped.
Yeah, but also he's decided that you can't poke on this wicket.
And this was the worst case scenario for him. If he had got even 2% more connection that was flying over the slips.
Exactly.
This was the worst case scenario where he needed a bit of luck. He got it through the drop.
Anyway, that is a drop. Interesting to see how Jaiswal hasn't been in as good of nick. He's 24 off 19, and he's got off to a bit of a start here. So
and we missed it. And we missed it that India are in credit now.
They are. Was that on the drop, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Got too excited by the actual one. This is good from Josh Chung. Length ball just outside our stump. KRL tries to come forward and defend this, misses, and again he's back to kicking the pebbles. He doesn't like pebbles, does he? Does not like pebbles, KRL.
Tung has got something about him. I know he hits the pitch hard with his feet, but even with the ball.
And with the ball.
He's got good vertical speed.
He's quite a violent bowler against the pitch in every way.
Yeah, he's got the vertical speed which can get him excessive seam movement.
Comes in again, the big frame of Tung, and this one's over pitched outside off stump, and KRL plays a typical KRL shot. It's a gentle drive. It's a push into the offside. He could have played like Jaiswal and thrown his bat through that, but he's like, no, I'll pick up 2 or 3 here, and that's more than enough. He comes back for the second.
It was a caress. He just wanted to be in control here. He's not taking any chances. And it was good that it was just a caress because it hit him high on the bat, even from that full length.
Yeah.
It would have been difficult to control if he was going for a proper cover drive.
Number 56 on the back of Tongue. Comes in again, and this is the good ball. This is angled in and moving away. I think that was off the seam, wasn't it, that one?
Yes, of course. And Rahul slightly threw his head back because he might have played at this one, unlike earlier ones where he just plays inside the line.
88
he might
miles
have
an hour again. Yeah, he played at that and he missed it.
Yeah, he followed.
Didn't really push it as much as I thought he did originally. Just have a look at the... Actually, that doesn't seem as much. It's just because of the angle it's straightened. I thought it moved away.
It did because of the angle.
No, but I thought it moved a long way away. But looking back on that, it's just the straighten. This is a beautiful ball outside our stump. There's a half an appeal. In fact, England is claiming the wicket from the bowler through to third slip. But first, second, and the keeper are like, I don't think he hit that, lads. They're coming up very slowly now. Did Pope turn around to review that already?
I'm looking forward to Kumar Dhamsena starting his countdown within the earshot of the stump bike.
3, 2. Well, Pope turned around like he was going to review that. Did you see? And then he turned back around to first slip and keeper and went.
Rahul might have pulled a fast one here, you know.
It's a beautiful ball. It was angled in, back of a length, maybe even slightly fuller than that, but he played it off the back foot and straightened again. It's not that he's getting massive sideways movement. He's just straightening the ball, which means because of the angle, because of the way that Tongue bowls over at the top of his head, it's actually quite, all he needs to do is get a slight bit of straightening on the ball, and it makes him hard to play. Very similar to someone like Jasprit Bumrah or Scott Boland. Because of that, just that little bit of straightening causes all the issues. And the last 2 balls, he's done beautifully. Here he comes again. Leaning over, releasing that ball from above the head. He tries to leave this roll. It's off the face of the bat, just short of third slip. No run.
What a sport. He's bowled more good balls in these 2 or 3 overs than he did all first innings.
Without any real extravagant movement, just little bits of movement. It's good bowling this. It's not pitch assisted.
But he's not getting the wicket here.
He should quit. Do you know what he should try?
A 5 wide.
A waist high full toss outside off stump.
A lob.
He's in much better rhythm though at the moment.
This is the best I've seen him bowl.
Comes in again. And he beats him again off the back foot, just fading away. Angling in. KL Rahul maybe did it. Move his hands a little bit on the curtain rail there, trying to get an edge. Beautiful over from Josh Tongue. How many wickets did he get yesterday?
2. 2 with just 2 good balls.
And then how many today? 2?
1 with another good ball. Yeah.
So 3 wickets in the first innings, and he's bowled better in that over than he did the entire first innings.
I think it was the most difficult over KL Rahul has faced all series. He's played at 2 or 3 balls he does not want to be playing at, and Josh Tongue, which is why I think they rate him, because if he gets it right, he's got both a high release and a wide release. So you're maximizing the chance of seam movement, but you're also making the batter play the angle.
I like him as well because he bowls well against the tail, and they can use him for the short ball. But I looked at his numbers in first-class cricket. They don't hold up as much against the tail as you would think. And the short ball, he's not very good at consistently bowling the short ball. But if he only needs to get one of these skills working, and he's a very handy bowler for all of them, especially as a backup to Bryden Cast. Atkinson comes around the wicket to Jaiswal. He just drops this on the offside, off the back foot, and I'll take a single as Ollie Pope comes around. Deep point was out for Jaiswal. And that's Bethel, and he'll come back at... I was going to say he'll come back in, but there's a right-hander at the crease, so he'll come back in the square leg.
But this is what happens in the second innings. India are now 6 without loss, and I don't think they fancy chasing a lot here if the divots and the indentations, the alleged divots and the indentations start.
Alleged. As if they've committed a crime, these divots. Fair and balanced here on talkSPORT.
We were not there, so we cannot. The reported divots and indentations.
Gus Atkinson, ball in hand, short steps like a sprinter straight at the crease. And this time it's just at the pads of KL Rahul. Falls over a little bit, but Plays that out to mid-on. Josh Tongue picks it up. No run.
We must tell the listeners that neither ESPN Cricket Info nor talkSPORT is allowed not even as close as 2.5 meters of the pitch. So we don't know for ourselves if there are divots or indentations
Well,
there.
you and I are not allowed out there because we're not English.
Do you think John would be?
I don't know if John's allowed. Manners not allowed. Coney's not allowed. It's Atkinson again. Outside off stump, and he leaves this, but it's a very late decision to leave. It was on a length just outside off stump, and he thought about it, KRL, and in the end, he sort of just drops his, or actually doesn't drop his bat, he almost puts it behind his legs just to make sure that he can't get an edge on that. But a very good ball from Atkinson there. That's when Atkinson's at his absolute best, when the ball is moving just that little bit, and he can angle it back into the top of off stump.
Yeah, this is a testing spell for India. Both the bowlers have been on the money here. Very few loose balls, and just enough movement to keep them honest.
3 slips, gully in place as well. This one's outside off stump, left alone, a little bit shorter on that one, but again, not a bad delivery at all, just well left by KRL.
But that would have been some relief for Rahul. He's not had an easy lead for a while.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's been a testing little moment. Was that 4 plays and misses on the trot from 2 different bowlers?
Yeah.
He should probably just try and reverse scoop one here.
Yeah, if his name was Ben Ducket, he would have.
The light's not perfect here either. The Surrey lights are shining. It's not really a shadowy period, but it is a little bit gloomy. Atkinson comes in. Again, a little bit wide and left alone outside off.
What's the significance of this shape on the floodlight towers?
I don't know, actually. Is that the
Surrey crest?
Yeah, I was going to say, is that the crest?
Might be.
Because at Edgbaston they have the E, don't they? Is it the Surrey crest, Scott? Yeah, the 3 feathers, yeah. Is it Edgbaston still have the E? They did have E in their light towers for ages, didn't they?
E.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're heading to the Oval, the Wi-Fi password is 3 feathers.
As this one is on the leg side.
I'm not going to give away the various combinations of 3 feathers that you have to try, though.
Someone did do that, you know. Someone did that, and they had to change all the passwords. This happened a couple of years ago, and I think it was in this part of the press box. A drunk guy came over and kept asking, and someone gave it to him, and of course, once one person got it, everyone got it. So
I don't think I've given away nearly enough.
No. So clearly Sid was joking then.
No, I was serious. It is 3 feathers, but there are so many combinations of 3 feathers that you will be old before you get the right one.
Stop giving out any passwords, please. That was the end of the over here on talkSPORT Cricket. 29 without loss. Jaiswal 25 of 20. KL 3 of 22. They're playing 2 different sports, these men, at the moment. But the partnership's 29, and the lead is it 6? Yeah, 6. Yeah.
But
and only 1 extra, Sid. Only 1 extra. Tongue is coming around the wicket to Jaiswal. 3 slips, a leg slip, gully in place. Full Yorker. Dug out by Jaiswal. Dribbles out to gully, and Ducket picks up. Well bowled.
He didn't dig it out as comfortably as you would want your top order batter to do so.
He dug it out better than Bethel was digging his out. He struggled with the Yorker as well. Yeah, I'd say it was less of a dig out that he dug it, and then it sort of went behind him anyway, but not.
Oh, behind his back foot.
Yeah. He wasn't in control of that. If you were in control. In fact, it was. I'm not even sure he dug it out. He tried to dig it out, maybe attempted dig from an attempted Yorker. He comes down the wicket to slog this, and that is incredible cricket. He's missed it. It goes through to Jamie Smith, but he came down and tried to hit that to us, I think.
And we cannot criticize this because we have seen what Ben Ducket did.
No, well, we can criticise it if we also criticise Ben Ducket.
We didn't. We praised him.
Some of us criticised him. Some of the shots were bad. I think if you're going to criticise this, it's that he lifts his head. It's execution rather than...
His head went up after executing the shot.
Oh, it's pretty close.
It did look a little like Javagal Srinath slogging.
It was a slog more than anything else. Tongue comes in again, and he cramps him outside of stump. They're going to take a single. There's a run-out chance as well. I think KL was always in. Might have got hit by the ball as Ducket underarmed that with his right hand. It was a good delivery. It cramped him up, and they decided to steal the single, and Duckett's still down. I'm assuming he's okay. Can't actually see him.
He's fine. But I don't think it was as comfortable as you make it sound. If KL Rahul dived, he was worried about his wicket. He wouldn't have put a dive in if it was as easy.
Jaiswal, actually, when he hits this, he's worried for a minute it's going back.
Oh,
and he would have
was
been out.
gone!
Yeah, he would have been out.
He doesn't dive. KL Rahul does not do anything frantic.
No, I thought it was close, but I thought he was just in, but he was out, and that's why Ducket stayed down for so long afterwards.
The light has improved, especially from this end.
Not enough to see the stumps for Ben Ducket. He had 1.5 stumps to aim at with that underarm.
Harsh taskmaster.
Josh Tongue is in the shadows. 1, 2, 3 steps. Now he's in the sun, the harsh sun right at the moment. And this is a good ball, but defended off the middle of Rahul's bat. Out to on the leg side. There's no run there.
This was closer to off and did not seem. So Rahul could be confident he can get right behind it. But this is a spell to watch out for because of his angle, because of his wide release. Rahul is playing at more balls than he wants to play at.
Which is none.
Yeah, especially with just an hour and 6 minutes to go.
Yeah. Let's be honest, India wanted rain, and they're right to have wanted that. There's some great cloud out to our left. We'll see if it comes in further, but there is some darkness, but there's sun bathing the oval at the moment. As Tongue comes in, it's full, it's wide, and he can beautiful square drive this. He just waited for that into his arc, and before where there was a push, this time there's a little bit of a flourish, and it flies out for 4.
Yeah, right on top of it. And because he was right on top of it, he felt confident to put more force into the shot. And he was able to open the face to place it also.
We said that earlier. He likes doing that around sort of cover point to backward point. And
to the left of cover, not to the right of cover. He doesn't like placing balls to the right of cover.
Here's something interesting. Someone moved Bethel out to deep point, and someone moved him back. And I didn't see Tongue or Pope move. So I don't know if it was Root. Looked like it was Root. Tongue. Bounce. Hits the top of the splice. That's a nice, brutal delivery by Josh Tongue, but defended on the offside. No run. End of the over. 34 without loss here on talkSPORT Cricket. Sid Monga and Jarrod Kimber. I'll get some of these words right. People get really upset when I get their names wrong, but I was like, you do realise I quite often get my own name wrong as well. Jaiswal is 26 off 23, and KL Rahul is 7 off 25.
Even said 34 without lust.
Yeah,
I think when KL Rahul is on strike, you are right to say that. You can get away with
lust.
it.
There's no lust for KL Rahul.
But when Jaiswal is on strike, there is a lot of lust.
He's an attractive man. Was he one of the cricketers? There was a viral video the other day of an American woman going through which cricketers she would need how many shots to kiss. You didn't see this, Monga?
No.
Cool.
I'm too hip to be watching cricket TikToks and.
I'll send it through to you. You'll enjoy it. Scott's seen it. Producer Scott's seen it. But yeah, it was
Scott just said, "I have a life." You don't.
I don't need a life. I work in the game. Scott, of all people, who has no life. I don't know. Could be throwing any stones at Scott. I don't know if you want to open that Pandora's box at all, buddy. We just got a delay here.
He goes to the gym every day.
He does go to the gym quite a lot. More than I do, that's for sure. Did that break the top of the bat, or was that a little bit of glove?
It might have been. It was a brutal delivery, yeah. It didn't get the glove. It hit the splice of the bat.
We definitely heard it hit the bat. But
I think it hit where the splice goes in. So that's the most vulnerable part of the bat.
Yeah. But anyway, there's been...
I have binoculars. Why am I not using them?
He's a long way from his bat at the moment, but there is someone out on the field, and we've just had another one of these bouts of umpiring where Kumar Dhanasingh has just come over and just been like, guys, get off the field. But yeah, no, there was a bat brought out, you're right. So I think it hit the splice and he just needed another bat there.
I don't think Kumar, even though he has been more demonstrative today than he has ever been, I don't think he can tell batters to bat with a broken bat.
No. I don't think it was that, because KL Rahul had actually replaced his bat 40 seconds ago.
Actually, do you remember the subtext? Kumar and KL Rahul as...
Overton comes in, the big body through the crease. It's outside off stump and left alone, no run.
What's Overton? None for 66 in the first innings and a duck with the bat. Anyway, so throughout the...
That was a bit of a drive-by from you there. Let me just tell you all the things Overton's done wrong, and let me finish my Kumar Damasina story.
It was a time when Prasidh Krishna got into the face of some batter, and Kumar interrupted, and
Not Joe Root.
Yeah, and he might have told Prasidh off.
In comes Overton again from the members' end. This is a terrible shot from
Extra bounce.
Jaiswal. It does bounce. There's nothing wrong with the ball. It's maybe a little bit wide, but he went to play the cut shot and halfway through pulled out. And this, I don't know what it is, but back of a length outside off stump, he has this real second guessing at the moment. Anyway, you were telling a story about
another
Messina.
Another segue is that Jamie Overton reminds me of Tim Bresnan running in.
Well, if Tim Bresnan was stretched, he's about 3 inches taller than Bres, isn't he?
He is, but
he's not quite as barrel-chested. The lack of barrel chest. This is up and over the top of slips, and that's gone for 6. In fact, it was over gully. It was even squarer than I thought it was originally, but it was short outside off stump. The last ball he was tentative. This one he threw the kitchen sink, the bathroom sink, that little sink that you sometimes get in the UK in bedrooms that doesn't make any sense. Threw all the sinks at that one and got a lot of it.
it was not the safest of shots because there's a deep point in place.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever going to go to deep point though. I think he would have had to be very unlucky.
When you're throwing kitchen sinks, you cannot control it to that precision.
Yeah, it's not that far from him, you're right. I think he'd be unlucky to be caught playing that shot at that position. Anyway, Overton, he's bowled a couple of short ones outside off stump. He goes for a third one, and this would have been another boundary, but there's Jacob Bethel is down in that position we just talked about. And so they come back for a single. Probably good for Jaiswal to get off strike here.
All along the ground, kept it safe. Now, Kumar Dhamsena and KL Rahul, two of the most polite, undemonstrative people. Kumar Dhamsena tells Prasidh Krishna off, who's also KL Rahul's mate and Karnataka teammate. And for some reason, for the next half an hour, they were just having a conversation, which was not the most friendly conversation that you can imagine. Rahul was just really offended that Kumar Dhamsena might have said something to Prasidh Krishna, or might have taken sides there. Or
interesting that Hassan actually talked to Joe Root afterwards, as this one's on the stumps and pushed out, so short cover for no run. So Joe Root was also told off for that exchange, but KL Rahul didn't see that.
All Kumar had to do was tell KL that, listen, my partner spoke to Joe Root as well.
So I don't know if it was just one of those miscommunications. As I've said before, sometimes people in cricket just need a woman on the field to actually listen and talk to people rather than talk over each other.
I think we need women leaders in the world.
Yes, that's
generally women leaders everywhere.
Let's start with on the field and then go back from that. Overton comes in, and this is an interesting shot from KL. It's a defensive shot where he sort of opens the face and tries to run it down. He doesn't get it past gully. There's no run there. End of the over. 41 without loss here on talkSPORT Cricket with Sid Monga, who's desperate to say something.
Final thoughts. We just need women leaders everywhere. No more qualifiers to that.
No more qualifiers to that, but on the field as well. Sid is taking a break. I think Jon Norman and perhaps Jeremy Coney will be on in a moment as well. India 41 without loss. That was Overton's first over. He got hit for a 6. But he bowled 3 short ones outside off stump and only went for 7 runs. That is the plan to Jaiswal, but it's so risky. Jaiswal's got off to a flyer and KL Rahul's gone off to a sitter. I think that makes sense, Jon Norman.
It does. It does indeed. Jaiswal's also been dropped by Harry Brook. What did you think of that? Should have taken it? Went fast.
Yeah, he should have taken it.
Went really fast, but this is Jaiswal facing up, and it's Josh Tongue who's bowled really well with the new ball. He's gone for 11. Driven. Final ball of his 4th over, and that was the first, I'd say, the only bad ball in the spell. 3rd time we've seen a bowler. Do you know who Vincenzo Montella is?
No.
I'm not sure if you're supposed to be on air right now. I don't know who I'm supposed to be with.
No, but I'll help out for a minute.
That's good, because I don't have anybody else to talk to. Driven, but not timed up to mid-off. Vincenzo Montella was known as the little aeroplane, and he played for Roma, and every time he scored, he'd wheel away with arms outstretched, like, because he was quite small, a little aeroplane. and he was a phenomenal goal scorer, poacher. And we've seen Jamie Overton twice and Josh Tongue be big aeroplanes, only for the batter not to have hit it. It's quite unusual to see that full-on celebration. This is helped it through gully and away for another 4 from the batter. Jaiswal is Bazball, and he's come out and he's thinking, this is my final innings and I am going for it. He's been dropped. There was a wild heave at a delivery from Josh Tongue as he came down the wicket and missed. He's played into the slips on occasion. This is cutting. He's almost cutting this off his nipple, Jarrod. But completely safe, down into the turf and away to the boundary. They're giving him the shot in some regard. They've put deep point back. They've taken out a gully. And this time he pushes to mid-wicket. There's also been a missed run out as well, hasn't there?
There has. I mean, look, I've talked about this quite a lot during the series, but it is remarkable to me that the best young batting talent in the world, the plan that England have come up to for him is bowling short and wide outside of stump. It is just modern cricket is so bizarre.
I love it.
And like Overton came on, he just bowled, 4 balls in a row in that area.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he got a play and miss, and one that wasn't that close to being caught, but was up in the air towards the fielder. It really is just a remarkable period of the game. It's so interesting. Every test match is so different and dynamic.
Tongue running away from us. Oh, he's edged it and he's got the wicket. KL Rahul finally has succumbed. He's pushed at a ball that could have been left alone on line and length, and Joe Root's taken a fine tumbling catch, and England have got a much needed breakthrough because this game was starting to run away. India lead by 22, they're 46 for 1.
Yeah, he was having trouble in the over. It wasn't the over before, it was 2 overs back, I think now, wasn't it? And that was the ball that he was having trouble with. When you say he could leave it, the problem with him leaving that ball is that it's angled back in and he thinks he has to play it, but what Tongue keeps doing is straightening it. Unfortunately for Tongue, he beat the bat 3 times in the other over, and this time he's got the edge. That's just brilliant bowling. Yes, maybe you could have left that, but it's not a normal delivery to leave. It's just very, very good bowling. And Tongue, I said that England had a problem because they didn't have new ball bowlers. Well, Tongue has bowled beautifully with the new ball here.
I cannot believe this is the same bowler that we saw yesterday and even earlier this morning. Maybe he is a new ball bowler. Or maybe the footmarks aren't causing him so much of a problem. Maybe there was a bit of nerves yesterday. Don't know, but this has been an exemplary opening spell from Josh Tongue. Problem for England is, how many can he bowl?
I mean, what are they? They're 46 for 1 after 9 overs. He didn't bowl in the last game, so can you bowl him out a little bit further? When's he going to next be used for England?
Well,
it's not going to be a long match either, is it?
This is 5 overs in.
I think
it depends a bit. I mean,
give him at least.
Do you go all gung ho now?
I think you bowl him at least 2 more after this.
So he'll bowl a 7 over spell, and then that's it for the evening.
And then you ask him how he feels.
Yeah, probably will be for the evening.
Yeah.
Got 55
the problem is
minutes.
Atkinson has to come back on as well.
That's the problem with Wokes not playing. Pope has got to think further down the line. But for now, an opening, and Sidharth, who has been out for a duck in his first match of the series, his second match of the series, is now facing up. Last ball of Josh Tongue's 5th over with 3 slips in place, and it's just run down to square leg. Kimber's off, and Jeremy's in. We were just sitting at the back together, weren't we, Jeremy? And England needed that wicket. This day has been an extraordinary day in this series, isn't it? We have seen some pretty out there sessions and days of play, but I can't think of a day with more contrasting fortune for both sides than day 2 at the Oval in this, the 5th test. First session completely dominated by England, second coming back the other way, and now here we are, these 2 teams continuing to slug it out as Jamie Overton, I just lost my bearings there, coming in from the pavilion end, where the majority of wickets have been taken in this test match, and he's bowling to Jaiswal, 38 not out, no run, 46 for 1.
Yeah, I like Overton when he brings him forward, but if he's going to bowl over the wicket, which is what he's doing at the moment, you can, if you drop it shorter, you open up the offside, John, don't you? And I think that's the danger to Jaiswal. If he drags it down slightly, that offside becomes, you know, a bit of a goer for him.
Overton's in. This is
Like
very wide and left alone this time by Jaiswal. And a few words in the ear of the opener, who has been put down already.
Yeah, and I'd rather see him, I think, as a captain, I'd rather see him coming around the wicket, the same as Atkinson did, and closing that offside off, so that you're not opening up that angle, which is the natural angle if you're bowling over the wicket, going across the left-hander. You open up, see they're wanting more cover there, you see that?
Yeah,
straight away.
Yeah.
So the other option is, as I say, to come around the wicket, unless he bowls fuller.
Overton is in, and this is cut to, well, through point, and Bethel, who is on the point boundary, is deceived by that. He starts running in, then realises it's going much squarer than he thought, and there's no real damage done, no harm done, but it's a single, and the score moves on, 47 for 1. Jaiswal's 39, he's got off to a lightning start. How many balls has he faced? 34 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6. And Sidharth, who has faced just the 1 delivery, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I thought KL Rahul looked a bit done, actually. You know, whether it's the whole series has got to him.
I agree. Overton is in, and there's ooze in the crowd. But we saw Sidharth play this way in the first innings. He will just play the line defensively, the line of middle and off. And if there's a ball good enough to take the outside edge, well, that's fine. But he will be seemingly beaten ball after ball, and if you're square of the wicket, you think the bowler's got him on toast, but it's not always the way. But saying that, that is how he was out in the first innings. Caught behind.
Yeah, that was a little bit further up to him, wasn't it, from tongue?
Here is Overton, and again, here with the ooze to the left of us. As, he also does this as well. He kind of plays a shot that, but he's not playing a shot, if you know what I mean. It's almost like a shadow shot, but the ball is. But the ball is either going past or has gone past him. He's
definitely playing well inside it. I mean,
yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks a bit odd to some of the people, perhaps, I know that, but he's not actually playing at the ball as it goes past at all.
Beautiful conditions here now at the Oval. We had a little rain delay, but whilst the floodlights are on, it's pretty bright out there. Overton comes in again, and this is too wide. You might have to just change things up with 3 bowlers. I understand you've got to set batters up, and you can't be bowling dry with a new ball. Drinks here, by the way, at the Oval, and the game and the series still in the balance. Jeremy Coney,
yeah, very nicely poised,
beautifully balanced.
It is. So it's, overall, India are around about 20, 23, 24 ahead, something like that for 1. Rahul, the man out, who's just been dismissed by probably the best bowler this afternoon. I don't know how many times we said, you know, about Tongue in the first innings. He bowled those 2 good balls that took him wickets, and then he got a nair this morning as well for his 3rd wicket. But certainly in this second innings, I think Tongue's looked the most dangerous bowler, actually. He's got it to nip around. He's been on the money a lot more, bowling over the wicket. And it's just a question of how long can he bowl. And that, you know, just with 3 seamers, John, you've got to really have all of them doing the business. You can't afford to have one of them not bowling well, because you're really forced to bowl him. It's as simple as that with only 3 bowlers. So they've all got to do their job, and all got to bowl their overs, and all got to do their work. So that's really where it sits as far as England are concerned at the moment. Right now, Overton doesn't look comfortable bowling from that pavilion end where most of the wickets have fallen. He hasn't found a length. He bowled most of his overs from, in fact, the Vauxhall stand end, that's our end, bowling towards the pavilion end in the first innings. He got it to swing a little bit after his initial overs, and he looked quite likely, I thought. So maybe that could be an option for Pope. Other than that, you've then got to go to the spinners, don't you? Or bring Atkinson back. Atkinson bowled how many overs? 20 odd in the first innings?
He bowled 21 overs in the first innings.
That's quite a heavy workload.
Yeah.
Coming back.
And this is the problem, because all these, Atkinson and Overton haven't played a huge amount of cricket. And Josh Tung's had his own injury problems. Josh Tung's spell is now 5 overs old, so Jarrod's thinking maybe another
he'll keep
one
going.
or two.
He's got to, really.
Well, we've got one thing that will come to England's aid is that close of play is at 7:30, so we've got 45 minutes of play. So they are going to have a break. They will have a breather. I imagine Atkinson will come back for another spell tonight. Maybe, we'll see how Overton goes, because I think Atkinson will want to bowl from the pavilion end.
Oh, yes, he will. I'm sure he will. That's where he's got all his wickets from.
The drinks have come to an end. Lovely, beautiful, hazy day now here in South London. 47 for 1 with Jaiswal 39 and Sidharth yet to get off the mark. So 2 left-handers at the crease, and it's Sidharth facing, I think, or is it Jaiswal? Jaiswal, short delivery, and Jaiswal shapes to pull and then decides to leave the ball alone. Floodlights still on, and the flags on the oval pavilion fluttering away. A nice breeze, and the crowd here still more than decent. Few people have left, not as many as yesterday when we lost the best part of 2 to 3 hours in the afternoon's session. Went on till 7:30, and we'll do so again today as Josh Tongue continuing round the wicket, and this is on Jaiswal's hip, clips it away, and he runs the first fast, but the fielder at fine leg comes in quickly, and so it'll just be a run. Jaiswal moves to 40. It's had a real mixed bag of a series. Started out in such fine fashion with that 100 at Leeds in first innings, 101, and it's been a little bit boom and bust since that point. A lot of single-figure scores, but he's got off to a decent start today. Certainly showed a lot of intent. Basically, I think he felt, or maybe India felt a little cowed at times. There's a leg gully in place now for Sidharth, and the ball's going to travel down to the boundary at fine leg. It was along the ground, a dive from the fielder, and somehow Sidharth's managed to get the ball past leg gully and to the boundary before third could come across and cut it off.
This is the round the wicket to the left-handers that he has more difficulty with. It appears to me anyway, watching, and while that's been supported by his captain, he's got a man on square, quite a short square leg, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does.
As a catching position.
And Tongue is in again. Sidharth plays inside the line, so he's got 3 slips in the gully, and then apart from mid-off or extra cover, there's nobody on the offside. There's a leg gully, there's quite a wide third, that shortish square leg, and mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, it's now a split field, isn't it, with that man brought across. So you've really got a 5-4 field, 4 catching behind in the cordon and 1 man in front, that's Overton, and then you've got 4 as well on the leg side.
Here comes Tongue, and again it's played fine. Sidharth runs a first quickly, and he's coming back for a second. The throw comes in from the fielder running in at fine leg. Jamie Smith can't collect cleanly, and I think Sidharth would have been home.
Yeah, I think that's Dawson down there.
Good shout, yeah. It is. Dawson's on the field for Chris Wokes, of course. And every single time I've said Ollie Pope in the field, it's either been Ollie Pope or Jacob Bethel. Forgot I forgot he was playing when England were batting, and I forgot he was playing when England were fielding.
Well,
and then I was only reminded right at the end of play yesterday.
if you say it convincingly.
Well, exactly. Nobody knows. Tongue again, and this is again. It's bringing Dawson into the game. It's well, we know this is where England want to bowl at Sidharth, but he's picked up another run, and he'll face the first ball of the next over. That's the end of Josh Tongue's 6th over. 1 wicket for 24, a maiden in there as well, but 8 runs coming from that last over. Has he got another in him? We shall see. The way it's going to be Overton to continue from the pavilion end. He has not made the left-handers play enough. He's essentially bowling a similar line to Sidharth that he is to Jaiswal, but Jaiswal's taking it on and Sidharth's not. So what does Overton do? Does he bowl straighter, or does he just continue with this ploy? Now, where's the field? Because Point was out on the boundary for Jaiswal. There's no Point fielder. No Point fielder. And it's again Sidharth playing inside the line.
He's moved into that leg slip position, hasn't he? So they've got rid of that, because Sidharth doesn't tend to play the cut as aggressively as Jaiswal does. And he's also saying to, I think, Overton, look, I don't want you to get him to play a cut or push on the offside, so I want you to pitch the ball up. And if anything, you can bowl at the stumps a bit more, because we've now got a fine leg in for you to save that boundary. We've got a catcher just at sort of leg slip, second slip, and on the leg side.
Here is Overton, and it is straighter, and it's just popped out to the leg side, no run.
And you've got a man just in front of the umpire saving a single, and you've got a mid-on. So, you know, you've got some cover there, bowlers. So pitch it up, get it straight at the stumps, swing it back into the left-hander if you want to, but on a length that brings them forward. You don't want them to have time to go back and play it square to get a single on the onside.
We shall see. Sidharth has shown great patience so far, and he shows patience here again, because that is a touch too wide and left alone. And India know they can just make the bowlers bowl, and if they can get through 20 overs and have only lost a wicket or two, they're going to be in a good position come tomorrow.
Well, I hope Sidharth isn't putting pressure on Jaiswal. If Jaiswal starts to feel this, that he's the only one doing the attacking and the only one providing impetus for the score to move along, that puts a bit more pressure on him to play shots.
Overton again is in, and swings a touch and just dies on Smith, who has to get across and fields one-handed.
I mean, as long as Sidharth says to Jaiswal, look, because they're both young fellas, aren't they? Both quite young lads, and they might know each other particularly well, and they could say, look, while the ball's new and it's moving, see, he has changed now. Is he going round the wicket? That makes sense. I think he has. So, but if he's saying, look, just while the ball is new and moving around a lot, I'm going to play defensively.
Here is Sidharth with Overton coming round the wicket, and he is forcing a shot. It's punched out to extra cover where it's fielded. No run. 55 for 1 then. India lead by 32. At lunch, England were 109 for 1, so they trailed by just 114. 8 wickets in hand with Woakes not playing, and then they had a horror session where they lost 6 wickets and added 106. Crawley, Pope, Root, Bethel, Smith and Overton all dismissed. Brilliant spell of bowling from Mohammad Siraj, who picked up 3 of those, and Krishna with 2 right in the last over, as Sidharth ducks underneath this bouncer, which doesn't really get up very far. And that is the end of the over. 55 for 1 India, and we have 39 minutes left in the day. You know, we were on together with Jeremy, we were saying that India have to take 2 wickets in the remaining time we had in the session. They took 4. England have got to take at least 1 more wicket tonight, you feel?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because I mean, Siraj and Deep put in some big sessions, didn't they, in the shifts with the bowling. I think both of them bowled 10 over spells, and I'm not sure whether England can do that. They're different kinds of bowlers.
Tongue is continuing, and this is pushed out to backward point by Jaiswal, who is 40 not out. He was dropped on 20 by Harry Brook. To rub salt into the wound, the 4 that was taken from that misfield also saw India move into the lead. There was also a missed run out of KL Rahul when he was on 3 by Ben Ducket, but he was out shortly after. 29 without loss at that stage. He went with a score on 46 for 1. And I think you're right, he just looked a bit fatigued today. It's been a very long tour. I think I saw a stat. His tongue is in, and Jaiswal goes for the hook, and he's dropped! Oh, he's been dropped at fine leg. Is it Dawson down there? Dawson's put Jaiswal down. He saw it all the way into his hands. He got 2 hands to it, and it's just popped out.
Did he get a good sight of it? Some of the players on the leg side have just said they can't quite pick it up. They've shown very clearly they've run the wrong way for a couple of steps. But I got the impression that he did see this one, and he got himself under it from low to high, so the bat's going from low up to high, has to go in the air, and he's picked out Dawson, who hasn't really had to move.
Dawson's indicating he's lost it right at the end.
Yeah.
Bouncer again, and Smith takes it to his right.
Sun behind us here.
Right, that would make sense. That would make, and
behind
the floodlights
stand
and the sun.
Yeah.
Floodlights and the sun. He got into position straight away, and look, we're watching it. He just ducks out.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a horrible moment. Horrible moment for the fielder. But I think we can just all see what's happened. There's nothing you can do. If you can't see a ball, then what are you supposed to do? You did well to stand there, to be honest. Would have gone for 4. Sidharth facing, and Tongue gets the ball to go past the outside edge, but again plays inside the line. India lead then by 33. We saw a wicket down there. Oh no, it was at Old Trafford, wasn't it? It was Sidharth actually. It wasn't Jaiswal, who was caught at fine leg, actually by Dawson, I think. Almost
at Old Trafford, yeah,
almost identical.
He's not wearing glasses. He wasn't for the catch, was he?
I think he was.
For the catch just then.
I think so, yeah.
He certainly bowled on them. We saw that.
He struck on the pads, and Tongue goes up for leg before. It's not an all or nothing appeal. A little slip. Yeah, Joe Root's already turned round. Don't think England are going to be reviewing this, and Tongue is doing the same. 56 for 1. In fact, he's quick info saying the ball actually hit him in the face. That could have been nasty.
What, off the hand?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you couldn't just take a blow like that in the face.
No. Tongue again, and Sidharth is forced to play, but does so defensively. End of the over. Josh Tongue, well, he's picked up 1 wicket. He could have got both openers, but Jaiswal has had another life. He was dropped on 20 by Brook, and he's been dropped on 40 by Liam Dawson down at fine leg on the field because Chris Woakes is off it. Well, we'll just have to see. This is a beautiful thing with cricket. You just don't know how important that moment's going to be, Jeremy.
No, but you sense that a player like Jaiswal, if he gets enough chances and plays aggressively, that he can become certainly a real worry for England, because if he's going to play in an attacking way, he'll continue to keep scoring, and those runs that he makes now, I mean, you don't want to give him 3 or 4 lives, do you? For and any Test batsman, particularly openers. No, absolutely. I wonder if we're going to see another over from Tongue. He's bowled 7 overs now, and it's Overton, and he's in on the pads of Sidharth. He's pushed this through mid-wicket. Will the ball reach the boundary? It doesn't quite reach, but 3 runs taken nonetheless. India move to 59 for 1. Sidharth moves into double figures, and the lead now is 35. Yeah, that's a good stroke from Jaiswal. I mean, he's picked that up very nicely. The length is Overton's trying to get the ball fuller.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's Jaiswal, not
Yeah,
Sidharth.
and he's hit it into one of the pockets, which is much longer boundary. If you go a little bit more finer, that's the one where the players come down from their changing room. That's the shortest boundary on the ground. But that's a long one that one's hit too, so 3 runs.
59 for 1 then, and now it's Sidharth on strike, and Overton round the wicket. That's a better ball, and that is a genuine, not quite playing a miss, because he's not trying to necessarily score a run from this shot, but he is committed to this forward defensive, and that's what Jeremy's talking about. He's getting the batter playing forward rather than hanging back and then essentially playing within the line, because he's seeing the length early.
Well, it brings the LBW into play as well, doesn't it? And there were 4 LBWs, I think, in the England innings.
Overton again, he's driving and dropped again. Can you believe this? This time it's Zach Crawley. Ducket's chasing the ball, it won't be 4, but this is extraordinary. Jaiswal's rushing back, and the throw is a little bit wild and woolly. Oh, what's going on out there? Crawley this time, the 3rd England fielder to put down a chance. We haven't seen a replay, but it looked at a more than gettable opportunity for Crawley at 3rd slip. He definitely got 1 hand to it, possibly 2, diving to his left. We're still getting confirmation it wasn't a 4. It's that style of essentially sliding past the ball to then clip it back in is a problem if your feet touch the boundary. But still waiting. Zach Crawley just takes a little step to his left. It's Jaiswal in, pushing at a ball from Overton out to point, and comes through for a single. What a day this has been. 63 for 1. It was similar yesterday. There's something happening every ball. Well, Crawley's got to take that.
That's a comfortable. It is to the left, but that doesn't matter. I mean, he doesn't have to move much to the left. It's within the compass of his arms, but he needs to get the head just moving slightly more. As soon as you get the head and the arms away from the head, the percentages fall.
Here's Overton again. There's an inside edge onto out to point, and it's fielded. There's no backward point, so Ducket comes up from Ghali. It's another single. 64 for 1. Could he have gone one-handed there?
No, I don't know. He went 2 hands, and I think that's always safer to go 2 hands. What I'd like to have seen the head go over the weight on his left foot. It was to his left side, so his head is much closer to the ball and seeing the line of the ball. That's important. It was a decent height to take, wasn't it? It was a 2-handed catch
over the wicket, and this is a full delivery, almost a full toss, and Jaiswal plays it there on the drive, misses, and it bounces before taken by the keeper. Wow.
Gee, there are some funny things happening at the moment. A catch down at fine leg, put down, and he didn't really have to move too much. And then we've seen catches in the slips at our end at the moment, coming towards us. Put down one by Brook and then one by now Crawley. It's extraordinary what's happening.
Well, we've only had 15 overs, is it? 15 overs, and we've seen 3 dropped catches. At 2nd slip, 3rd slip and fine leg. And Atkinson has been brought back into the attack. So Josh Tung's spell, 7 overs, 1 made and 1 for 25, has come to an end, and we won't see him again this evening. 29 minutes left in the day, and Gus Atkinson, this must be the first time he's bowled from the Vauxhall end, I think, and he's going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Sidharth, and it's too wide. Sidharth just shapes to play and lets it go through. India leads by 41. Low scoring encounters are often the best. We could be heading towards a cracking finish here at the Oval. Can England nip out one, dare I say even two tonight? 3 slips in a gully in place, and Sidharth drawn forward, but we're playing with soft hands, and it's guided to Ben Ducket at backward point. And of course Duckett's missed a run out as well.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it, in the first innings? I'm just trying to think back how many catches were offered to the slips. I mean, there was the one that Brook took at this end, wasn't it, to Jarrod, the wicket keeper. I don't think there were many actually to the cordon rather than going to Smith.
There is Atkinson again. This is down the leg side, and Sidharth doesn't play. He's 11 not out.
And that's quite weird in a way, isn't it? And we've seen 2 already this evening to people who are wider than the wicket keeper.
Jadeja, of course, has dropped first ball at first slip by Joe Root at Old Trafford. How different may that game have turned out if Root had managed to take hold of what was a tough chance. Atkinson again, and Sidharth blocks, no run. I imagine we're going to see a little bit of spin at some point. Overton has bowled 4 overs, so he'll probably have 1, maybe 2, probably 2. And then Jacob Bethel, I imagine, will be brought on to bowl a couple at the end of what's been an extraordinary day here at the Oval. Atkinson is in again, and Sidharth pushes this out to backward point, where it's fielded, no run. Tell you what, the scoreboard is lightning quick here. I've looked up on numerous occasions just to check how many balls have been delivered, and it's at the moment the ball has left the bowler's hand, it's being registered on that scoreboard to the left of us. Final ball of the over then, Gus Atkinson, who's been expensive. It's gone for 22. Jaiswal took a liking to him in his first over, and this is pushed out to cover. So, end of the over. That's the end of my commentary stint for today. Don't forget, Following On and Super Over will be available on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, hosted by Neil Manthorp or Jarrod Kimber. Jeremy Coney will be involved. But for now, it's advantage India. Who'd have thought that at lunch? 64 for 1 then, with Jaiswal and Sidharth at the crease, and after a word from Jarrod Kimber, who is on, I don't even know. It'll be Neil Manthorp.
Me and Jeremy are going to stay on with manners because we're both enjoying this and we both want to be on. There's a few people leaving at the moment, I can see. There's one guy almost headbutted his beer then. It's that time. It is headbutting your beer time, though, isn't it? 7:05 p.m. Jaiswal is 45 off 41. Sidharth is 11 off 27. I can tell why Jeremy wants to be on. It's exciting. Or is Scott telling him to nick off? I'm not sure.
Outside the off stump now from Jamie Overton, left alone by Yashasvi Jaiswal. 3 catches dropped in the session.
One of them from too much sun.
Poor old Liam Dawson, he didn't know where it had gone, did it? Did it hit him in the chest?
I think it hit him in the hands, didn't it? And then sort of fell over his shoulder, maybe into his chest, perhaps?
Yeah, I wondered whether because it burst through his hands, and I thought it hit him in the chest, which is just makes things that little bit worse, doesn't it? And then he's holding his arms out like, it's not my fault. Sun was in my eyes. Here's Overton again, bowls, and it's full and straight and driven by Jaiswal, only as far as cover, fielded by Ben Ducket, and there's no run. Could be very expensive though. I wonder whether it will be. It's just, this has been one of the most rousing fight backs, certainly probably the most rousing fight back in the series by either side, but I don't know, there'll be a few Indian cricket historians who will be ranking it amongst. Depends on the result, I suppose. Overton in again, bowls. Oh, and it's ramped brilliantly for 4, just in front of our. No, it's gone for 6. Joe Root confirms it's gone for 6, right in front of our commentary box. What a super shot. It's not unusual for Yashasvi Jaiswal, and it brings up his 50 as well. He uppercut a 6 over wide third man earlier, and now he's just ramped it straight over Joe Root's head at slip. Very, very clever one-day kind of shot, T20 shot really. But
perfectly straight at us as well, wasn't it?
It was, exactly. Look, it might carry for a moment. Here's Overton into Jaiswal again, who pushes it straight back to the bowler, flicks it towards the stumps. Jaiswal dutifully retreats back into his crease. India's leads now 47.
Yep, they're moving quickly with Jaiswal, aren't they, really, who's the principal scorer here at the moment. And he actually walked at Overton that delivery. So just as he's about to bowl, taking a stride, walking at him.
Jaiswal unbeaten on 51. He's had a couple of lives outside the off stump now, and it's left alone. Were either of you, or perhaps both of you, on air when talking of unusual shots when Ben Ducket was dismissed by Akashdeep?
I don't know. One of us had to be on air, probably. I suppose Monga.
Well, just that I was watching and I wasn't on air, and so after Ducket was dismissed, Akashdeep put his arm around Ben Ducket. And
I think we were on air.
Discuss that?
Yes.
How did that look to you?
We didn't like the look of that, really.
Not really.
That's pretty much unusual, isn't it?
Yeah. Outside the off stump, left alone by Jaiswal again.
I don't know what you guys thought, but I thought Ducket handled that pretty well, actually. He just he didn't make any obvious reaction at all. He just kept walking and walked off.
Yeah, I think if that's Travis Head, you probably get an elbow back, right? There's a few players in world cricket who would throw an arm back there, and then you've got an ugly incident, and that's why he'll get some sort of demerits or a loss of money, because it's not that Ducket didn't handle it well, it's that it could have gone into that situation.
It's provocation.
Yeah, you know why Rabada was always given demerit points? It's because what the match referee said was he would get up in the face of batters and he would provoke a possibility of retribution, right? That's what we see from Akashdeep there. That's why he should be getting some sort of thing. And I think we said on air, he'll probably look back at that and realise it was a mistake. Well done to whoever, I can't remember if it was Cowroll or someone else who pulled him away.
Yeah.
Because he's going to keep walking with him.
Exactly right. Atkinson's beginning a new over from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end. It's just, and it was quite, I'm not sure that clever is the right word, but perhaps cynical. But Akash was, he made it look friendly, and he was smiling and grinning, and it was like he put his arm around him like a mate would. But I think I just thought, wow, that's not appropriate. Anyway, I'm glad I'm not alone in that thought. Here is Atkinson again. Oh, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Hassan Raz has had a really good test match. That one has kept low. It's not exactly shot along the ground, but Sai Siddharth is now in discussion with Yashasvi Jaiswal, saying, Jazz, please tell me it was missing leg. Please tell me it was missing leg. And Jaiswal says, I don't know what he says, but he said probably, I think it was hitting, but take the review if you want.
It is one of those ones where the batter has fallen over, so sometimes that can trick the umpire a little bit, but England thought it was absolutely dead on. And let's see if we agree. Keeps a little bit low, as you say, a bit of a shooter. Oh, yeah, it's out.
It wasn't that low, was it? He just made it look a lot lower than it was.
He fell over after this as well. How did he fall over?
No, it's hit him on the roll of the pads.
Sidharth on 1 from 28 balls. Here we go, Hawkeye's call. It looks pretty out. Yeah, as Jarrod says, smashing into the top of middle and leg, and not clipping. I mean, hitting the top of middle and leg. Gee, Hassan Raz has been impressive in his 2 test matches since he was always scheduled to officiate in these 2 test matches, but he's had absolutely storming games at Old Trafford and here at the Oval. So Gus Atkinson continues his splendid Test match here on home soil. He's got another wicket to go with his 5 for 33 in the first innings, and yeah, he knew he wasn't. I said Sidharth made 1. I'm sorry, it was 11 from 28 balls. And anyway, India are still well placed, but they will be less well placed if they lose another wicket now. And once again, the game will seem pretty much in the balance. 70 for 2 now. We've got a night watchman. Yeah, we do. Akashdeep.
Yep, out he comes.
He hasn't done enough work today. He's
10 over spell.
And this is the second time he's had to bat.
Yes,
he had a 10 over spell that made him bat twice. I'd ask for overtime rates.
It wasn't a convincing innings in the first one either.
Okay.
But he came out as a night watchman at Lord's, didn't he? Remember, he wasn't ready. He came out and he was still adjusting various parts of his equipment.
He was still putting his arm guard on.
Yes, his arm guard, and then he did his shoelaces up. So it seems he's the current watch, the night watch, if you like, from India.
I thought you were going to say the fall guy.
Yeah, well,
he didn't do his job either. He was knocked over before he could
the
get through
last delivery from Stokes, wasn't he?
It was, yeah. Stokes burst the door open. Now then, Atkinson is into Akashdeep. Can they do the same again? It's down the leg side. It's chipped up in the air through the leg side, and I think it's going to run away for 4. What a shot!
That is ridiculous, man.
No, he's come out to attack.
He's come out. Is he night hawking? Do we have a night hawk? That is absolutely bizarre. It's not like he slogged through that either, Jeremy. He just sort of leant forward and went, oh, okay, it's on the pads here. If I just flick my wrists, I think, just looking at his face, I think he was surprised he hit it that well.
He was. He didn't move. Said that's 4 straight off the bat.
Get back to the top of your mark, son.
How long have we got before the close of play? 15 minutes? 16 minutes? Here's Atkinson again, down the leg side. Turned away, there'll be more runs here. Could have been off the pad, it went too quickly. I think it's going to be off the bat from Akka. No, it is leg byes, confirmed by the excellent Hassan Raza. And it's now 75 for 2. India with a deficit of 23. So they're 52 to the good. 52 for 2, effectively. What are we like as a 50-50 fourth innings target? 300? 280?
300 on this wicket's punchy, isn't it, Manners? Bang. We put some money on India if that's
220?
I think 238.
A bit of analysis gone into that. Right, left-handed Yashasvi Jaiswal, an excellent 51. He's on strike to Atkinson, and it's left alone outside the off stump. Okay, call it 240. That's your 50-50 number at this stage.
Unless something changes on the wicket tomorrow, yes.
Will it flatten out?
I'm not even saying it flatten out. It might get even more inconsistent.
I mean, there's indentations on it, apparently.
Alleged indentations, as we've been calling them.
Little pock marks.
We're not allowed out there because we're all foreigners.
Well, that doesn't change. They stay for the rest of the game.
That's
you
my
can't
point,
roll them out.
You can flatten them out for about half an hour, can't you, with a heavy roller? Here's Atkinson usually. And strikes Jaiswal on the pads, and no run, bounces out on the onside. India remains 75 for 2. Good finish to what has been an excellent and very memorable day. 2 chances. Yashasvi Jaiswal has survived, dropped on 20 by Harry Brook at second slip, and on 41 by Liam Dawson at fine leg. It was a hook shot, went pretty much straight to Liam Dawson. He seemed to be in control of the situation, and then the ball just burst through his hands, hit him on the chest. What are the umpires in conversation about now? Can't be the light, for goodness sake. The floodlights are on. There's blue sky.
It is weirdly. Look at the shadows.
Oh, this is beyond weird. What?
I think it is light. I don't think the light's terrible, by the way. I'm saying that's what I think they're talking about.
Yeah, I think
blue
it is too.
Sky. There's blue sky above. I mean, there's a few white clouds, but there's blue sky, and the floodlights are on. Okay, well,
and that's stumps.
That is stumps. How utterly strange. India 75 for 2 at the close of play, with Yashasvi Jaiswal unbeaten on 51. night watchman Akashdeep's more than done his job. He got off the mark with a remarkable clipped 4 over mid-wicket, first ball, and India's lead is 52. Deficit of 23. My goodness, we've had a day of entertainment. So 9 wickets fell for England, 4 for India, 13, 15 in total. We've had runs, we've had action, we've had a couple of moments of controversial talking points, and I admit that I said I thought the first session was a series, potentially a series-defining one in England's favour. They made that remarkable start with an opening stand of 92, having taken the last 4 Indian wickets for 20, and yet the game is...
How wrong were you?
Well, yeah, well, we'll see, but potentially very with a capital V.
I mean, you weren't wrong, you were right. It's just that India fought back brilliantly after that, and with bat and with ball. They really have been magnificent. I mean, me personally, Jeremy, I'd probably say to England, let's go for less than 3 drops tomorrow. Fewer than 3 drops tomorrow, sorry. You know, so I do think there's an element of that has played into it, but all credit goes to India, because they were out of this test match when
at lunchtime.
At lunchtime, exactly. And it's an incredible effort to fight their way back in.
It is, particularly with only 3 seamers, and they don't include Bumrah. And so you're relying on bowlers bowling very long spells, and both I think it was Akashdeep and also Siraj put in some very heavy shifts there of 10 overs and things of that magnitude, which is a lot of bowling, but they were able to pick up wickets as well. That kept them going. I'm sure they got the message from quite a few people that, you know, that's not good enough in the first session, particularly the bowling, and so they had a lot to make up for, and they did. And then they played, particularly Jaiswal's played aggressively in the innings where they've come out as well. He's really Rahul played defensively and was dismissed at first slip, and then also Sudarshan kind of went the way he played in the first innings of not wanting to play the ball, and he's been dismissed as well, just LBW. They are the 2 wickets for India to fall, and so it's kind of poised, isn't it, guys? I mean, they're not anywhere near safety at this stage, you would think, at 50. Of course they're not. So they've got a lot of work to do yet. Plenty of time to do it. The pitch is doing something. I
kind of feel every 15 to 35 runs there's another wicket that comes in this game, and you know, you look at what we've seen so far, it's kind of gone like that. We haven't seen what would be the biggest partnership so far. 60, 50?
Well, the opening partnership, Crawley and Ducket.
So what was theirs? 92. So there's been one partnership that's gone anywhere near 100. I wouldn't have thought there'd be many others, right? It feels, and even that was a short partnership, even if it was more runs. So it just feels like there's always a wicket here.
Yeah, it is.
13 overs they batted together.
Yeah, so that's not that long in normal cricket. In their cricket, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, there are players who are capable, though, aren't there? We've seen Gill get lots of runs in the series. This is a slightly different pitch, but he'll want to, you know, I think he'll want to do better than run himself out, and that's what he'll remember so far about this match, I think. And then you've got Naira, Jadeja, Jarrod and Sundar. So there's the potential there, but I think, as you say, Jarrod, there's always the risk of a wicket falling. But if they can get 30s throughout all those partnerships, that will push them to quite a decent total.
One of them.
Yeah, well, probably both.
Toggle's good. I like that, Toggle.
Yeah, Toggle. Toggle their way through.
Can they Toggle it?
What will be the Toggle?
You'll have to tune in tomorrow for more Toggle talk.
So that's it from
Toggle Talk or TalkSport.
The Oval. From the Oval on day 2. It's been absolutely brilliant. And just a final word. Remember, this is a day for Thorpe in memory of Graham Thorpe, who would have been 56 today, but took his own life. And remember, after suffering from anxiety and depression, remember that is the reason that A Day for Thorpe was inaugurated Yes, it's in for the initiative of Bat and Chat, and to raise money for the mental health charity Mind, but also to remember that you're not alone if you're also suffering from anxiety or depression. The number of the final figure that has been raised today for Mind, the charity, is almost £124,000. Hopefully that'll be put to some excellent work. I know that it will be, actually. So the play gets underway at normal time tomorrow. We'll be on air 5 minutes before start of play at 11 a.m. And it's a longer day once again to make up for time that has been lost on the first 2 days. So there'll be an extended afternoon and evening session with a finish at 7 o'clock. India finishing on 75 for 2, leading by 52. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you, and we'll have more of the same tomorrow just before 11 a.m.